This was over 2 decades ago, boys and girls. When I got him in the car, man, I asked him, I go, dude, man, I heard it took 500 million people to put a fucking man, or 500,000 people to put a man on the moon. 500,000. I go, is that true? He goes, yeah, that's true. And I said, hey, man, my wife's diabetic, man. And yeah, I don't know how the fucking conversation started, but my wife's diabetic. And this guy studied diabetes for like 20 years. And it was like, he went into all this shit, man. And he actually changed my wife's fucking life, man. He said, hey, man, you got to get her, you got to do this and that. And I did the things he said, man. And my wife's life's been much better since that day, man. And it was the weirdest experience, man. And
wait.
That was the only time I met an astronaut, man. Bernard Harris.
But why'd you have to pick him up?
Because I was just a helper at this conference, man. I'm just like the little runaround bitch boy. You know what I mean? Like, we need to put flowers over here on these tables, or we got to put the things over here. We got to get the people ready for the bus. You know, I'm just like,
he was a gopher, man. Go for this and go for that.
Gopher, right? I'm the little bitch gopher, right?
But what does an astronaut have to do with the conference like that? Shouldn't they be like working for NASA or something?
He was the speaker. He was the head speaker at the conference, dude.
Oh,
he was the head speaker at the conference, and he was talking space, and he ended up talking about diabetes during his fucking
based.
Yeah, it was weird, man. I threw him off, man. I don't know, just like the spirits were with me, and we went off into a completely. I was not a flat earther then, but I was very curious about NASA and space and that shit. But we ended up talking about diabetes because, I'm kind of one of those guys that I know that if you're a basketball player, you don't want to talk about basketball, dude. You want to talk about golf. You want to talk about fucking space or something. You don't. If somebody's in a profession, whatever they're in, they don't want to talk about it. If you can distract them a little bit, you're gonna have a much better conversation.
Oh, that's true. Because during that every day, it's like
every day. Hey man, what's it like to be in the? What's it like to play in the NFL and the NBA? No, dude. Hey man, what do you guys think about water? Oh shit! You totally throw them off, right? Boom, damn. They get like. Then they all open up to you. Then they open up. They start to open up and start talking to you. Because if you say, hey, man, what's it like to be they don't fucking want to hear that. But if you throw something out like, cool, man, I heard this really cool thing about water and the way that there was this Japanese scientist, man, he would freeze these water molecules. And anyway, it's
that's actually really good. That is a really good point.
Yeah, you kind of like, you have to deprogram them a little bit, man. And get them off their normal train of thought, man. And if being natural about it, man. I wasn't trying to like, oh my God, an astronaut. I go, I just got to ask you one question, man. I don't want to like drag it on, man. I'm like, I heard it took 500,000 people to put a man on the moon. Is that true? And he goes, yeah, man. Just think about, every guy that made the bolt and the guy that made the Velcro and then the chick that did the
people that sewed the memory.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like it was on and on and on and on. About they spent, I don't know, $13 billion, putting this Apollo shit together.
140 billion.
40 ended up being 40.
140 billion in today's dollars. But I got that number like a year ago, but with inflation, it's probably
18 billion. And it was like it grew. Of course, hey man, the James Webb telescope started out as a $500 million telescope. Do you know how much they've spent on this James Webb telescope?
How much?
$10 billion.
I thought they spent $1 billion, but
that's a bargain. Look, where I live.
Did you guys hear me? They started out
bargain.
With a $500 million budget. That was their budget. Okay, yeah, we can build
bargain. It's a bargain. So check this out. They just extended the subway where I live They built 10 more stops. It's subway stops.
Yeah.
They're outdoor stops now. Outdoors. To $1 billion per stop. No lie, dude. I'm dead up for real. Serious.
No.
They're outdoor stops. They're not even fucking buildings, dude. They're just like a carport, right? Where the train pulls up and that's it. I'm dead serious. It costs $10 billion for 10 stops.
Dude, you gotta DM me
Listen, dude. The train. Here's the kicker. The train tracks were already there because they used to be a freight train. It used to be for like regular freight. But they decided that they were going to extend the regular MBTA subway system and so they got like an underground subway and they have above ground, which are like trolleys. So these are trolleys. They're above ground. They just went on existing tracks.
$1 billion.
So each stop cost $1 billion. I fucking shit you not, dude.
You gotta picture me one of those, bro. You gotta send me a picture, bro. I need got like 3, get an angle, good sunlight, whatever. Send me a couple pictures, man. I gotta laugh my ass off. $1 billion of fucking stuff.
Oh, it's down to 8 billion, I guess. I think they removed some stops.
Okay, whatever. It's $900 million for a
They kept changing it. So they kept changing it because like people were like, this shit's ridiculous.
Spending money is ridiculous, man.
So I also posted a graphic, right? So the graphics I posted in Livestream. So this is like a 2-scale. No, this is actually 2 graphs. The bottom is just a zoom in on the of the top one. This is 2-scale, the difference in altitude of every other space mission versus Apollo. You can't even see all the other space missions. That's how high they went. Apollo went something like 10,000 times higher.
Right.
In 1969. Now, if you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you.
Well, we know the truth.
Apollo.
Damn.
Apollyon, the destroyer.
It's a god. Apollo's the god.
Yeah, it's the son of Zeus, which is supposedly the archangel of the abyss.
Isn't that pleasant? Hey, I heard that the NASA guys that started NASA, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory here in Southern California, there was I think 3 guys that started. It was L. Ron Hubbard, and there was who's the other guy? Jet Propulsion Laboratory,
Jack Parsons.
Jack Parsons Laboratory.
And his sex magic.
Right? And those two
L. Ron Hubbard.
Those 2 cocks were over there in Pasadena hanging out with Aleister Crowley.
Oh yeah, him too. I forgot. You got L. Ron Hubbard, Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons from the creator of Jet Propulsion Laboratories. And who did you say? Who else? Who was the other guy?
Aleister Crowley. They were all hanging out in Pasadena, man, together.
Like fucking Charles Manson and
doing some like weird, sexy thing with some moon girl, fucking
sipping tequila.
Listen, this isn't a conspiracy theory either. It's on Wikipedia's page, right? So if Wikipedia is saying he was doing sex magic, then he was probably doing 10 times worse.
Right.
By the way, Flat Earth, you mentioned something to do with Moon Girl. There's a theory that the sun and the moon actually had sex, and that's how we got here, basically. A lot of people actually believe in it, and some tribes also believe in the same thing, which is pretty funny. Yeah.
I'm not going to kick that out of the fucking room, but I'll say, man, that's an interesting theory. I'll give you that.
Yeah, like dinosaurs having sex.
It reminds me, but no, the theory is that it's not really how humans have sex, and the penis and the vagina, just that it happens in a different way, not in a human way.
Kicks ass, man.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a link in the description, man, for the Jack Parsons Hubble sex magic rocket Scientology shit.
Yeah. It just reminds me of this symbol right here. That's all. Just, yeah.
Scientology, I don't know. That's a whole weirdo thing going there. The Mormons.
Wait, what's a what do Scientologists believe in? Do they believe in something similar to the Archons?
I don't know. They got some dude. L. Ron Hubbard's supposed to go to space and come back and die and come back. I don't know. Fuck off, man. I don't know, man.
Reincarnation.
L. Ron Hubbard. Scientology was invented by L. Ron Hubbard. Now, their belief is that there's some 90 million billion-year-old aliens that don't have a physical form. They have a form of energy, and they came to Earth and they took over human beings, and everybody's like painted by these ancient alien spirits. And then if you pay them a lot of money, they'll do something to you, which they call being cleared, right? You get cleared out your whatever, and then you'll be, cleared. You got to sign over all your property and give them a lot of money.
Called Battlefield Earth that is basically their religious beliefs. If you watch that movie basically explains. Yeah. I mean,
so L. Ron Hubbard wrote a science fiction book, and then turns out his science fiction book he turned that into a religion. Then, yes. So I'll tell you, you want to investigate something really fucked up. There's a guy named Captain Trips. Have you ever heard of him, Butter Dude?
Captain Tripp?
Captain Tripp.
Nah, Crips? No, I haven't heard of him.
Let me find. I can't remember his real name. So this guy has a fucking crazy history. So he was the only person to be able to distribute LSD. He was the first person that licensed to distribute LSD in the United States. And he spread it all over the place. Right? Gave it to Timothy Leary, all the people that ended up spreading it themselves.
Dude, this reminds me of MK Ultra. Supposedly that they use some drugs like LSD to help with brainwashing people, basically. So LSD could actually be used for bad purpose to help them brainwash people.
Because they tried to use LSD, but LSD alone doesn't work. But hold on, I want to get to this guy.
Dude, it's a lot of stimuli at once, like the media, music, and a lot of shit, subliminal messages. And LSD probably amplifies it, so it could actually help them brainwash us even further, basically, through drugs, because that's one of the tools that they use. Yeah.
MK Ultra was an umbrella of programs. It just wasn't one program.
Oh yes, it is.
So yes, it was an umbrella of programs, and the only reason they found out about it is because they found. Documents? They found the record. They found records. They only found the payment records, but they didn't know what it was for. Then it ended up turning up. I actually just saw something on this like 2 days ago. Then it turned out that there was a main guy that was involved in it, a psychiatrist, I think from UC Santa Barbara, and he was like recruiting people through this through like I get Haight Ashbury had some sort of free clinic. So they were like luring people into this like safe house, which was like a brothel, but they were actually like dosing people with LSD in the brothel and looking at what they did like through a two-way mirror. This guy denied it and all sorts of shit, and it's like back in the 50s. Then someone actually so when he died, the university got all his papers, and someone found like a letter he sent to somebody else talking about how they were going to implement the program and all that shit. So they didn't actually have records of what exactly they did. The only reason they knew what they did, so there was a congressional hearing on this shit with John Kennedy or Ted Kennedy and a bunch of other people all around the time of the Warren Commission. So they started investigating the CIA and all this shit the CIA was doing. And they found out about like this frozen nitrogen gun, MK Ultra, Project what was it? Operation Paperclip, Operation Mockingbird, all these projects CIA run.
Yeah, I was gonna ask something. What do you think happens if they release those victims or those experimental beings?
So I'll tell you where this started. So in Algeria, right, Algeria used to be a French colony, and they had like a little revolution. And they were taking people that they thought were rebels and locking them up. But the French were torturing them. The Algerian police and they were torturing them, and the CIA also had hand in it. So they started a program to try and basically experiment on these people. So what they found out was if they tortured them bad enough, these people, when they got released, wouldn't go home and they would completely lose their identity. right? So they would go, think about it like this. This guy, he's got a family, kids, blah, 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 especially in the Arab world, they're really close families. They snatch this dude up, they torture him, fuck with him for goddamn 6 months, and they're like, okay, you can leave now. Those people wouldn't go home. They would just leave and assume a new identity.
Yeah, they're scarred for life
So,
because they're
So because of this, they're like, holy shit, man, these people are like assuming a new identity. What if we can do this on purpose and get somebody to kill somebody, right, and not remember it, not remember anything, right? Not remember who told them to kill somebody, not remember the act, not remember they're a perfect murderer, right? Because they're untraceable. You can't trace the person back to anything. And they also wanted to use them as like couriers of information, right? So you basically program this guy and and then he'd be able to transfer information somewhere. But they would need a code word. So that was the whole thing, is that like basically it would work like this. These people would be brainwashed to say the Star Spangled Banner. And then they would be programmed for a whole series of actions, like, program, okay, when you get this phone call and you hear this key word, you're gonna go buy a ticket to Moscow, fly an airplane, and give this message to this person, and then you're going to forget everything. Right? That was the idea. And the way they ended up being able to partially implement, but here's a kicker. That's why I brought up Charles Manson, because there's a tie in Charles Manson. This guy, this psychiatrist I was just talking about, Charles Manson was going there visiting this guy. Okay? And what did Charles Manson do? Charles Manson convinced a bunch of people to go kill people and not remember what they did.
Exactly. Yeah, he cocked them all out.
That's exactly what MK Ultra's purpose was.
Yeah.
And the end result was of the Tate murders. The people that committed the Tate murders, Charles Manson never killed anybody. Most people don't know that.
I do.
Charles Manson never killed a single fucking person. He wasn't even around. He wasn't even in the vicinity when that happened. He was back at their little ranch. But he convinced these people to go kill somebody that's supposed to start a race war. But none of them remember doing it.
You're missing one thing about Manson. That's the mainstream narrative that we're told. We don't know if any of that is true at all.
Yeah, we don't know. Fuck
well, yeah. Well, what the pieces
I know what you're saying.
Right, is that this guy, that Manson's connected to this guy that was part of the MK Ultra program. That was like
and that's probably
running it, and that denied it and said that he would sue anybody that accused him. And he did this for years, and it just was discovered like in the late 90s, early 2000s, when they went back through his paperwork, that he was lying, that he wasn't telling the truth, that he was connected to it.
Yeah, man, isn't that crazy, man? Yeah, history's like weird like that, man. Like
Captain Trips. Captain Trips is the one who had created the counterculture in the United States, the so-called hippie culture, all that shit. He started the shit. But here's the fucked up part. You're not going to believe this. When he was 15 years old, this is way back in the early 1900s, like 1920 or something, he invented an electric motorboat that supposedly ran on no power, no batteries, no anything. And it was in like newspapers and shit at the time.
Who's this?
I gotta get his name, Captain Trips.
I think I mean, I've seen videos of guys that had.
I know two names so far. There's Nikola Tesla and some other guy.
Yeah.
Have him on clipboard, I think.
There's a more modern one, like in the 80s, 70s, 80s? In the 80s?
Is this guy, his name is German? Rudolf Stein. I don't know if he has something to do with free energy. I'm not entirely sure.
Alfred Hubbard. See, that's why I thought of him, because of L. Ron Hubbard. His name was Alfred Hubbard.
I mentioned Rudolf Steiner.
So, hold on. So in 1920, Hubbard was publicized in West Coast newspapers as having developed a free energy motor and he was in Popular Science in 1923. In 1929, he was given a U.S. patent for a radioactive internal combustion engine spark plug device that was manufactured in the United States, had an electrode of polonium, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, turns out that this guy, he ended up, so during Prohibition, he was smuggling liquor off the coast of Washington and shit. And somehow he ended up with the person with the only person licensed to distribute LSD in the United States. Now LSD was originally discovered in the 20s in Germany, but like the recipe was forgotten, right? Well, they rediscovered it, and
What's
this
that guy's
dude
name? Starts with F. Damn it, the guy that's accredited for inventing acid. Damn it! I used to know this.
I can't remember his name.
My mind's fucked up, man. I'm just telling you guys.
Yeah, it was a while ago. I can't remember his name either.
15.
Anyway, so I'm going to just read from Wikipedia. It says, Hubbard obtained a supply of Sandoz LSD. Hubbard then went to meet Larry and swapped some LSD for psilocybin, and then synthesized the constituents of magic mushrooms and produced it at Sandoz lab. So obviously he made synthetic psilocybin, mescaline. So there's a lot of connections between this guy, LSD, and the entire counterculture, right? Came from this guy.
Albert Hoffman,
yeah. So there was a little section of California, what the fuck's it called, where all these people came out of. I can't remember the name of it, the place. You have to go on Gnostic Media. But like all these famous musicians, like The Doors, Janis Joplin, Beach Boys.
Out of Laurel Canyon here.
Laurel Canyon, exactly. Yeah. Like all these people, like all this shit came out of this one little place, and this one little place is full of like people that work for the CIA, Secret Service, military intelligence, and all their kids end up like these famous fucking rock stars, right? Promoting drugs. It's crazy, dude. If it wasn't true, like you'd be like, this is a bad science fiction novel.
It wasn't Jim Morrison's father's kind of high-ranking admiral or something in the Navy?
Admiral Morrison. He was Gulf of Tonkin admiral.
Yeah,
that means he was in charge of, like, a whole shitload of battleships. Man, admiral is in charge of the entire fleet of those fucking bitches. He was he was in charge of fake
false flag bullshit, right?
No. He was fucking Admiral Morrison. Crazy, man.
So he got 50,000 Americans killed and about 21 million Vietnamese.
And it took only 20 years, though. Or no, wait. 15.
And his son became a famous rock star that promoted the drug culture. And this
which was never discussed in those days either. Like that was a secret, basically.
What's the difference between a fact and a conspiracy theory? About 6 months.
Shit, most people don't know what the fuck we're talking about right now. I give you fucking like 97% of the people you go up with, hey man, Laurel Canyon and acid and the government. What do you got? You got anything? And they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I guarantee.
Exactly. And it like, listen, not only Charles Manson was involved in all that too. He was in Laurel Canyon. All of these characters, all these characters that came out of the 60s counterculture music scene in California, all came out of Laurel Canyon.
The fucking Beatles were in Laurel Canyon, for fuck's sake. I mean,
who's the other one? Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
Nash,
what's the chick that sings the White Butterflies? Jefferson Starship.
Doors. The fucking all the fucking Eagles. The fucking
Grateful Dead. All of them.
I mean, these were major. Stars of music, man. Dylan.
Is there something behind the idea that a lot of those major rock groups too came here from Europe? That seems odd that a lot of them came here from Europe and were implanted and promoted.
Yep. And vice versa on both ends, man. Both ends of that ocean. But yeah, you heard of the Tavistock Institute, Leon?
Never heard of it. What's it called again?
Tavistock Institute.
No, I never heard of it. Yeah, tell me.
Never heard of Tavistock? Oh man.
No.
Ever heard of the Rain Corporation?
Welcome to Tavistock.
What's it about?
Earth. Welcome to Tavistock.
Oh my God.
Earth, dude. I don't know. Every major artist that's ever been promoted in music has gone through the Tavistock Institute. Period.
Essentially, MK Ultra, you can just call it that, or brainwash. Right?
Oh, but listen, that's why we're talking about it. There's all this shit is connected through webs, dude. Like you have like the people involved in each one of these little organizations are involved in other ones. There's cross pollination. Let's call it that way. Let's call it that.
Yeah.
While we're on music, I'm gonna throw this out there.
It involves Timothy Leary and fucking who's the other guy? Terrence McKenna and
fuck.
Who's the other guy? So ever heard of the Bilderberg Group?
No.
Bilderberg Group.
The Bilderbergs.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God. One Alex Jones snuck into.
Yeah. You got some.
Oh yes, I've seen it. The Ritual. Yes, I've
seen the Bohemian Grove.
Okay. Bohemian Grove. Right. So they have a member list for Bohemian Grove. You know who's on that? There's a guy on it named Alexander Shulgin. Now, Alexander Shulgin wrote a book called Feichel 1 and Feichel 2. Both of those books are chemistry books on how to make all different sorts of drugs. Alexander Shulgin invented MDMA. And if you look on the list of members of the Bilderberg Group, this guy's on it. A fucking chemist that nobody knows about. Is hanging out with princes and kings and presidents and royalty. It's like, what doesn't fit here? And the only reason I know about it, like Alex Jones, he snuck in there and stole the member list. And I just happen to know about this guy just because, right? So I'm reading through this list to see if a name I recognize. And that was one of the names I recognized, him and his wife. Like, what the fuck, dude? Why is this guy hanging out with these people? The whole point is that this is all evidence of social engineering. That like this shit doesn't happen by accident.
Yeah, never.
This isn't like some accidental thing. The counterculture, the protests, the Vietnam, all that stuff. Yep. None of that stuff was accidental.
Star Wars defense system. Ronald Reagan. What?
Do you think that all those people that meet up are actually connected through a bloodline or something? Like somehow some sort of connection that is through blood other than just something else?
I mean, basically? I don't know about all that. I mean,
we can't prove
I don't know. I've never seen any evidence for that. But I mean, how would I find the evidence that? What am I going to go through birth certificates and shit? Like,
well, yeah. Well, usually the thing is that Jews have something to do with it, but it's not actually just absolutely 100% the Jews. It's something else you have.
No.
Yeah.
Jews don't have anything to do with anything. So there's fake Jews, right? So I'll give you an example. See, listen, there's fake Jews. There's people that say they're Jews that aren't Jews. Okay? So most people don't know this, that to be a Jew means your mother had to be a Jew. Jewishness doesn't pass through the father, it passes through the mother. So when people say this Zelensky character is a Jew, they're actually not. That's not true. His great grandfather was a Jew, which means he's not a Jew. It's a matriarchal lineage. Passes through the mothers, doesn't pass through the fathers.
I did not know that. This is amazing. This is amazing.
So listen, according to the Jewish religion, so Jews don't think Zelensky's a Jew. So why should I think he's a Jew? Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's their religion. They decide who's in it. If they say he's not in it, then like I'll just go with that. Right. Yeah. So, but there's a lot of people like Benjamin Netanyahu. He was the Israeli prime minister. He's not a Jew because his mother was not a Jew. And plus, he doesn't practice. He doesn't go to synagogue. He doesn't do any of that shit. So like, he's just a Jew, and like he runs around saying he's a Jew for whatever benefit that confers upon him, right? If anybody says anything against him, he can just say, "Oh, anti-Semitism," right? And boom, the argument's over. Oh my God!
It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're hiding inside that costume of
Exactly.
Jew.
Exactly.
Well, then I
Exactly.
suppose it's more like a group or like a cult, basically, and you're initiated somehow, and you're part of it. And if you do something, then you're not part of it anymore. They can just kill you or just essentially accuse you of something. That's usually what happens. It's the same thing with being a Freemason, essentially.
Well, it's kind of like
Something
I
similar,
think
I
of it like
suppose.
this: is like there's some psychopaths in the world, and they all recognize each other, but we don't recognize them. Right?
Psychopaths.
So
Why not sociopaths?
yes.
Why do
Well,
you
it's
think that
the
they're
same difference, but this is next level psychopath, sociopath. They want to be the
Like,
greatest
yeah.
sociopath, psychopath. So they do have like some sort of. They do care about what other human beings think. They want other human beings to think that they're the greatest thing ever. These are the people that want to go in the history books and like, so and so conquered so and so. When
Another
they
good
read
example of what
like
you're talking about is the
Caesar,
House of
when they read
Windsor.
like Caesar conquered fucking blah blah blah, they're like, I want to be that. That's most normal people don't act like that. They're not like I want to do that shit.
Yes, for
Like, listen,
ego.
you had Madeleine Albright said 1 million Iraqi children died because of sanctions, and she was asked, was it worth it? She says, yes, I think it was. What kind of human being says it was worth killing 1 million children for no net gain? Because the sanctions on Iraq never got Saddam Hussein out of office. So who says that? Think about it. How fucking demented do you have to be? And it's not like she's the only one that's demented. You look at any world leader, they're all like this. It's nothing for them to kill like 100 people, 200 people, 300 people, 1,000 people. They don't care. Like human beings aren't nothing to them, right?
Hillary
Yeah, it
said
is
the
just
same
for
thing
ego
about
fulfillment. That
Benghazi,
is
right?
what it's all
Yeah.
about.
So yeah, exactly. I mean, these like Hillary's done the same thing. Clinton, Bush, you name any leader in the United States, any leader that's able to will. Most leaders of countries that are able to have the resources to be able to kill a bunch of people usually do.
I
So
don't know if
the
you've heard
point
me, but I
is that
was
they
saying
all
another good,
recognize each other. That's the point. Is that they all recognize each other. They
yeah, another good
like
example of what you were saying about that, how they hide the House of Windsor over there. That's not their name. They changed their name. They're not from Britain, but they
oh yeah,
changed their name to make themselves sound more British, so that the people would accept them.
I saw
They
a
have,
news story about that the actual true heir of the throne of England is actually in Australia. Some random dude in Australia. Yeah, if you actually go by like what the law is and what the true lineage is, it's just some random dude in Australia, and that somehow his lineage got ousted. I don't think it was by the Windsor family. I think it was by the family before that, because they
look at
didn't like this. There
Goldberg.
isn't like a clean succession for like some of this stuff. You know what I mean? Some of it was like the step. It was the bastard son that took over, not the rightful heir. But because he won the war, he became king, and it's like everybody forgets that like he isn't actually the heir of the king in the first place. So there's a lot of that stuff that kind of went on, or they intermarried, and then but you don't really know who the father is because the father had like red hair and the kid came out with blonde hair or something. There's a lot of that.
The Hollywood people do it too. Like Jon Stewart, that's not his real name. He has an extremely Jewish sounding last name. I think it's like
Jon Stewart
Weaverly.
is Jewish.
Yeah, I know he's Jewish, but his last name isn't Stewart. He has an extremely Jewish sounding last name, but for some reason he doesn't use that for his his Hollywood persona. And look at Whoopi Goldberg. She's not Jewish. That's not her. Goldberg is.
Of course. And anyway, I want to get to my point. My point is that like think imagine like sociopathy is like a genetic trait, right? That you pass down and pass down and pass down, like this trait where you don't feel for other human beings, and that basically the ends justify the means in all situations. When you have like So you have like all the intermarrying you did in Europe, right? So you got psychopath in Belgium and psychopath in England, and then they marry. Then they have psychopath kids that intermarry with other royalty that are also psychopaths. So you get like peak psychopath, right? You get like, if you want to, in evolutionary terms, right? They're actually freaking breeding for psychopathy. They're actually like you breed dogs for a certain trait. They're actually breeding for the trait of be crazy, right? So what we get now, because it turns out that Bush, Obama, all these people have some royalty in their bloodline somewhere. So they end up somehow with the head of a country in like. But if you look at all of them, they all have like some common lineage. But normal people don't think like. If someone came up to me today and said, "Hey, you can be the president of the United States," I'd be like, "Fuck no. Go do it yourself. No one nothing to do with that shit." But these people crave that. That's what they want. They want power. They want power over. They want to be like God. You understand? They want to be able to fucking shut people off and on like God does. Oh, you're dead. Boom. Doesn't even matter. They don't even care. What they care about is the ability to do it without consequence. And it seems alien to us because we're normal. You know, we're normal human beings. That's why they have their death cult in fucking Skull and Bones, and it's a death cult. Try to be such a Debbie Downer, but the world is run by a death cult. And they like Fauci. Why do they want to depopulate? People think like it's for some reason. They want to do it just because they can. That's like because they can. Hey man, I freaking like. What did you do, King Albert? Well, I killed 14,000 people. Oh, I got that beat, man. You remember that freaking? Remember that corona germ? Oh yeah. I created that. I got 6 million under my belt. You're gonna have to step up your game.
Yeah, we're just pieces on a chessboard. Yeah.
We'd be lucky if we were even that high. And then people come in here and like, why would they lie about the globe? Dude, lying about the globe is like the least of your worries.
Well, and that's such a dumb question anyways, because, I mean, why does anyone lie? You know, and it doesn't matter. The why it never matters. If it's a lie, it's a lie. The why is not important at all.
Well, they ask the why. Globers tend to ask questions which are unfalsifiable, and they know they're unfalsifiable, and that's why they ask them. So they'll ask questions like, well, why would they lie? Like you can prove the motive another person's in their brain, right? If you look in the criminal law, motive is not the element of any crime. It does not need to be proven. Why? Because it can't be proven. Because sometimes people do things for reasons they don't even understand. Right? In the law, it's called mens rea. It means guilty mind. All you have to do is know that what you did is wrong. Right? That's it. You don't have to know why you did it. The motive is irrelevant. So, like, why would they lie? Who cares? We know they are lying. We don't have to know why. And how could we prove it anyway, right? And I've said this to Cobras. Okay, imagine all the leaders on Earth. They signed confessions. We lied about the globe. The Earth is really flat. Would that prove the Earth is flat? No. It would just prove that they signed a piece of paper saying they lied that the Earth is flat and that the Earth is really flat. It wouldn't mean that what they said is true.
Well, you know what gets me is everyone knows that government lies, but yet they still believe shit they say.
Why? Policy.
If they lied to me once, why would I believe anything they ever say to me? What people do, they I don't know.
It's the official policy of the United States government to lie. Okay, so during the second Iraq War, a case was argued for the Supreme Court. The United States filed a friend of the court brief. Solicitor General Ted Olson argued that it was okay for the United States government to lie to the public, and sometime it was required, meaning they had no option. Okay, so it's the official policy of the United States government to lie to the public. So they're saying they lie to the public. Okay, so you don't believe them? Can't have it both ways. If they're saying they're going to lie, then like either that's a lie, but you don't believe they lie, so how can that be a lie? Like they're stuck at that point, right?
Well, you can even go back to the Kennedy assassination. They've basically admitted that their official narrative is a lie, and the truth is so damning that the American public cannot know the truth. And so they sealed all the records. I think until like 2029.
It was like 75 years, and then they reduced it, but now they're back up, like because they were supposed to release a bunch of more records again.
Yeah,
and they didn't change their mind. The thing is, even if they say they're going to release the records, it doesn't even mean that those are actually the records.
Yeah. They can tell us whatever they want. The aliens did it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, how are we going to know, right?
That's why I don't get hung up anymore on truth and seeking truth, because I just know everything they tell me is a lie, and I just try to stay ahead of the game and know what they're going to do before they do it, and be aware and keep myself safe and my family safe with certain things like the jab, for instance. And I'm never going to find out all the answers and all the truth, because where am I going to get it from?
Yeah,
them.
This is the way. Yeah, this is the way you just got to break it down like this. Is that you got to become like an empiricist. There's things you believe, and there's the things you know. You really think about it, most of the things you think you know are actually just beliefs. And that's the sad truth. A lot of things we think we know in reality are just beliefs. Because the only way to have true knowledge is to experience whatever it is your knowledge is of, right?
Every conspiracy that I've looked at, I think I know, but I don't know. The only one I know for sure is that the Earth is flat. That's the only verifiable one that I know for
fact. That's because but you can know that from experience. You don't have to believe anybody. It's like somebody telling you like what you're like, are you a male or female? You don't have to like imagine you were born in a sensory deprivation chamber, and all you can do is see out, can't feel your body. Someone kept telling you you're a girl, you're a girl, you're a girl, you're a girl. And then somehow you freed your hands and touched yourself and realized you're a man. You can verify for yourself, no matter what they say, what your gender is. And that's the thing about Flat Earth, that no matter what they say, until they can demonstrate to people through experience that they're on a ball, everybody's going to experience the Earth is flat and motionless. And until they cross that hurdle where they demonstrate, boom, hey, you can go out, you can do this test, and you can measure curvature, you can measure rotation, you can do one of these two things. Until you can do that for everybody on Earth, the globe is going to be a belief. It's never going to be knowledge. Period. Listen, nothing I'm saying can be refuted. It's 100% fact. Knowledge comes from experience. The only way true knowledge comes from actual experience. And the fact is, nobody you know, or I know, or have ever met, has experienced the Earth as a ball. There's a handful of people, 500, that say they have, right? And even only a small portion of those say they saw the full ball, right? The people that say they went to the moon. So it's a very, very small proportion of people that can even start to make the claim that they experience the Earth as a ball. Everybody else experiences the Earth as flat, period. It's undisputable proof that it's not disputable. So the whole conspiracy theory, like, how can you hide It doesn't matter how big of the conspiracy it is. It doesn't matter how much brainwashing it is. Eventually, you can go outside, you can check your environment, and you can experience the world. Nobody ever left their house and looked at the world and said, this looks like a big ball. Nobody ever did that. Some goofballs a few thousand years ago looked up at the sky and were like, look, there's a bunch of balls up there. Maybe we're on a ball, or something like that. I mean, they didn't even do it that way. But still, even then, it's still conceptual. It's still something in their mind. They have to imagine it. Because they can't see it, right? So ultimately, the globe is like, it's like this: is that the Earth is a ball, but it's a ball that's so big that you have to imagine it's a ball because it's not within the realm of this perception of your senses. Because it's just a little bit too big to see. It's spinning a little bit too slow to feel, right? It's a little a little bit too big to measure, and it's a little, you can't measure the spin, and it's a little too slow to measure the spin. Everything is just barely outside the reach of detectability. So you have to go.
Yeah. You can't detect it, but somehow they figured all that out and measured everything and figured out the. Yeah, it doesn't. That makes
even though it's just outside the realm of detectability, but they figured it out because they're smart, right? So trust us.
Yeah.
And that's what it all boils down to. Trust us, we're smart. And eventually they got to the point where, oh, we went to a place you can't go. Trust us. We got there, and it was a ball. Yeah, let's stake my existential reality on your claim, right? I have one life to live, and then I gotta base that upon where I am, right? Because that's kind of like existential. Where am I? How did I get here? All those things, all those questions, and those determine how you're gonna live your life, your worldview, right? So I'm gonna base my worldview on the claims of complete strangers that I've never met. You know, that swear to God they went to a place that I can't go and never will go and experience something that is completely contradictory to everything I've ever experienced. They went to outer space, a place where you drop things and they don't fall. When you drop something, it just floats like magic, right? So people don't even consider that an incredible claim anymore.
Well, not only that, we know they're liars. This isn't the first lie. It's constant.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can compound that. Then you can look at the history and all those shady characters, the actual history of all the shady characters involved in this. Newton, Copernicus, Kepler, fucking, Galileo. Einstein ain't freaking exactly squeaky clean either. If you think about it critically, and then there's the propaganda aspect. Like, why do people think that the pinnacle of human civilization is the idea that there is a ball? How come the smartest people to ever exist are the people that look up at the sky, right? Who's the smartest people that ever exist? Oh, Einstein, Hawking, Newton, right? People that have never done anything. Now, probably because of the internet, but Tesla, in mainstream society, Tesla is not considered the smartest person that ever existed. In mainstream, like academia, it would be Newton, Einstein, Galileo, Copernicus, Pythagoras, Archimedes, maybe Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, and most of them have something to do. I mean, the very pinnacle people, Newton and fucking Einstein, what is their claim to fame? They looked at the stars and they came up with an idea of how the fucking stars move. So, or how the planets move and how the stars move and why all that shit is, right? So they came up with a so-called scientific creation story. And so they're considered the smartest people that ever lived. If you look at it like, why are those people considered the smartest people that ever lived? And why aren't the people that actually helped humanity? Like, how about the guy that invented the wheel? How about the guy that invented fire? How about the guy that, like, like there's so many inventions which has helped humanity. Why is it the people that look at the stars and have actually never made anything useful? Why are they the smartest people? Because there's nothing useful about outer space. Outer space and the ideas of outer space, no practical benefit to anybody on Earth. Look, okay, say tomorrow, all the satellites that they say they got fell out of the sky, what would happen?
Nothing.
Exactly, nothing would fucking change, right? Because GPS actually works through location services, and they even admit this. So the one thing that may affect your life doesn't. I think people would find out very quickly that satellite TV is not satellites in space. Because there's no need for satellites in space, because they were doing radio transmissions of 10,000 miles like fucking in 1918. So why would they ever need to make satellites in the first place? When they can already transmit to the other side of the so-called ball, right?
Right.
So if I can talk to someone in Australia from the United Kingdom in 1918 before the idea of satellites was invented, why do I need to invent satellites? See, when you actually start looking at it, it doesn't make sense. Like, people don't do shit like that. Like, there's parts of it, there's parts of like this flat earth, globe earth topic. And like, part of me is like, all I need is the empirical evidence, and that's what convinces me. But, that exists. Fact that Earth measures flat, fact there's no detectable motion. But then when you start looking at the other things, the history, the propaganda, the propaganda is just mind blowing. It was the first thing I noticed when I realized the Earth was flat. The first thing I noticed was how many times I see a globe a day. Like, holy shit, man. It's on the side of this bus. It's on the side of that door. Fucking on TV every 3 seconds. What the fuck does dry cleaning have to do with a globe? Right? That's serious. There's a dry cleaning place, and on their door they have a big globe on it. A picture of a globe. Like, what the fuck does dry cleaning have to do with the shape of the Earth? Nothing. Why is it there? It's like this programming that's happening all the time. Oh, you're on a ball, you're on a ball, you're on a ball, you're on a ball. Then you think, what's the claim to fame? Like, what is the claim to fame of civilization? Oh, we discovered the Earth was a ball. Why do they call it the Enlightenment? Right? What does the Enlightenment signify? Like, oh yes, we were all stupid, and then there was the Enlightenment, and science took over. Oh, what triggered the Enlightenment? Oh, Copernicus. He wrote Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies and came up with the heliocentric model. So the foundation of Western civilization and knowledge is the heliocentric model. It's the idea that we're a ball in space. It's the entire foundation of Western civilization. When you start like really thinking about it, the whole totality of everything, you're like, damn, man. Just like, damn. And then if you have a religious bent, right? The Christian religion, it says that Satan is the father of lies, right? In that he and what is the greatest lie you could possibly be told? Right? That you're someplace you're not. Because in the Christian religion, this is the devil's world. This isn't God's world. This is the devil's world. The devil has dominion over this world. This is his world.
Well, and that's the other greatest lie, right? That the devil doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, the devil's trying to convince you that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I always thought it was interesting too. Another
But the
telltale
devil knows
sign.
God exists. That's the funny part, right?
Right.
So
it was
in the
funny when
Christian
I woke up to
religion,
flat Earth.
the devil is a fallen angel, so he knows God exists. But
What you were
his
saying
thing,
earlier about the globe and how they interject it and how often you see it.
it's a
Another
massive
interesting thing
amount
was
of times.
how much they will add in something like in a TV show or something just out of nowhere to ridicule the idea of flat Earth. Like it will just come out of nowhere in a show, in a movie. You're like, what?
Yeah. I've noticed that a little bit. But like, and there's the opposite of that, right? How many times do they make a normal subject and somehow they insert space into it? So there's a kid show on PBS. It's called Rabbids Invasion. Have you ever heard of this show?
No.
Okay, so it's just a kid show. It's a bunch of rabbits. They run around and it's a cartoon, so it's for kids. They just do goofy shit. They're just rabbits. But they can't be regular rabbits. They're space rabbits. So the rabbits that came from outer space and landed on Earth and then do hijinks. Now they do everything that regular rabbits do, right? They look like regular rabbits. They do all stuff, but these can't be Earth rabbits. They have to be space rabbits. And then so I have a young son. So he was younger. I noticed all this stuff that he was watching on public television, like cartoons. All of them had something to do with space in them. Curious George is in space. I think it's called Ready Set, something like Rocket Set Go or something like that. They were always in space. The kid that there was the regular kids, and then one of the other kids was an alien. Even though he looked like a human, he was an alien from another planet, and they go into outer space and have adventures, right? So everything, all this stuff. You go on Netflix, hey, what are the movies? Out of the top new movies, 8 of them are space movies. This shit is everywhere. It's inescapable. You can't get away from it. Now, think of that, right? It's everywhere. You think, oh, it's just innocent, right? Now, correlate that to how much space has to do with your real life, right? How much space it doesn't. It has no effect on real life. How many people claim to have been in space? 500, right? 500 to 600. So, what profession gets as much notoriety as being an astronaut? Right? There's way more important professions. A plumber. Believe me, if all the plumbers died tomorrow, everyone would know really fucking quickly all the plumbers are dead. Right? But they're not getting TV shows about them all day. They're not in the newspaper. They're not in magazines. They're not getting all this notoriety, but they're way more important than an astronaut. Way more important. So it's like all these factors combined, right? And then when you go out into the world, you get all these factors, right? You got these social factors, the psychological factors, the political factors, all how much money goes into it. Its actual utility compared to other things. And you look at it from all those aspects, the human aspects, and then you look at it from the scientific empirical aspects, and you're like, there's nothing to support this in any way you look at it, right? Anytime a Glober comes in here, he'll say, oh, there's a Coriolis effect. Okay, give me the data. When was the measurement taken? What device do they use? I don't know. Let me Google. Then they Google, they don't find anything. Oh, the sun's 93 million miles away. Okay, how'd they measure that? Oh, let me Google. Can't find out for that. Anything you ask them, they can't actually provide the evidence from. They can tell you the story, but you ask them for the evidence, they don't have that. But they believe the story for some reason. And then you ask for evidence, and then they have nothing. This has been going on with me here 5 years. They come in, and they have nothing. Nothing. They can't demonstrate a fucking thing. I always say this. They can't demonstrate a fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like,
you brought up a really good point.
That's gravity holds air against the vacuum. Okay, demonstrate that. Well, I can't do that. I would need a mass the size of the Earth. Right? Say, okay, so take a vacuum chamber. Okay, evacuate it. Okay, now insert a little bit of gas. Show me the gas sinking to the bottom, away from the vacuum. Right? It's on Earth, right? Gravity is pulling the gas down against the vacuum, so show me the gas going. Can't do that. Show me the Coriolis effect. Can't do that. Show me mass attractive mass. Can't do that. Show me curvature. Can't do that. Show me rotation. Can't do that. Show me fucking, what else they say? Show me things varying by weight with latitude. Can't do that. Show me things varying by weight because of spin. Can't do that. Like, it doesn't matter what you ask them. They can't demonstrate any of it. They can tell you a nice story.
Right.
They can tell you a story about how everybody believes it, and that you should believe it too. And that you're a stupid fuck if you don't believe the story that they believe. They can tell you that story.
All these years and all that money, and they've contributed nothing to society or the world.
I said this before, even if you believed in the heliocentric model, right? Even if you believe we can go to space and you believe it all. Let's just say, I believe it all. Okay? You're never going to make money going to space. Like, think about it like this. Human beings do things to make profit, right? If you look at going to space in its totality, how much it costs, how much is being made from doing it, how much money is being made. It's going to be in the red as an industry forever. There's no foreseeable future where you're going to make a profit. If you go by the laws of physics as we know now, there's no better propulsion technology that's come out. There's no way they're going to get the cost of fucking rockets into space down. There's no money in it, right? You look at, so people say space tourism. Okay, space tourism. Let's look at that. How much money does a regular tourism industry make? Oh, it makes about, for every dollar they invest, they make $110. So they have a 10% margin. Okay? That's the regular tourist industry. So now we're going to add an extreme amount of cost to get you to your tourist spot, right? So now we're going to add your cost of $10,000 per pound for you to go into space. And what fun is space? It's not really that fun because you're going to be in a suit, right? You can't breathe the air, and if you're not really careful, you're going to fucking die, right? So that's not exactly a great fucking tourist attraction. You're never going to make money doing that. Okay, so someone will say, oh, we're going to mine gold asteroids. Okay, so now we go 1 trillion-ton asteroid, we're going to bring it back to Earth. Oh, shit, we just crashed the gold market, and now this fucking 1 trillion-ton gold asteroid isn't worth shit. Because now there's too much. Because price is based upon supply and demand, and we have a huge supply now, and now gold is worthless. There's no conceivable way you can make money from space. And knowing human beings, right, that we have to do things based upon profit in order to stay in business, how the fuck are they still doing it? It doesn't make sense. Now imagine human beings for 60 to 70 years engaging in an enterprise that made no money and only lost money for 60 years. Do human beings actually do shit like that? Not in my experience.
Well, I mean, people
just think about it for a second.
It's easy to throw money away. It's easy to throw money away.
It's not their money, right?
Yours.
Yeah, exactly. Right. They didn't print it anyway, so yeah, I understand that. Because to me, the NASA and all that shit, it's like a government make work program.
But you're right, though. You're 100% right. It doesn't.
It doesn't make sense as a human endeavor, like going to space. Like if you look at like, okay, so in the black is profit, in the red is debt, is not a profit, is losing money. You like, you're in the red
like
forever. You're always going to be in the red, always, forever and ever. For what benefit? For like, what is the benefit? What
you said it though.
I'm just like thinking like how like, okay, even in 50 years, what's the benefit? What are we going to get out of it? 100 years, what are we going to get out of it? Because eventually, right? Even I'm talking about even if you believe it, eventually the best we can do is be in the solar system. There's no possibility of going to another star, too far away. Voyager, it's the fastest object that's ever been propelled. At the speed it's going, it's not going to reach the closest star for 100,000 years. Yeah, 100,000 years. The closest star. Okay? So, we're stuck in the solar system. Every planet in the solar system is less hospitable than Antarctica. Okay? So, it's like think about Antarctica for a second and take away the air and the ice. So you took away the water, you took away the air, and now that's everything else is that. Then that's the best case scenario. That's Mars in their model. So that's what Mars is. It's basically Antarctica without the ice and out the air. Great, fantastic. Let's go there and hang out. Right? I'm going to go there for a tourist venue. Not Cancun. I'm going to go to fucking Mars. To see what? Because if you're on Mars, you can't even see the Earth, right? The Earth's a little fucking dot like Mars is from here. Like, what are you going to look at? There's no plants there. There's no animals there. There's nothing there. Why would you want to go there? It's not going to be fun. You know, if you start thinking about these things rationally, like a logical human being, none of this shit makes any fucking sense at all. Why anybody would be spending trillions of dollars to do nothing for no end.
Yeah, and they, like you said, they haven't contributed anything in all this time. What if they
never can? But the thing is, it never can. With the laws of physics as we know them today, it never can. Unless we come up with some fucking goddamn breakthrough of propulsion that we never had before, it never can. We'd have to come. Do we have the ability to terraform a planet? No. Are we anywhere even close to terraforming a planet? No. According to the fucking climate nuts, we're destroying this planet. We can't even take care of this one. So how are we going to go fix another one? If we could fix another one, we could fix this one, right? It goes to like, how can you say we're going to go to Mars and terraform that when this planet isn't even as in bad a shape of Mars and we can't fix this? Right? If you can't fix a car in the junkyard, you're not going to be able to fix a car that just has some bad brakes. Okay. Okay. Or, I mean, vice versa. Right? If you can't fix a car with bad brakes, you're not going to be able to fix a car that's complete junk. You know, it's just like, it's just critically thinking about all the stuff, right? Each aspect of the shit they say. And when you start picking it apart, you're just like, there's nothing holding this together, dude. It's just like a bunch of like pie in the sky hopes and dreams where people think that they're going to fucking live Star Wars and go fuck alien hookers that have 3 tits. No, dude, none of that shit's happening. You're dreaming.
Well, that's why they don't want to let it go either. They're so obsessed with that fantasy. They don't want to let that go.
Sorry for my rant, dude, but like, you know, it fucking irritates me. The whole shit still.
No, you're all right. I appreciate it. You're right, man.
You know, it's a bummer. Like, dude, like the first movie I ever watched was Star Wars. Second movie I ever watched was Superman. Both of them are movies about fucking people from outer space. I was sold that shit, too. We're all going to space someday. there's people that are like 90 years old that thought they were going to space. They're gonna fucking die, living their whole life thinking they were gonna go to space. I'm telling every generation, yeah, we're almost there. It's almost your turn.
Keep going, India. I'm enjoying it.
And what? Told everybody space was fake, man. You'd see mass fucking suicides. All over dropping dead. I mean, they have nothing left, right? They're banking. They're banking everything on their afterlife being some transhumanist upload into a computer and then jettison into space where they're going to live forever.
Don't forget, like a few years ago, all those applicants to NASA to go on a one-way mission to Mars and never come back. Now, there were like hundreds or thousands of mostly men, I think, mostly like really like men that didn't have much to lose, I guess, sort of, Like, imagine all those dorks,
Yeah. It would have been women too, but there's no stores on Mars, so they decided they wanted to stay here. That's sexist.
Would there be men on Mars?
Little green men.
Would there be women on Venus?
Probably because Venus is hot. I mean, they've sold the world a bill of goods like it is fantasy. It's no different than like Catholic Church selling fucking what the hell did they call them? Whatever they sold them, you paid money, you were like guaranteed to go to heaven. Same thing. I mean, think about it. If you're an atheist, what else do you got? Right? What else do you have to look forward to? Or my iPhone 50. I mean, Jesus, how can you live that way? I don't understand it.
Indulgences.
Yeah, that's it. Indulgences. Selling indulgences.
Funny way to name it, though, when you think about it. Indulging, like to get to heaven, like it implies that you indulge in heaven, which is kind of like when you think of indulging, it's kind of like a sinful type of act when you think about it, right? You overindulge, or you're indulging in sex, or you're indulging in some kind of great meal, right?
Yeah, like you could buy your sins away. So you could go to heaven because you didn't have any sins. You paid them off or whatever.
Right. Yeah, Mars is the new heaven.
Mars is the new heaven. Brought to you by the high priest, Elon Musk.
Right. And your carbon tax or your carbon footprint is the new original sin.
Maybe if we ship our carbon to Mars, then it'll become a more hospitable planet.
How they convinced, another thing that reversed, how they convinced everybody that carbon was a bad thing. The carbon dioxide is a bad thing, in fact. We need to reduce the carbon dioxide, right? Which is what we need to live.
The most cracked out thing is that the number one greenhouse gas is water vapor. How are you going to get rid of that?
The number one greenhouse gas is what? Toilet paper? What did you say it was? You're cutting out a little bit.
Water vapor. Water vapor.
Is that right? Is that what they say?
What is?
I thought it was cow farts.
So that's number two. I think sheep farts.
Morning all. Anyone chatting?
Hey, Chad.
Yeah, we're alive. How's it going?
Oh, I'm a back end, but apart from that, not too bad. Just suffering the tortures of the damned. Anything new around here?
You missed an epic rant that Indio just went off on. It was really good.
What was the subject?
The globe farts.
Now he's roboting a little bit. It's too bad.
Yeah. And the globe what?
Globe deception.
Oh.
Fancy hearing about that in here.
Crazy.
Yeah, how's that? Better?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
A brief chat with Octane Weasel. It's just such a nothing troll, isn't he? Cracker.
Never heard of him.
Doesn't have opinion. Oh, he's down.
Octane Weasel. You know, has no opinion whatsoever about anything.
No. Doesn't care about anything. At all. If his whole family was murdered and raped and everything, he'd just say, oh well, not interested. Just carry on doing whatever he's doing.
How's things over on the Isle?
It's hard to tell, really. I mean, it's I don't interact much with I don't know, any kind of organisations. Yeah, so just keep to myself, really. Obviously, all the prices have gone up, but I mean, it's.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know, the Western world decided it was going to blow its own foot off. So.
Yeah. I think if anybody wants an explanation of cutting your nose off to spite your face, there's a perfect example. Yeah, absolutely incredible. But there you go. That's.
It's just like.
That's where we're at.
It's almost mind blowing. It's mind blowing. That to defeat the enemy, you have to become your enemy. They're like, yeah, we hate you for censorship and not having democracy and all these other things. And we're going to do them ourselves. We'll show you.
Yeah.
We can do it better than you.
Yeah, it's very, very strange. I really am completely confused about what's going on and why they're doing it, but.
So here's some funny shit, dude. There's a Russian philosopher, political scientist. His name is Alexander Dugin. Now, about 10 years ago, he wrote a book called The Fourth Political Theory. Basically, it's about how liberal democracy has defeated fascism and communism, and now there's nothing else left. And the idea, and now liberal democracy has decided that there is only one way to do everything, and it's a foregone conclusion that liberal democracy is just the best form of government, and that's what everybody should do, and that they're going to enforce that, and in order to enforce it, they're going to become totalitarians.
Yeah.
And he wrote this 10 years ago, and it's like literally exactly what's happening. His point is that what's going to end up happening is that liberal democracies are going to show that in actuality, they're not liberal democracies. Because when there's nothing else left, its true face is going to show itself. And like, it's so funny that it really is. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So we've censored everything from anything that could be even remotely construed as so-called pro-Russian. We're not allowed to do business. They've stolen Russia's money, right? They even, listen, during World War II, they still paid the debts they owed to Germany. They didn't stop paying, like, because those are commercial transactions. Those are supposed to be outside of, the political shit.
Yeah,
so
private ownership is like, it's almost like a holy grail, isn't it? Once you say that you can just take somebody's money without question, well then nothing's worth anything anymore.
Without due process, no due process, right?
Yeah, nothing. I mean, nothing. How can anything be worth anything if they can just take it off you without good reason? But then again, I mean, I realise that even during World War II, if you owned a house which the military deemed was useful to them, they'll just take it. So, I mean, I know it's a much smaller scale, but it's been, the government can basically, they've got guns, and maybe you have in America, but you haven't got as many. So.
Well, it's not the guns you have to worry about, it's the radio. You can't outrun the radio, as they say.
Yeah. And that means all sorts of mediums, I suppose, media. anything now, internet, radio, communications. Yeah, it's amazing how blindly everybody's just supported the latest thing. Very strange.
Well, did you hear that, like, about, I don't know, I think it was 3 weeks ago, Facebook reversed their no violence policy as long as it was calls for violence against Russians.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
That's
That was very
what I'm talking. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, it's like the mask is falling off, right? That they didn't actually hold these principles that they say that, like, they stand for. They never actually held them. Those were just public relation gimmicks to have the appearance of having a moral high ground, when they actually didn't believe those principles in the first place.
No, I mean, those guys that don't believe in anything, do they? The West, it's been long known that the West just has no morals at all. I remember an interview with Colonel Gaddafi, and he was talking about Tony Blair, and he was saying, yeah, well, wasn't Tony Blair round your house the other week, having drinks? And he goes, yeah, we're getting on fine. And now he's declaring you a terrorist. He goes, yeah, well, they've got no morals. And he's absolutely right. They just have absolutely no morals at all. They don't hold anything, sacred, nothing except, well, I don't know, except maybe themselves, but they're just total scumbags. I think that, I know it's been misappropriate. I'm not the quote. If you can convince somebody of absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities. I don't know who actually originated that, but it's very true, And it goes down to just getting people to believe things which are just absurd. And then, once you've cracked that, then someone's brain is they're just broken, and you can just get them to do whatever you like.
Yeah, we see it here all the time, right? Where they come in and they're like, how do I know anything exists, right?
Yeah.
So they're attacking the idea of truth itself.
Yeah.
If there is no truth, right? If there's no truth in existence, it really doesn't matter what you do, right? Everything's just one big opinion.
Yeah.
You can just do whatever you want.
Yeah. Yeah, I refer to, I know it's not completely, but I say that's just resorting to a solipsism,
Yeah.
How do
Agreed.
it's because once somebody starts questioning if truth is true, if reality is reality, once someone questions that, then I think there's a logical saying: if X and not X, therefore Q, or if P and not P, therefore Q. So if something's true and it's also not true, then you can just say anything you like because there's no rules. That's which is that's a summary of what you just said.
Yeah, and if they don't agree with you, you make sure nobody can hear them.
Yeah.
Hey, didn't Henry Ford after World War II sue the United States government for bombing Ford factories in Germany? And wasn't he like a Nazi collaborator too? Didn't he support? I think he supported the Nazi movement.
It wouldn't surprise me if he did.
Well, he was an industrialist, and they were good at industry, so it would follow, wouldn't it?
But fascism is like merger of the state and the corporation. Now, Germany had like their brand of fascism, which wasn't like the exact same kind as, Italian fascism. And fascism is just a political theory on how like the government should be structured. Now, of course, there's like versions of it, just like there's versions of democracy, right? Like in the United States, we have a constitutional republic. So, like, in UK, what is it considered, parliamentary democracy or something?
Nah, monarchy, constitutional monarchy.
Constitutional monarchy.
Yeah, I think so.
That doesn't sound very democratic.
It's not, is it? The Queen is the head of the government, the head of the church, the head of the army.
Can the Queen veto legislation?
Absolutely, absolutely, and she's got absolutely the final say on everything. Everything. The Prime Minister is the Queen's prime servant. So the Prime Minister is the servant of the Queen.
Is that old bitch still alive?
Oh yeah.
She hasn't croaked yet?
No, amazing. She's very, very shrewd. She stays out of any bullshit. Gets everybody else to take the blame for her government.
No, I don't even know if I believe.
Everything has to go through her. She
I saw a thing where someone came into Heathrow Airport and they had a little like LCD, the TV screens were up, and they, for the international flights, it said, if you've come from Ukraine and you know of any war crimes, please alert the Metropolitan Police and file a report. Now, what the fuck did the Metropolitan Police in London, what the hell are they going to do about a war crime in Ukraine?
Absurdity. Yeah, as if we haven't got enough crime in our own country. Crime is just going through the roof.
Here's the absurdity. So want to hear the peak absurdity? So today I heard there was a story. So about 10 years ago, a 14-year-old boy was seduced or whatever by a 20-year-old woman. Unbeknownst to him, so that's basically child molestation, right? It's rape. He isn't old enough to consent. So she got pregnant. So he didn't know. So 6 years later, she goes to court. She sued him for child support, and he was ordered to pay child support.
How ridiculous.
So he has to pay child support for his rape baby.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well, I remember. Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing something about some rapist who was in jail, and he sued for to be able to contact the child and.
Oh yeah, for biological. That's right. She's a biological.
For visiting rights or something. So she had to bring her child from rape in to see the guy who raped her in the prison.
That's
madness.
It is total madness. That's how you know psychopaths are running shit. Because the way I look at the laws, it's like computer code, right? You code it, right? And that's what we call it. We call it the code, right? You code it up, and then the computer processor runs it. So what we have is we have a code, and then we have government officials. They're like the computer processor. Well, dude, we're human beings. You don't run the code blindly. Right? There's sometimes where the code doesn't make sense to actually execute, and you do something else. Such as, a time when the code isn't making sense to execute is when the code says biological parents have the right to see their children, and the guy's a rapist. No, you don't execute that code.
Yeah. I just remembered Madeleine Albright died quite recently. She was the woman, just to remind everyone, she was the woman who said that sanctions in Iraq, which they reckon killed 500,000 children, was worth it.
I actually was talking about that about an hour ago. I was talking about psychopaths, and that she's the first person I thought of.
Yeah, that's got to be up there.
Woman. That's got to be the sickest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, it's got to be up there, isn't it? So you think 500,000 children's death was worth it? Oh yeah, definitely worth it. Right.
Listen, she not only did she say, she said it was worth it, even though. Okay, so it isn't just a 500,000 died. 500,000 died because of sanctions, and she said it was worth it, even though the sanctions didn't work to get rid of Saddam Hussein. And it was still worth it, even though it didn't work.
Yeah.
That is one stick individual.
Yep. She wasn't ashamed of it either. That's the amazing thing. It was barefaced, and the thing that amazed me as well is it actually got quite a lot of publicity, which convinces me that these people want to shove it in our face.
Yeah.
They're not
like hiding. A badge of honor.
Yeah, they're not hiding. You know, they're not doing it behind closed doors. This is. When people talk about all these, they murdered this person, it's this secret, this was open. 500,000 children in Iraq admitting it and saying, yes,
listen,
we agree with it.
What is a better indicator of power than that you can kill 500,000 children and get away with it and no one punishes you? How powerful are you?
And boast about it. And
boast about it, yes. Like, how powerful are you?
Very.
You're a very powerful person when you can brag about killing 500,000 children and nobody holds you to account.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the woman who was interviewing her, I mean, what reason did that woman was just terrified of her. She's not going to, I mean, if someone said you've got the opportunity to be next to somebody who's killed 500,000 children, what are you going to do to them? Anybody with any guts. There's only one thing they would do to them. They should have beat her brains out right at, like, everybody in the room should have beat her brains out right then.
Yep.
That's what they would have done 400 years ago. Like, they would have just beat her brains out.
Everyone's just terrified. Like the Clintons, people are just terrified of them. In our country, we had Jimmy Savile just going from, hospital to hospital, molesting people, molesting children in hospital. Taking children to the palace to see who was that prince? The guy who died recently, the Queen's husband, Prince Philip. Yeah, Jimmy Savile taking children and boasting about it on TV that he took children to see Prince Philip. No one did anything. They're scared of him.
He did it for 30, 40 years?
Oh yeah, terror. I mean, absolute monster. Yeah, he was, going to morgues, having sex with dead bodies, going to, even took Frank Bruno to see the Yorkshire Ripper. I mean, how can you just walk in to see the Yorkshire Ripper? I'm just off town to have a chat with my old mate, the Yorkshire Ripper.
Yeah, I need some tips.
Yeah, well, I mean, what the hell's going on? Apparently, a couple of people said, we're going to tell on you. And he said, well, you won't get any money from my charities then. Because he used to raise loads of money for charity. Bizarre. I don't know if you ever played that game, Baldur's Gate. Did you ever play that?
Baldur's Gate. Oh, the D&D game?
Yeah.
It's a video game, but it's D&D. D&D rules.
Yeah, it was really good. What happened is if you go around murdering people, you get really bad reputation. But then you just go to the local temple and give them loads of money, and your reputation goes up.
Sounds very realistic.
Yeah. Reminds me of another game. Do you remember Civ 2 when you got the United Nations?
Oh yeah.
You could just attack. If you're a democracy, you can just attack other countries. Brilliant. Yeah, we've got the UN on our side, so we can just bomb Syria, bomb Libya, bomb Afghanistan, bomb Iraq.
Don't leave out Yugoslavia. Yo, that's the funniest thing about the Yugoslavia one, right? Was that, so they bomb Yugoslavia, a bunch of people flee, then they're like, oh, look at all these people fleeing, they're ethnic cleansing. Like, what? You made them leave because you were bombing them.
Yeah. Just... Yeah,
So
it's very strange, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
So, it comes back to convincing people of absurdities, and saying that's. I mean, how long have we been talking about science here and what constitutes real science? And now they have it on the news, trust science, But then when they what they call science is just a man in a white suit. A definition of science is what scientists do.
yeah, exactly. How do I know what science is? What a scientist says, that's what science is.
Yeah, that's what science is. What's a scientist? Well, somebody who does science, of course. Stupid bugger. Don't you know anything? Yeah, I mean, it stems from what we've been talking about here for the last few years. They're sort of viewing the science class as priests. Shit, sorry. Just socks on. Just turn this off for a minute.
Well, I mean, it's a cult, man. Like, it's a science cult. That's used to, like, when I was growing up, being nerdy, science, that wasn't like a cool thing to do, like for men. But the way it's viewed now, it's totally switched. Like being so-called smart and academic, whatever, is now kind of like looked up upon. But like, listen, the fact is that not everybody's smart, but they've pushed everybody into university. So you have all these like pseudo academics that like they went to university and they think they're intellectuals, but they're fucking idiots, right?
Yeah.
And because they graded on a curve, these people pass, but they're no smarter than what someone that graduated high school 3 decades ago is. But they think they are because they have an extra piece of paper.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the universities. I mean, I went early 2000s, and I mean, some of the people there, it was just like it's just like a holiday camp for them. They just didn't do hardly any work. They've got no interest in anything academic. I think they've learned how to write.
Most people don't. But that's the thing. Most people don't have an interest in that shit. But society has been structured that you can't get ahead unless you have a college degree. So people are going to college even though they don't want to, but they're being told they have to in order to succeed. So you get a people that aren't actually interested in any intellectual endeavor, pretending to be intellectuals. So in order to maintain that fiction that they had to maintain the whole time they were growing up, when they trot somebody out, a so-called expert that says trust the science, they have to go with it because it's part of their act. They have to maintain the act.
Yeah, I had a friend who was really bright. He was a manager of a reasonably, it's quite a big-ish company, 100, 200 people. It's just not tiny, but he was managing it, and he went for a job doing something which is a smaller job, less but more money. But they said, no, we can't employ you because you haven't got a degree. So I said, you're by far the best candidate for the job, but just a company policy. I mean, what the hell's what sort of idiots wouldn't employ somebody who's really good for the job just because they haven't got a piece of paper?
Because I'll tell you why. It took me a long time to find this out too. Apparently, they got the idea. So back in the late 70s, early 80s, IBM stock was like the highest valued stock in the world. And part of that reason was because they had the highest number of college graduates as employees. So people got the idea that, oh, if we have a high number of college graduates, then our stock value, because of course, the people in the boardroom, they only care about the stock valuation because that's how their compensation is structured, is to get the stock price up. So the idea came that like we need more college graduates in our in our enterprise to make our stock price go up. And then this went across all of corporations, right? So now it's like a policy among all these corporations, hire people that are college graduates so that we can say, 95% of our workforce is college graduates. That makes it, because that makes the company worth more in the eyes of investors. General Electric used to have a thing that General Electric was savage. So they had a thing where if you were in, like, they would rank everybody, they would score everybody in terms of productivity. And if you were in the bottom 2% for a year, they would do like, quarterly reviews. If you're in the bottom 2% for a year, you were automatically let go. So they created this type of like internal competition, right, to make people work harder and harder and harder. But they were always kicking out the bottom 2%.
Well, sounds like that's the way to do it. Just get rid of your shit workers.
Yeah, it works so good that is GE even a company anymore?
Oh well.
But the purpose of these companies isn't to like. Well, I mean, the purpose of these companies isn't really to fucking like actually, make a profit in that sense. That's not the motivation of like the executives. Their motivation is to get a high stock price because that's how their compensation is structured. And this high stock price doesn't always correlate to actual profits.
Yeah, it's backwards. Absolutely
high
nonsense.
Stock price correlates to, have I fooled enough people to make them think that my company's valuable? That's really the metric.
Yeah. Yeah, I think once you base your society on that, you're doomed. I suppose that's the whole economics. Basing it, I mean, economy is just total nonsense. Economics, just total bullshit. So if you base your whole society on that, it's nothing. There's nothing tangible in economics. There's nothing real there. What you need, the most important things is food, housing, and industry. Once you got that, you don't need anything else. Start lending people money that doesn't exist. Well, that's just nonsense, isn't it?
I mean, it's not nonsense. It's a short-term solution that enriches a few, and they don't care about everybody else. I mean, I think we pretty much covered that.
How did you spell the few there?
What was that? I didn't hear you.
Spell the few with a J. Sorry,
yeah.
I better not say it on here online.
Yeah, with a J, with a tiny hat. Spell it with a tiny hat.
Yeah. Hat over the E. Little hat on the E. No, you mustn't talk about those guys.
Well, most of them are fake, man. Most of them aren't even really Jewish. They're just faking being Jews.
I don't even know. I don't even know what one is now. I don't know if it's a religion or a race or what. It doesn't seem like it's just another one of these pretend, just made up things, isn't it? Social constructs, as they call it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a social construct at this point where you just tell people you are, and then it just like opens doors and it gives you like this blanket waiver of liability, because if anybody says anything against you, it's anti-Semitic. Yeah. So if I park my car on your lawn and you complain, it's anti-Semitic.
Yeah. I did think that was very amusing about the Whoopi Goldberg thing, about how we've been told that black women's voices are not being heard, and then a black woman spoke out.
Yeah, I know.
She got her wrist slapped and sent to the back of the queue. Told to apologise to everyone, just having an opinion, but it wasn't a good opinion.
Yes, it was not a permissible opinion. The hive mind did not approve.
No. Very strange. Right, I'm gonna have another game of Call of Duty.
Yeah, I got to get off myself. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning here, so I got to go to sleep for a couple hours.
You even sleep?
I mean, I fell asleep like earlier for a couple hours, but and I woke up and I couldn't fall back asleep, so I hopped on here. But now I need another couple hours.
Good catching up. I'll take it.
Yeah, man, it's good talking to you. It's been a while. Yeah, peace out.
Anybody there? Microphone check 1 2.
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
yeah. Why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long distance Guinness World Book record winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers. They're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done? Then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
oh, wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm
sorry.
I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any...
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require your any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out and every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's first-hand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it. Very,
so you're
very, very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. Like it's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. Wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever reflective lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want like a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably is not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not
don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. So I'm asking you, what is the difference you said you know between calculation and measurement? And you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct?
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word measurement.
I don't want an explanation. I want a definition. What is
Okay, so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I don't.
You don't know the difference between a calculation or a measurement. You don't know what it's singularly, what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay, and then a calculation is like, wow. I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right, so do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't compute.
So you already then by default you're already.
You're just saying we can't.
Real quick, can I just say this?
Please, one at a time.
I know, please, one at a time. Right, one at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no, this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago. Who's like the brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No, I asked the question that I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, I'm hearing a lot of measurements and this would be impossible, but nobody's answered my previous question. You guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
Yeah, what is the question? Was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses?
It's about not having ego.
Require just your senses.
One at a time,
so
please.
What the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one. We don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's based on fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point.
Why is he here?
I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question, and I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses, so if you look outside your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, oh, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of plains on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that,
I did, but
then you would have the burden of proof, right?
I'm just wondering why do people heavily rely on
you say what my claim was?
You love your senses.
But I don't
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon.
What do you
ball that
rely
defies
on?
Physics.
I just said I believe that.
Intelligence.
Yeah, you believe in something.
Your
You
intelligence.
believe in something.
I'm not.
That
crazy.
So your
has-
intelligence
I've
tells
asked-
you
I've
not
asked
to
big
pick up hot
questions,
things.
and I've received like your claim is wrong. This like
No.
you're going down
It's your
pathways
senses.
that
When you're 2
That's
years
a pain
old,
you'd like to go down
when
at some
yeah,
point, but,
that's
like,
pain. Yeah.
Right now, I just
So
want
you
to
learn
know
not to
why.
do that.
What if you're like super dumb, or you had your memory didn't work? You'd keep doing it.
Nope.
So you can't rely on your senses.
Nope.
If you
You're
don't
wrong.
have a memory,
Either
you don't
you
remember
are
that the
you're
stove
wrong
was
because
hot.
you're just making up stuff now. What ifs?
I'm not making it up. Well, you're the one who made the situation. I'm just adding to it.
I made what situation, Mr. Highly Suspect?
The hot thing. The hot thing.
How does one get that role, the highly suspect one? What did he do to say something? Or to get that? I'm not totally awake, sorry.
I didn't check him in.
I guess I'm a danger to your ideology.
There's no ideology. It's about being able to admit that you don't know. It's about a lack of ego, and therefore we have virtue, where there is no ego. And that's the difference between you and us. Okay? Don't get it twisted.
Egotistical person doesn't know he's egotistical.
I think that they do.
Yes, they absolutely do.
No. Because I don't believe I'm egotistical.
No.
So if you're thinking I'm
Well,
egotistical,
you're not aware of it.
then
You're not self-aware.
your logic doesn't work.
If you become self-aware, then, it's just... It's too early for that.
Yeah, I checked in FTL. I didn't give him the highly suspect role. He already had that when he came in, so I don't know how he got that. But do you have a question, FTL? What have you been thinking about?
Oh no, I already asked. They already answered it. I mean, they got
He said, well, FTL wants to know why we need our senses, why we trust our senses and not the
I
government.
didn't say that. Wait, I didn't say that, dude. Hold on. I didn't say that.
What do you think about your
I said-
senses?
No. I said why are senses heavily relied on to?
What else would you rely on?
Right? How are you going to survive?
Do you not use your
Intelligence,
senses
memory.
generally? Well, how can you be intelligent about something if you don't have any sensory detection or understanding of it?
He said he uses his memory. So how did you develop the memory?
Memory of what if you've got no senses to take anything in to
listen.
then remember it?
I like his metaphor because I got to add to the metaphor.
Okay.
the hot
So you
take,
understand.
right?
So the point about the senses is what I explained to you in the check-in, right? Using your senses, you experience a flat and motionless Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you start there, and then when someone comes up to you and says, "Hey, I know you experience a flat and motionless Earth, but it's actually curved and in motion," then they require to provide evidence for that claim, do they not?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. So what would the evidence for that claim be, do you think?
Well, there would be a common agreement among the academia that physics or science or this scientific method should be used to conduct the study.
Right, and what evidence would that be that it's based on?
Particularly, the globe was.
Yeah.
Well, if you were look at the history, the first globe model was derived from. I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not that smart, but something to do with gravity. I don't remember those story.
Something to do with gravity. You don't remember the whole story. I mean, so you don't know what evidence like the globe is based on, right?
Yeah, I think I already said that.
Yeah. Are you interested in finding out if there's actually evidence to support it, since you believe it, or half believe it?
I can't access my my mouse right now because I need to write this thing right here.
Oh yeah, I see it.
So, I mean, you kind of agreed, right? You'd need to present evidence for the claim that the Earth is a globe, since we only experience it to be flat and motionless. And if currently you don't know what the evidence is for the globe, then why would you believe it? Other than this
I think there is
vague
evidence, though.
appeal to consensus. Okay, what's the evidence?
Gravity.
Well, that's a word. I'm asking what the evidence is for Earth being a spinning ball in a vacuum is.
Well, to be precise, if you have a structure on a plane, gravity bends to that plane and creates force.
Planes don't bend, though.
What are you talking about? Like an airplane?
For gravity. No, a plane, as in a two-dimensional plane, or it could be three-dimensional, but in this example, two-dimensional.
Like a plane surface, like a flat surface.
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay, what flat surface
is like
are you talking about?
It comes down to terminology.
Well, what flat surface are you talking about? What flat surface?
Reality, I guess.
Oh, so the flat surface of Earth.
No, of space and. Well, it's a two-dimensional.
What are you talking about?
Two-dimension.
What are you talking about? Two-dimension.
It's a hypothetical scenario.
All right. Okay. No, but remember what I said to you in VC check-in. We're not interested in imagination. We're interested in reality.
That is reality. 2 dimensions.
Where is 2 dimensions in your reality? Like when you go outside, what do you see that's 2D?
Then 3D. How about it just says hypothetical. If you were to put a large ball on a 3D model, there would be force exerting on it.
So you're not talking about reality anymore. You're talking about an imaginary space.
It applies to reality.
Well, what part of reality? Where's this been done? Could you show us?
Yeah, you're right. It's theoretical, but
right.
You can theoretical. It's quite theoretical. I would say it's the consensus around the gravity is quite high.
Well, what do you mean? Define gravity.
Define gravity force. Well, gravity's not necessarily.
No, it's not a force. So see, I mean, your
gravitational pull.
The first piece of evidence that you've put forward for the globe is this word gravity, which apparently you can't really define. So do you either want to look that up or come up with another piece of evidence?
What do you mean evidence? Oh, it's my evidence. I'm saying that my evidence is a general consensus among.
No, but appeal to consensus is a logical fallacy. It's not evidence. You know what a logical fallacy is, yeah?
It is evidence. You can have evidence.
Do you know what a logical fallacy is?
Yeah, in logical fallacies can be evident.
Evidence of what? A logical fallacy?
Wow.
Well, no.
Have you ever heard of those cults where a person convinces 1,000 people that he's some sort of messiah, and then he convinces all the people to commit suicide?
You're talking about rituals.
Is that common sense?
Just getting to understand that appeal to consensus is a logical fallacy first.
Yeah.
So FTL, do you know what an appeal to consensus logical fallacy is?
Blind faith.
When someone says,
can you repeat that?
Do you know what an appeal to consensus fallacy is?
I'm not only appealing to consensus. You can make the judgment on your own matter.
Well, you just said there's a lot of people. You just said a lot of people think it, but that doesn't prove it, right?
Your judgment is
evidence.
that it's wrong.
No, Mike. No, the fact is that because no, it's not a judgment. The fact is that just because a lot of people think something, that doesn't mean that that thing is true, right?
Yeah, but that's just nihilistic.
What's nihilistic about it? It's just a statement of fact that a lot of people believe in something.
That thoughts are. Well, you're saying that facts are thoughts. Therefore, if thoughts aren't true, then the fact is not a fact. It's just nihilistic view.
No. Fact requires empirical evidence, right? That's what I'm asking you for. And so far, you've said a word gravity, which you don't sound like you really understand. And then you've said, well, a lot of people believe it. And I've just explained to you that's not evidence either. That's just saying, well, a lot of people believe it, so I think it's true. That doesn't make it a fact. Yeah, theoretical, but remember, we're talking about
if we don't agree on a non-scientific theory, yeah, then why would you call it I lost my thought here. He said something I wanted to quote him.
That's all right.
I do that. Magnesium is very important.
That's all right. I'm just trying to get to the point where FTL's putting forward a tangible claim or piece of evidence for the globe that we can actually discuss. So have you thought about that, FTL, yet? Like curvature or motion?
Can you repeat that?
So the globe, right? They tell us we live on a spinning ball, yeah?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So let's take, for example, the curvature. They claim that the surface of Earth has curvature, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you know who measured that in history? Like, who measured the surface to have curvature that would indicate that it's a ball? Because remember, you only observe it to be flat. So someone must have measured it to actually be curved in order to say it's a ball.
An astronomist.
An astronomist? You're an astronomer. They deal with the sky.
Or astrophysicist.
No.
Astrophysicists. They have to know.
You're still looking at the sky.
No, I'm giving you an example of who may have measured I'm not telling you.
Okay. So
all
you
of
don't
them
you don't
have,
know
but at least
you don't
one of
know
them
who
have.
they claim. So you don't know who they claim to have measured it, like on the surface of Earth. Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
you can't put a measuring tape around Earth. You have to use clues and
So
derive.
no one's measured the surface and got curvature, is what you're saying.
Like, okay, so how you have to explain how because I've noticed that you are very empirical, so you need to explain to me why or how that conclusion was derived, or how you want that conclusion to be derived, and then I can tell you.
Well, I'm asking you how. No, hold on,
this is
Get.
common
No,
knowledge.
Get. Chill a second. Well, because the claim is, remember, the claim is that the Earth is a ball, right? So I'm asking you, because it sounds like you believe that the Earth is a ball, how this was established in terms of curvature of the surface, because you understand that that would be a physical necessity, that the surface would be curved. So I'm asking, how was this evidenced or measured? But you said you don't think anyone can measure that. Is that
How
right?
is it measured? You can measure it in proportion to the sun.
What does that mean?
Well, the sun takes some time to travel on the other side of Earth. You could time it, and then do the math.
But the sun is observably traveling above what we observe to be a flat surface. So that would just be the sun traveling over a flat surface. I'm asking how they prove that it's actually a curved surface.
Okay, but on a flat surface, let's just say you go 180 directly, 180. On a flat surface, it wouldn't be the same exact timing, we should say.
Timing of what?
Because you're not traveling in a straight line.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're not traveling in a straight line. It's hard to explain. I need to get a paper. You can't explain this kind of stuff.
So they can't explain how curvature. Okay, so you don't know who measured curvature. It's okay. You can just say I don't know who did that.
I can find a study. I'm sure many astrophysicists have.
Okay. Could you find us one of the astrophysicists that measured Earth curvature? Have you got Google open?
Yeah, I'll Google it. Just give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, Google it.
I'm curious to know how, looking at the sky, you can measure the ground.
Yeah, he's gonna come up with Eratosthenes.
Yeah, well, that's the process, isn't
it? Yeah.
He's day one.
He's gonna find out that he wasn't an astronomer, astrophysicist,
an astronomist, I believe. But that's cool. Now let's let him. We'll see what he comes back with Google.
Yeah.
All right, keep it going, guys. Nice and chill.
No, I'm still here. I'm just doing math homework.
All right. Well, this is more important homework.
The word he used was nihilist.
What's the? Have you Googled who measured it yet?
Nice.
Yeah, but just tell me how you wanted that measurement to be derived from. Do you want it derived from?
Well, from point A to point B, they say there's curvature over the surface, right? So it would necessitate a certain amount of drop over a distance, right? Due to curvature, the ground's curving down and away from us, apparently. So how was that observed or measured? Whatever you got.
Well, I just like a basic criteria of what you would accept of a measurement tool for curvature.
Like a measurement of the surface of the Earth, the ground, the water, whatever, showing that there's a certain amount of drop due to curvature from A to B. Because that's what's being claimed, right?
Well, then I don't need to Google it. You can do that yourself and search up NASA pictures.
No, that's not a measurement. And again, remember, we're talking about verifiability. You can't verify any pictures from space from NASA. You don't know any of that's real. That could be, they tell you it's Photoshop, actually.
You need to tell me this because you need to tell me this. You got to tell me the criteria of what you want to accept. That's why I'm afraid that if I show you evidence, you will just deny it.
Something that human beings on Earth can do
to evidence that the surface they live on is curving down and away from them due to being on a ball, right?
Okay, how about tides?
Not really a measurement of the surface of Earth, is it?
It can be used as a measurement of gravity, which
I would say
have the surface of Earth.
I would say Google the definition for measure or measurement, and then fit your answer
But it
within the
seems that measure
parameters. Fit your answer
this is quite
within
subjective.
parameters of well, why don't prove it? Google it and give us a definition for measurement that you're going to use to also corroborate with your
Well,
measurement.
that's what.
Or,
Well,
Yeah, that's
that's
a
what
good
you're
point.
here for. I'm asking for a criteria of measurement that you wish.
well, that's
what
what
does
I mean.
measurement
And you would
mean?
have to know what the definition is to ask for the correct, because we're saying measurement and you're asking like criteria. It's like, do you know what measurement means? And I know you might be new, so I know this is like, well, there has to be an answer because this is trick. No. When you have a shape, you either count its sides or you measure its dimensions. Those are the only two options. Since we can't count the Earth's sides because we can't see it, how would we have measured it? So you tell us what method they would use. What method of
Well,
measurement?
I proposed one, the sun, but it
Okay,
seems
so
that I've been ignored.
how does that fit the definition of measurement? Like, can you go into detail?
You can time how long it takes from the sun, from one area to the next for sun to be in this angle. That's it. So one dimensional.
Please continue, Wolfgang.
Yeah, I'm back and forth, so I'll be going on and off. But yeah, I think the measurement is a good place to start, right? You know what a measurement is, FTL?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you go to your table and you measure the table, you take some kind of straight reference, right?
No, there's different types of measurements, but in this conversation we're using quantitative.
Yeah, so like the physical surface of Earth. Think about like surveying, right? Someone surveys a plot of land, and they might use lasers, for instance. Like if they're trying to create like a flat surface out of concrete, right? They might use lasers to see if it's level, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if that surface was curving down and away from them, they could theoretically detect that with a laser, right? Or with any other straight reference that they're wanting to use, or maybe even visually, right? If they can set some distance markers up of a certain height and say, well, it's going to be curving at this much, so this much of the reference will be obscured. Yeah? So, I mean, this is what we're saying. The surface is physically curving down and away. Who has measured that? How? And when? Do you understand that?
Well, I've already provided a method to do so, but the method, I would have to find a research, but nobody is going to do research on how long it takes the sun to get to one area at this angle to another area at this angle.
No, I'm talking about the Earth. I'm talking about the Earth, not the sun. No, I'm talking about the Earth, the surface of the Earth. Oh, what does? The sun.
The one-dimensional study where you could have one angle. Well, it's not a one-dimensional study. It's just no physicist will waste their time doing the study.
Angle of what? I'm sorry.
Well, okay, so one angle corresponds with the sun, and this side, how long does it
What do
take
you
for
mean?
the sun to be at this angle? At this.
What angle? So the one line is the sun. Where's the other line?
What do you mean? No, I'm talking about
An angle is two lines meeting at a vertex. So what angle?
So you can do this with. I'd have to give an analogy.
Okay, here's what I mean. Like, as far you know what a protractor is?
Yeah.
Okay, when you get an angle, the baseline is 0. So one line goes across the bottom, one line goes up to a certain degree. That's an angle. Typically, today we measure angles with the sextant. Now, when you say they've measured angles, I'm trying to figure out what you mean, because if it's off of the surface, well, the surface can't be curving for an angle.
No, I mean,
maybe that's too. I
well,
don't know.
okay, don't consider the angles. Let's just do time here. Let's not involve the other dimensions. Let's just do time. Now you have to time how long it takes the sun to get from one side of the Earth and 180 to the other side, and how
12
long does that
hours.
take
12
relative to
hours.
180?
12
12
hours.
hours. Now on a flat Earth
Right, but
model,
are
how
you
would that
assuming? Are you
be?
assuming a ball here, though?
No. I'm assuming any model. I'm not assuming anything. I'm just saying how long does it take, and how long that takes is 12 hours. Now, you were to apply that to the flat Earth model and the globe model, the curvature model. You see that you'd get 12 hours from the globe model, but not 12 from the flat Earth model. I don't know the flat Earth model very well, but from my understanding, you wouldn't get 12.
Yeah, what flat Earth model are you talking about?
Something that has lacks curvature.
Like the surface of Earth.
Well, it has no gravitational. The flat things, no.
Right, but you're just saying
Gravity's not.
observe the sun.
There's no center of mass.
You're
No center of gravity.
Right, but you're
what
just
globe
but you're
Earth model are
saying
you talking about? What is 12 and 12 again? Would you say it was 12 and 12?
What? 12 hours.
What's 12 hours?
I'm talking about time here. I'm asking how.
Yeah. I'm asking you, what is 12 and 12
time.
in the globe model? Because there is no 12 and 12 in the globe model. You're mistaken.
I'm talking about it takes 12 hours for the sun to reach 180 degrees.
Where's that at?
Well, you can measure.
So
it's a,
you're talking.
okay.
No. Are you talking about the sunrise, the day length, the sunrise to sunset, 12 hours?
Well, at a 180 degree, 180 degree proportion to the Earth.
So that's sunrise to sunset, right?
Whatever is 180 degrees from whatever you started from.
Okay, so zenith to the horizon would be 90 degrees. So nowhere on Earth is there a 12-hour day and 12-hour night.
Well, I gotta go, but...
well, you're factually wrong, okay? So go look at time and date. The only place it would happen is the equator, and it doesn't happen. They say that it doesn't happen because of refraction. This is what they say. So it's off by 7 minutes.
Well, yeah, that's
so
true.
You're factually wrong. Well, it's what's true.
Well, in the curvature, these images that I'm looking at, heat bends light. But I'm gonna be back in like 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, go look at time and date data and
go find
figure
that
your shit
curve
out and
measurement.
actually accurately represent your model.
I like how he timed out himself.
Yeah, this is where they confuse themselves, where they have that cartoon ninth grade idea in their head, but they've never actually looked at what is actually occurring. My model proves my model. Well, your model doesn't exist in reality. So you got a problem.
But I'd also like him to stick to the surface of the Earth, because he's doing that thing where it's like, okay, if we're dealing with the surface of the Earth, you measured any curvature to suppose this ball idea, and he's immediately going to the sun.
Yeah.
So we need to kind of get him to stick to that.
Yeah. Well, if the Earth's measured flat, if we measure a flat Earth, it doesn't matter what anything in the sky does. It's not going to
Yeah.
unravel that measurement.
Well, even just before that, I mean, you're only observing the sun moving over a flat surface and asking them, where does the curved bit come in? If it's not just a total presupposition. But
Yeah.
maybe you'll find
Well,
Eratosthenes soon. I don't know.
he went on his furious Google adventure.
Didn't you hear him spiral as soon as you started asking him questions? I gotta go. He said, I gotta go.
Yeah.
They did say he'd be back in 10 minutes, so we'll see.
Well, it's because they have that, like I said, they have that idea in their head. Like the common one is, if I make 3 90-degree turns, I end up back in the same spot, right? The spherical triangle thing. Well, yeah, that would be true if we're on a sphere, but no one's ever actually done that. And this is the same thing, right? If the Earth was a ball and there was no such thing as nautical, Sybil, twilight, yeah, there would be a 12-hour and 12-hour day and 12-hour night on the equator on the equinox, but that's not what happens. So what's your point? And here, the funny thing is, the day that's closest to that 12-hour split, is not on the equinox. It's not even close to the equinox. It's a month different from the equinox. So what happens on the equator is, okay, you have, say, the longest day of the year on the equator is the winter solstice, and each day gets shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. Right, the time the sun comes up, the time the sun goes around, the length of the day, the visible sun gets shorter and shorter and shorter. Now it's supposed to be shortest on the equinox, right? So when it transitions from, so say you were looking east on the equinox, right? And you're looking right down the line of the equator from the surface of the Earth. The summer solstice, the winter, as the days get shorter, every time you see the sunrise, it would go from right to left, and then when it crosses over, now it's going into the northern hemisphere, the sun, and the days would start getting longer and longer and longer until the summer solstice, and then the sun would start coming back, right? So you're watching the sun rise every morning, and you're watching it move, right? And the arc of the sun takes in the sky. So that day, that transition day, should be on the equinox, right? When it transitions from you're seeing the sun in the southern hemisphere versus when you see the sun in the northern hemisphere, there's a day where it crosses over when you look up in the sky. That day is supposed to be on the equinox, but it's not on the equinox. It's in April and in August. And this isn't this isn't what I'm saying. This is what time and date and SunCalc says. That's why I tell these Gophers, there's no such thing as the equator, because the equator requires the shortest day of the year to be on the equinox. And there's no place on Earth where that happens. So if there's no place on Earth where it happens, there can't be an equator.
What's their argument? Nuh-uh.
Well, they try and say refraction because they misunderstand it.
Yeah.
They think I'm saying why there's not a 12-hour and 12-hour day, or 12-hour day and 12-hour night. So they'll say refraction, right? That's actually not what I'm saying. And then I actually, the first person I ever brought it up to was MC Toon in the old server. And he didn't say anything. He just went dead silent. Because he came in here and he was like, tried to pull the Polaris, right?
Yeah.
Polaris is a certain number of degrees in the sky. If I'm on the equator, then I showed that the equator doesn't exist, and then he didn't have anything because I pulled the rug out from under his premise.
Yeah.
Because they have the problem, right? So the problem of refraction. If I see the sun on the horizon, the sun is geometrically not on the horizon. So then how can how can I be on a latitude and the sun be the same elevation, right? 45 degrees latitude mean the sun's 45 degrees in the sky. So if I'm on the equator, the sun should be on the horizon. But they say, no, that's not happening because of refraction. Okay, so that means I can see the sun in the southern hemisphere, right? Oh, no, you can't see that. Right? So because they try to have it both ways, right? They try.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a very good point, argument.
Then it gets even weirder, right? So
Yeah.
say I was on the equator on one side of the Earth and on the equator on the other side of the Earth, and we're both looking at Polaris at the same time, right? Because the horizon it's not exactly at eye level. You just can't distinguish it from eye level. But according to them, it has a 0.02 degrees dip. So if I'm on one side of the Earth and the other person's antipode, and we're both on the equator, we're both looking at the sun, and it's both on the horizon. It appears to be on the horizon, but refraction is making it down. Then then those lines of sight intersect at something like 173,000 miles away. Which
that would be
again,
very weird.
Yeah, because there is a horizon dip. There is in the globe. There's a horizon dip. So that means two people on opposite sides of the Earth, if they're looking at Polaris, it's dipped, right? It's dipped from their line of sight.
I haven't thought about this so in depth, but it makes sense.
Yeah, it's just geometry, right? It's just like
yeah.
You just think of it like this: if me and you are both on the equator, we're on opposite sides, and we're both looking like exactly eye level, right?
Yeah.
Those lines of sight can't intersect because they're parallel. Right? So if we're both looking at Polaris, like how we see in Polaris, because we have parallel lines of sight, we can't be both looking at the same thing. It's geometrically impossible.
Yeah.
I have to say things like
I always knew that the tropics and the equator line, those are imaginary lines.
Yeah, all that. They're all imaginary lines. They don't. The way they did it is like they looked in the sky. They said, "Well, Polaris is 45 degrees in the sky. Draw a little X on the ground and say this is 45 degrees latitude." They didn't like measure from the equator to like the Earth's surface and then go, "Oh yeah, we're this far away from the equator, so this is 45 degrees latitude." No, they looked at the sky, said this is the position that we're going to correlate 45 degrees latitude with.
Yeah.
And they've done this over the whole world. They just map points on the Earth and the sky. And like whether those things are like, if you look at the International Terrestrial Reference System, it even says that latitude and longitude are set by convention, which means that like people agree to it,
Yeah, they are imaginary lines. And when I looked at maps and I saw the tropics and the equator line, they want to say that that's the track of the sun, the path of the sun. But it's actually not. It doesn't correspond with what we observe on the ground.
Is FTL back yet? FTL, you back in the house?
So, India, did you ever finish watching the debate from yesterday?
No. Box
Yeah.
Ops told me that he said Professor Dave said that hold on. Sorry about that. Apparently Professor Dave said the curvature is not measurable from the surface of the Earth.
No. Unfortunately, normies don't, for some reason, don't think that that's a possibility either. They think that it was done with satellites and stuff, and it's like, yeah, well, I don't know.
Well, we know. I mean, you can just show the math and show that yes, it's possible. It should be easy. That just
Yeah.
shows that he's never actually, like, we don't know anything about this dude. He just makes these videos. Now we know how much actual analysis he's given it, right? None. He's going to be probably never seen a single observation. He's probably never looked at anything that Flat Earth has produced. Nothing. To say a statement like it's not measurable from the surface of the Earth, that's just ignorant. That means he never looked at the math. I mean, claiming you
Yeah,
can't, so 10 miles, 66 feet. Claiming you can't measure 66 feet, but LIGO can measure a thousandth of a proton radius and measure gravitational waves, which is what he believes. I guarantee he believes it. I guarantee he's made a video about it. That is contradictory. To be able to measure something that's 37 orders of magnitude smaller than what you're trying to measure on Earth and saying that's not possible, he's either lying or he never looked at the numbers, or he's ignorant, or I don't know, man, but that's silly. You got to think at 3.25 miles, there's supposed to be 6 feet of drop. So you can't take a piece of surveying equipment and measure a 6-foot drop. That's ignorant. While simultaneously believing that GPS is accurate to like 5 centimeters. See, it's the epic like dishonesty and logical inconsistency of the arguments.
Is he back?
What's that?
Who were you talking to just now? Or not just now? A little while back. Is it that FT guy?
Yeah, I was still waiting for him to present his argument for the curve.
Yeah. He's in the VC, but he didn't leave, did he? He just went away for a bit.
Oh, I needed like some time for it, I guess. I don't know.
No, okay.
No idea. We'll see.
Today in the morning I went out to the beach to do some curvature test observations, mainly to see if I could get out early enough and see how far the horizon was. But the horizon was a lot shorter than the geometric horizon according to their radius calculations. So I didn't get much like data against the globe model in that sense. But I observed some of the boats sailing away, and I've got my telescope and my camera set up. And I've noticed a lot of the times when I do these observations, I hear a lot of in the community you talk about when a boat sails away due to, I think, what's it called, some angular resolution or something. The boat starts to look smaller from bottom up. But from my observations, I've struggled to see that because when I look at boats sailing away, I see it reflecting on itself rather than it starting to sink from bottom up. So I'm wondering what if other people's observations are also like mine.
Depends on the air temperature and the water temperature, really.
Yeah, because I'm in Western Australia, and it's been the same like pretty much all the times I've observed a boat pass. So maybe the atmosphere's a bit different to the everyday American's atmosphere. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's just a common trope that people say, oh, you'll see boats disappearing bottom up. It's not always the case. In fact, depending on where you live, it won't even usually be the case. You can see them just kind of fade out from a distance, or like you say, kind of reflect and mirror themselves. It's all atmospheric dependent and definitely doesn't happen all the time. So it's just another kind of cherry picking example from a globe side, I would say.
Okay, that's good to know, because I was thinking, oh, they were saying it goes from bottom up. Why can't I see it like that? So yeah, nice to hear that side of the story.
Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't always happen like that. But these globies have to say something.
Yeah, it's just funny because like the things they say, like the boat sinking under the horizon, and then like the horizon cutting off when you visually see it, then you put it to the test and you can show them, no, these are just assumptions, and you can prove them wrong and show them it's just visual limitations. But if they don't ever get someone to question them, they won't even realize their assumptions are false. Because I've gone out trying to do these things, and I'm just surprised because I thought their arguments would stand a bit more scrutiny, but every time I try and like see one of their arguments, it just falls apart with optics.
Yeah, and the whole boat's going over the horizon thing is funny to get them into, because as soon as they commit to that, you can start asking them about horizon distance at altitude, and why people like Neil deGrasse Tyson will say you won't see any curvature of the horizon or cut off of the horizon, even at 120,000 feet. So it's like, okay, so we're seeing the curve that boats are going over at around 3 miles when we're standing 6 feet above sea level on the beach. But when we rise in altitude, that horizon's just going to stretch out and out and out and out. So how could it be curving down at 3 miles to our vision? But then when we rise in altitude, it just carries on. And that kind of just makes them melt down. And yeah, I heard about this Professor Dave debate. I didn't even watch it, but yeah, I was scrolling through the comments, and 99% of them are just talking about how annoying and obnoxious Professor Dave is. Even the people are like, I'm not a flat earther, or I don't believe in flat earth, but that Professor Dave guy is a total dick. So even if the debate was a disaster, going by the comments, Professor Dave has only helped flat earth by being such an odious prick.
I'll take a Pyrrhic victory any day.
Yeah, yeah, right. It's like by the force of your terrible personality alone, evidence aside, you've convinced more people to look into flat earth. So thanks for that.
No douchebag this large can be right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're saying. It's like, well, I don't know anything about this discussion, but I know that if you're just insulting someone, you don't have an argument. So I'm probably going to have to research what this Dave Weiss guy is saying.
Is that what he did? I haven't watched it myself. All I know is oh my god, really? He really did that?
Well, I've not watched it. I've not watched it either, but I was just looking at the comments last night. And yeah, everyone was saying this guy's just insulting the flat earther. He's not even making points, really. He's just being a dickhead. So it's terrible.
That's fear, dude. I'm telling you, it's fear.
Yeah, and the people listening, even if they don't know anything about the debate, can pick that up. They understand that. They don't know about flat Earth and globe Earth, but they know what a disingenuous debater looks like.
Because I've been saying this for a long time. This guy is making bank off of YouTube. If he gets destroyed by a flat earther, man, his channel's done. This guy's making like 20 G's a month. He has a huge channel. He's making like the last time I looked, you can go on a website called Social Blade, and if you type in a channel, it'll estimate how much money they make. Right? It tracks all their views and all that stuff. Last time I looked, which was a year ago, it said 20,000 a month. So he makes a bunch of so-called science videos. If he gets destroyed by a flat earther, man, that's money. That isn't just like some abstract thing. Yeah, I got shown up. I think that insulting thing, that's fear. That's definitely fear. I listened to a small like literally someone posted it. I listened to 1 second, and I heard Dave Weiss go, "What's your evidence the planets are physical?" He said, "We can see them." That's what Dave's response was. And instead of Dave Weiss like pressing him and saying, "What about seeing them indicates they're physical?" Because just seeing something doesn't mean it's physical. I can see rainbows that don't mean they're physical, right? There's lots of things we see which are non-physical. Sparks, lightning, you name it, right? So he didn't press him. Instead, he strawmanned himself and said, so you're saying that you can determine the shape of something from looking at it, and then he went into like the sphere thing, right? The you know the graphic, you know the GIF that Karen made with it shows 3 round balls, one's X, one's a sphere, one's just a disc. So he went into that instead of pressing him on the like what's your evidence? You know, the celestial bodies are physical objects. Which he should have just kept pressing on. That's the only part I heard, and I actually just stopped listening to it. Because when you strawman yourself, like, I'm just like, neither one of these two have ever debated anyone. I don't think David Weiss ever debated anybody, and I'm almost 100% positive. I mean, Dave Weiss has had conversations. I wouldn't call them debates. But I know Professor Dave has never debated anybody, period.
Yeah, Weiss isn't a formal debater, and when he gets into a disagreeable conversation about it, he's all right. I mean, he's not the strongest, but like you say, I mean, he's not debating people
He doesn't hold people to
hardcore
the
all the
feet
time
to the
like we
fire.
do in
He
here.
doesn't press them on issues. He
Yeah,
can
yeah.
he I wouldn't say he concedes issues. When like he reaches a point of contention, instead of pressing, he'll just move to something else. Like he tries to avoid the conflict,
Yeah,
right? Like
exactly.
you push up against something and you just slide off, right? He slides off of it into something else, which is
Yeah,
like
and Professor Dave.
it's polite and it's great decorum. You know what I mean? But I don't know why you're trying to make friends. Is that your
Yeah,
purpose of
it
trying to
actually
make
worked
friends?
for him. It actually worked for him. If you read the comments, they're like, well, the flat earther guy was at least polite and rational sounding, whereas the globe earth guy was just insulting him. But yeah, you're right. Professor Dave, he's never getting into the debates, and it's taken him this long to get into the debates because, like you say, he's making bank off of his YouTube channel, and he knows the only thing that's really going to threaten that now is if he gets exposed, and he's going to get exposed if he does a legit debate on it.
My God, if he came
Unfortunately,
in
I guess
here,
he
he'd
didn't.
get skewered. There'd be nothing
I know.
left of him, man. They'd be picking up the
I know.
pieces for a
And I
month.
don't. He's not going to do it again either, I bet, because I bet Sean Atwood, the guy who's hosting it, I bet he would say, okay, let's do it again and we'll moderate it more. We won't just let Professor Dave go crazy insulting people. But I doubt Professor Dave will do it again because he's already realizing that all he's got are insults and logical fallacies, basically. But yeah, they need someone a bit stronger than Dave Weiss debate-wise. It would be great if we could get him in here, but he'll never do that.
Because like you said, if you truly follow the spirit of scientific inquiry, then you actually investigate the claim, right? And it seems to me like he's never actually looked at any flat earth information. He just wrote it off as stupid, right? And he went for things that confirm his bias, and that's not the way science works. If you watch I've watched a few of his videos, and this guy never learned the scientific method. He thinks that confirmations of a theory are what makes the theory, right? The whole black swan thing. My theory is all swans are white, so I go run around and look for black swans. He thinks that if he finds 1 trillion black swans and one black swan, all swans are still white. You know what I'm saying? This is how he thinks. He thinks that it's confirmations that make things that make things scientific. So I don't
Imagine,
think
yeah, and
well, I'm going to say this. I don't think he's ever looked at any flat Earth information. I don't think he knows our arguments.
imagine if it had been QE instead of Dave Weiss.
Oh my God, it'd be a dickhead versus dickhead.
yeah, see, you would lose that. You would lose that obvious highlighting of how obnoxious Professor Dave is if it was QE. Although QE would obviously destroy him on the actual points, but
Yeah.
in this discussion, sadly, people are responding as much, if not more, to the social side of it than they are to the actual empirical evidence side, which is
Yeah.
a shame and shouldn't be how it is. But sadly, it is. Like people are, I don't know, just unfamiliar with debate when it comes to empirical evidence, and they're more like, well, I'm going to judge it as much on how the people seem to be socially, and at least in this case, the flat earth side came off way better by the sound of things. So yeah, it's still somewhat of a victory in that regard, but yeah, no, Dave, I mean, it's hard. Like Dave is just like a grifter, right? So this video that came out of him not long ago, talking about his history, his jobs, losing jobs, getting like places at university, losing that. You can tell he's just the kind of guy who's bouncing around, trying to find an occupation or a place for himself. And I don't know if he's just like accidentally found this niche by trying to be like a YouTube content creator, and he stumbled across Flat Earth, and he got traction because the globe side are so desperate for anyone that's actually going to put in some effort to stand up for the globe, because most people, as soon as they get into it, realize what a thankless task it is.
He has a thing against atheists. Any like, I would call it anything against that mainstream would consider woo. He he's definitely an atheist. He thinks anything religious. He's made videos about this, like against religion. He made a video against James Tour. James Tour is like, oh my god, dude! It's like you're punching out of your weight class, bro. The dude is like the third most cited chemist in the history of the science, right? This dude is trying to take on James. Unfortunately, James Tour made like I think it's like a 12-part series debunking him. But so like, it's hours long. No one will ever watch it, But but Dave has also made you just have to go on his channel. He makes videos attacking so many different things that he considers like woo-woo because he's a goddamn activist atheist. And like a materialist activist atheist Neoplatonist nutball. And like you said, he is a grifter. I think it took him like 10 years to go from having a bachelor's degree in chemistry to a master's degree in chemistry, which is a long time, man. You should have had your doctorate.
Yeah, and it sounds like he fell into these positions, like out of just blind luck in some cases. Like, what did he say? His professor felt ill or something, so he had to step into some of his teaching positions. And he just kind of flew by the seat of his pants until they fired him, probably for being an asshole and an idiot.
I wouldn't doubt it.
But yeah.
My understanding is he was like he would tutor. So you have in America you have ACTs. So they're college placement tests. So people try to get they're not required. Like if you want to get into show off for a college that and like look more attractive to let you in, you'll take an ACT. So he would tutor ACTs. He taught at junior college. So junior college is like someone that barely graduated high school. They're trying to get just enough credits to get accepted into a regular university or college. You know what I mean? It's almost like put it this way. You barely graduated high school. So and your SAT scores are low. So you go to a junior college to try and improve your academic ability so that you can get into a regular university. That's kind of the purpose of junior colleges. So he taught at so basically he's teaching, hate to say it, dumb people. So the blind leading the blind.
Yeah, so it sounds like he's one of these people who's like just smart enough to convince other people that he's some kind of intellectual. But when it comes to actual serious intellectual discussion, he's out of his depth. Yeah, that's pretty much what it sounds like he is.
Yeah, if I go down to downtown Boston and start hanging out with the drug addicts, I could pretty much talk about anything and sound like a fucking intellectual. Depends on the crowd you're with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could probably teach me the finer points of injecting with syringes. I mean, like, I'm sure they're good at something.
Yeah. And it sounds like, just like what you're saying, exactly, his whole channel, like this whole kind of like atheistic, materialist, debunker type, it's hilarious because these guys consider themselves skeptics, right? Which I've always found hilarious. Like when you're getting into this, like if you're defending the globe against flat Earth, you're a skeptic. But it's a total incorrect and inappropriate term for the actual discussion, because in reality, if you're buying the story of the globe, you are the least skeptical. You're not skeptical about any of the outrageous claims being made that don't have any evidence to support them. You're just defending a story. I always find this idea of like, oh yeah, the atheists debunking everything as being the skeptics. It's just a joke.
The guy that runs Skeptic Magazine is the least skeptical person.
He's the least. He's never seen a government press release he didn't agree with. That guy, what is his name? Oh my god.
I could picture his face, but I can't remember his name.
He literally don't believe in God because listen, he said why he don't believe in God. He don't believe in God because his girlfriend, when he was like 19 years old, got in a horrible car accident, and he prayed to God and said, if anybody deserved to fucking, be okay, it was her. And she died, so there must not be a God. This is his reasoning for there not being a God. Well, guess what? Maybe she was fucking around with 20 people behind your back, and God knew that she was actually a scumbag, and you didn't know that. Or maybe she did horrible shit. Like, this is like the stupidest, most anecdotal reasoning to not believe in God. It's so, like, this is supposed to be a skeptical person that is interviewed all over the place, right? As some reasoned scientist. This dude is full of it. What is his name?
Yeah.
Michael Shermer. Michael Shermer.
Yep. Yep.
What
That's
a
it.
loser, man.
And that kind of mentality, a lot of people that are atheists have that mentality. They have some reason that at some point in time they asked for something for God and they didn't get it. So God doesn't exist. That's their reasoning. It's like a fucking child who didn't get the toy at the store that they wanted.
Yeah. Oh, I bought that magic lamp. It said rub it 3 times and make a wish, and it didn't work, so magic's not real. No, I mean, magic's not real for you. Maybe you didn't deserve it. Ever think of that?
Yeah, they think God should do things on their command, and if he doesn't, then God doesn't exist.
Oh, he's gonna find out the hard way. Go with that, dude. Yeah, I have no problem. Yeah, go with that. Go with your personal anecdotal experience. You didn't get what you want because you thought it was because your subjective opinion about what's fair and what is not fair. Go with that. See where that gets you. Because you're gonna find out the opposite, and maybe he'll have mercy on you. That you're a freaking adult child.
Most of these people don't really think too deeply into the topic, into whether God does or doesn't exist. They just think, okay, bad things have happened to me, or bad things happen in the world, or sometimes children die, so why would there be a God if these kinds of things are happening? Like, as if they would know all of the reasonings or all of everything behind every single event or death or anything like that takes place. But anyways, you guys were talking about Professor Dave prior to, I'm assuming, being a junior college professor. Is that his actual
He
job?
was. I think he's just a YouTube influencer at this point.
No, listen, don't call people professor.
You're roboting pretty hard, AI.
Yep.
Try again.
I watched a video not too long ago that was talking about how he was never actually a professor and the dropout twice thing and all that.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because, whether he's a professor or not, I'm not a professor. Neither is anybody else in here. And, I guess the only thing that would be important about calling himself professor is that it's kind of deceptive, holding yourself out as a professor when you're not a professor, because people automatically give you credibility if they think professors, so it's kind of like a credential. So if you're like faking your credentials, that kind of goes to your credibility. So I guess in that vein, yeah, he could be criticized. But regardless of what he did or didn't do, all that matters is what is the truth of what's coming out of your mouth? What's the evidence for it? That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter who he is or what he did or what he didn't do. Could be frickin' Adolf Hitler, that doesn't matter. The thing that comes out of his mouth, he has no evidence for the nonsense he says. He just reads off of Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the fact that he uses professor in front of his name on a YouTube channel to do the things that he does, but isn't currently a professor, and let's give him the benefit of the doubt, and he may have taught a few semesters of junior college, is kind of shows the character of the person, right? Like, I don't call myself a professional soccer player because I had offers to play professional soccer and did tryouts and played with some teams, played semi-professional. I don't call myself a professional soccer player. That was fucking years ago. Nor did I actually sign a contract and play for a few years. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's
Yeah.
let's think about people that are actual professors that do teach at universities. Do they name their channel Professor So and So? No, right? So here's one:
Yeah,
Walter
it is
Lewin. He has
disingenuous.
a YouTube channel. He doesn't call himself Professor Walter Lewin. He just uses his name.
Right.
Yeah, and you can tell he's aware, right? Because in that video where he's talking about his kind of journey to being Professor Dave, he's pretty clear. Oh, I'm not a professor. It's just he kind of like tries to play it like, oh, it's just a random name I chose. Yeah, like you just randomly decided to call yourself Professor Dave, not thinking that it would give your videos some kind of credentials to people who are unassuming or just assuming and not digging in further and saying, oh, is he really a professor? Like nowadays, he knows, especially the kind of content he's creating, that some people are going to be like, "Oh, well, he's presumably a professor of some kind." Then, like you say, you're not going and creating a video channel called Professional Footballer Napalm, and then having to explain months later, "Oh, guys, I'm not actually a professional footballer." Sorry,
Look,
are you
I
trying to
don't
jump
call
in there?
myself General Indio and fucking do military videos.
Yeah,
And go, oh, you're
Lieutenant
not a general?
Commander India, right?
Never even been in the military.
No, it's just a name,
Yeah,
guys.
I'm not a
Nothing to do with that.
specific Indio. I'm not a specific Indio. I'm a general Indio.
Yeah, what would be the term for, like, instead of stolen valor within academia? Because that's what he's doing, basically.
Well, he is fair to say that he's a professor because he is professing something, and what he's professing is faith, right? And that's what they call a lot of religious people once they profess their faith in their religion, right? Are you a professing believer in the globe? And he certainly is. So in that regard, it's fair to call himself a professor.
That's a good catch.
It's still disingenuous. But yeah, I gotcha.
Hey, guys, why are you criticizing me for using professor? We all believe in the globe here. It's not my fault you're too stupid to understand.
I said he wasn't a professor in one of the comments on one of his YouTube videos, and I was cool. They were saying I was ad hominem, and they said a little fallacy instantly from the mouth of a flat earther.
Yeah,
and all I
yeah.
said was he's not a real professor. I didn't say, you know.
Well, let me chime in on that. So the debate ended with Atwood recommending all the viewers go to this debate style explanation video, which shows debate argumentation styles, fallacies, and all of this. And the number one he mentioned was ad hominem. He goes, you can go learn about this type of debate style. You can learn about ad hominem right here in this video, educational video, basically telling everybody, hey, go and learn about the main tactic, well, at least one of the main tactics that Professor Dave used in this debate. Because we were all complaining. It's like he's not moderating at all. He's letting the guy ad infinitum. But then at the end, he's like, hey, guys, guess what? Go learn about ad hominem. So there's definitely going to be at least some people who are intelligent that are going to go and look at that and they'll be like, wait a minute, Professor Dave just said a bunch of nonsense and just ad hom the whole time.
Yeah, it's funny because if there was any flat earther who was naming themselves Professor something and then putting out flat Earth content, the globe side's entire argument against him would be no further than he's claiming he's a professor and he's not. So even though it's fair on the side, like Indio was saying, I mean, he's not doesn't really matter what he calls himself. What matters is kind of what evidence he's putting forward. But at the same time, that wouldn't be the case if it was the other way around. Like, they wouldn't be saying, well, it doesn't really matter if he's calling himself Professor Flat Earth and he's not really a professor. What matters is the information and the evidence that he's putting forward. It's like, nah, they would just be like, oh, he's not a professor. He's lying. He's lying to you about being a professor. So how could you believe him about anything else? Which, I mean, it's fair. I'd say it's fair. I mean, if you're talking about a subject like this, which requires some intellectual scrutiny and you're putting yourself forward as some kind of academic level that you're not, I think it's fair to call it out. Which is why it's just weak that he's like, oh, it's just a name. It's just a totally random name. It doesn't mean anything. It's like, oh yeah, you weren't thinking that was going to give you some added credibility. You could have called yourself literally anything. Formerly, until fired, Professor Dave. You're not putting that in.
Well, compounding lies even goes further into his credibility, right? Nobody believes that. There's nobody believe he named himself Professor Dave Explains, his YouTube channel, because he isn't trying to come off as a piece of professor. Nobody believes that.
Exactly. Tragic.
In the next week, there's going to be at least one Glober who spontaneously recognizes that the majority of his subs are probably false as well.
Yeah, that was a good point, Wolfgang. If somebody who was a predominant flat Earth channel and named themselves professor, like that would be literally 99% of the attack would be against the fact that the person's not an actual professor. And think about early on what they did to somebody like Brian Mullen, who was an engineer and had a physics degree. They literally doxed him and got him fired from his job. So you can imagine what they would do to somebody claiming to be a professor. Which, has anybody heard anything from Brian Mullen in the past 4 or 5 years? Did he just completely disappear?
Maybe he's living the
I'm
good
not
life
familiar.
in Bolivia.
He'd be entitled to. But no, I've not really heard anything. I heard someone say recently that one of the hardcore globe proponents was saying that, I don't know, who was it again? Someone said that Mullen's family told them to go to his work and, put him in it. But I'm sure, obviously that's a lie. Whether the guy said it was just a joke afterwards, I don't know. But just strange, these hardcore globe people and things they'll say. But yeah, no, I've not heard anything from Brian Mullen in a while or seen anything by him. But yeah, no, that's exactly the point, right? Their side would just totally destroy anyone on the Flat Earth side who was putting any kind of academic title that they didn't actually have in their name. And it would be the first thing they're highlighting. They say, well, he's lying about his credentials. He's called himself PhD, whatever. But when it's Professor Dave, they'll give him a pass. They'll say, well, he's debunked the flat Earth because, look, if the moon's a ball spinning above you, you'd be seeing different sides of the ball.
Yeah, as tragic as it was that Weiss wasn't able to capitalize on some of his mistakes, we and others can capitalize on it after the fact. For example, his entire argument was the only way and the most efficient way to know the Earth is a globe is to look at the sky. So he's already lost in that regard.
You're just all jealous, you're not professors like me.
Yeah, the ending of the debate when maybe Wise said, maybe I should change my name to Professor as well, Professor Flat Dave.
That's a good point, though. AI. We should do a night where we play the debate and we just go through Professor Dave's points, and we make the arguments that Dave Weiss should have made, or we drill into the points that Professor Dave made that can easily be destroyed. We should go through it just and make a video, and then spam it in the comments and say, look, this is what Professor Dave was arguing. Here are the easy debunks. Here's his feet held to the fire, and just trash it that way and make our own little video of it. That'd be a good thing to do, and easy.
I was thinking of doing that, but
pointing out the flaws in his arguments.
To it. To hold a gun to my head, makes me listen to his voice.
Yeah, I'm not putting myself forward for listening to it either, to be honest. But I guess if we all do it, on the stream. We can share the pain.
Well, maybe Atwood would pin the comment.
Yeah, because he hearted a comment I saw, and I can't remember what the comment was, but it was like a pro flat Earth comment, and it was like recommending to go to another flat Earth channel, which I think, if I remember, it was a legit flat Earth channel. And for some reason, yeah, Atwood hearted the comment. I'm not sure if he knew exactly what it meant. It might have been the comment where he said they should have got Eric Dubé on to debate or something like that, or go to Eric Dubé's channel. Something like that. He recommended it like another flat earther or something, and Sean Atwood hearted the comment. So I don't know if he was just doing that by accident or didn't know exactly what it meant or what. But yeah, I think if we can go through it, we should pick out. We should make the
Eric Dubé wouldn't do much better.
Yeah, I mean Eric Dubé himself in a debate scenario.
He's not a debater either. You need somebody that does this all the time.
No, I just thought it was interesting that Atwood hearted a comment speaking about another. It was like a pro flat Earth comment, and he wasn't hearting a load of comments that I could see, but he hearted this one. So I just thought that was a bit interesting. But yeah, if we can make a condensed one, just cut out all the bits of Dave embarrassing himself, and then our rebuttals to his weak arguments, where Dave Weiss maybe moved on instead of addressing it like he should have done, while there's still momentum of that debate going, just to highlight, not only is he an insufferable goon with the personality of a deadly disease, his points are shit and can easily be debunked. That'll be fun.
I don't think I could debate Professor Dave. I think the condescension would make him just snap.
Yeah.
And I know worse than him when I'm calling him and his every relative is a cunt.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's why you do it in absentia, right? You just kind of take his comments afterwards and you just destroy them here instead and put it out. So, I mean, but yeah, dealing with those kind of people, it's like people like Fight the Flat Earth and all this stuff. Like, they can't have the discussion with any kind of respect. All they can do is ad hom and ridicule as you go on, and it just makes it like an intolerable discussion. But
Johnny Kruger's condescending is just like, that's like, I want to destroy them. Not physically, but I can't take it. Like, it's like, listen, it's like you're the dumbest person in the room. You're condescending people. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, and considering one of his things he kept saying over and over again is, you're just using big words. And one of the words that he said that after was just, I can't remember what it was, but it's a very common word that everybody understands. And he's like, oh, big words. Like, really?
He really said that? Now I have to watch it. Now I'm intrigued.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. And I'm pretty sure his ad homs went as far as calling Dave Weiss a douchebag multiple times. Like, that's the first time I've heard somebody in a formal debate call somebody a douchebag.
Idiot. Yeah, he named him all types of things.
He called him a moron.
Moron, yeah, whatever, yeah.
But that happens in debates often,
generally.
Right?
Hold on, but he makes science videos. Does he not know the big words that he's talking about in his science videos?
Yeah, that's why it's hilarious that he was saying that.
Oh my God, this is. Oh my! I might make a
there's a lot
montage of all his videos. Right, I'm gonna take him using a big word, and then I'll bracket it with "You're just using big words." Make a whole video of it.
or splice in the audio that, like, from his debate with Dave Weiss, where he says, "You're
Yeah,
just
that's what I'm
trying to
talking
use
about.
words."
that's what I'm talking about, man. Just, oh my God, I have to make it.
Well, there's a lot of things tactically to be learned from this debate that flat earthers can realize. One is don't spend your time when it's your time to talk explaining the other person's point for the audience. That means that they don't have to then take their time to do it. You should have been using your time to be debunking or presenting positive evidence for your claim. So what Dave Weiss did is obviously the argument went to the sky, and he then explained the sky and was basically like a secretary for Professor Dave. Hey, Dave, don't worry. You don't need to use your time. I'll use my time to explain your point for you.
Oh my God, I can't wait to watch this now, man. I'm having a change of heart here. It
It's
sounds like an
horrible.
absolute well, it seems like. Well, I mean, all the debates I've watched, I just figured it was like just like a run-of-the-mill debate, like a fight the flat Earth debate. But I guess this is a little more unique than that.
Now, listen, Indio, the comment that you posted from Box Ops is very salient in this effect that essentially it seems like Professor Dave was actually trying to divorce the shape of the Earth from the Earth, which is an argument that flat earthers present all the time. It's like, look, if you want to know the shape of the Earth, measure the Earth. And obviously he said there's no demonstrable Earth curvature at the surface. So he's basically saying the only way to know the shape of the object we're standing on is the lights in the sky and the interpretation thereof. A huge faux pas on his point.
Well, that would make sense if there was a big mirror in the sky that you could look at and then see what the Earth looks like.
But see, this is the thing, right? If we clip out those bits, I mean, you can either just have those in isolation and it sounds like it would be hilarious, but if you clip out those bits, they're just him pretty much debunking his entire position. I mean, he's saying there's no way you can measure the Earth to be a ball on Earth. So you're essentially saying, okay, so it's a religion for 99.99999% of people. It can't be actually verified, this story. So you are reduced to simply believing the word of a tiny number of organizations which have shown themselves through history to be very capable of lying. That's essentially what he's boiling his position down to. Even just getting these and clipping them together and then having people respond on here or just having them in isolation would be a very funny video. And I like that idea about, we're using big words. We get that like in lobby all the time. You'll say like, oh no, that's just perspective. Oh, big word time, is it, Mr. Big Words? Perspective. It's like, okay, you don't know what perspective is. But yeah, clip it together with a bunch of his videos or whatever. Just big words. That's like a 16-year-old debating. Not a professor.
I understood the big word,
YouTube.
so it's multisyllabic. So what? Like, does it matter that it has a lot of syllables in it?
Yeah, find what that word is, and let's find his syllable limit. Is it 3? Is it 4?
Oftentimes the word.
Well, a syllable meter.
Well, oftentimes words with multiple syllables are actually the easier ones to understand because they're compound words and stuff like that. So
yeah, you're right. I just love that idea. Professor Dave, the defender of the globe, is complaining about big words. Are you supposed to be the science guy, Dave? Shouldn't you globies have the big words? Oh dear. You can't measure curvature on the surface of Earth, okay? Case dismissed.
You can only measure from the surface of the sun, dude.
Oh man, I mean, that alone, yeah, that really needs drilled into. Like, because I bet that kind of, I don't know, I haven't listened to the debate, but I bet that was just kind of glossed over. But that's huge. Like AI is saying, that is a huge admittance, and that is not something that the majority of casual globe believers are thinking in their heads. But you ask the majority of people, hey, do you think they've measured the curvature of the Earth? Yeah, of course they have. They tell us it's a ball.
The more I think about it, if David Weiss actually held him to the points proper, it might have actually been less productive than just letting Dave screw himself over.
Yeah, there's definitely something to that. It's always better to kind of let them go off on their little journey of trying to explain their position, but even like you said, than actually explaining it for them in a more coherent way. You shouldn't have done that, because if the audience can't understand what Professor Dave is saying when he's making his point, then that's on him, and that just means that the audience are surely going to be pretty unconvinced by his argument if they don't even know what he's trying to say. But it's even more impactful if we can take what he said and then really kind of extrapolate on it and say, look, this is obviously fallacious reasoning. This is obviously a crap argument, and just really hammer home why it's so bad. Yeah.
Well, this time I feel that since he decided he wanted to go down the insulting and ad hominem road, fair game. He's fair game, dude. Sink down to his level and excel.
Yeah. He can regret his decision to finally agree to doing a debate. Just like harp on it. Just like, well, you were smart to not put yourself in this position for a long time, but now you have. We're really going to trash you.
Yeah, you want to call people douchebags and morons and call them names. So now we're going to do the same to you.
Man. So he finally made it to a debate, and the most intelligent thing he said, and honest, to be fair, for his side, the evidence that he presented is, listen, friends, my fellow Globers, it is true that we have divined the shape of the Earth from the lights in the sky, just as the flat earthers so adequately criticize us for. Slow clap.
Exactly.
Slow clap. Slow clap. Good job. Did you take the short bus to college today?
And if he's also de facto admitted that if you measure the Earth, it measures flat. If you can't measure curvature from the surface of the Earth, it has to measure flat, right?
Yeah, right, because that's him. So is he saying then you can't measure a section of Earth? Well, I mean, he's essentially saying you can't measure Earth then, right? Because his position would be there would be measurable curvature over a single mile. It should be around 8 inches, or 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles. So he's either saying you can't measure a 1 mile section of Earth, or he's saying there is no curvature over those measurable distances, which again debunks his model.
Yeah, it has to be one or the other, right? That technically infeasible, or when you measure it, the Earth is too big to actually make that measurement. That the curve is not detectable by measuring instrument. Either way is bad for him. Horrible for him, quite honestly.
Yeah.
That's a welcome to flat Earth moment.
I am assembling a really funny list of words for everybody's viewing pleasure. Here, I'll post what I have so far because it pretty much proves the point. These are all either single syllable or 5 letters or less words to prove my point on short words.
The shortest, most profound word is
Dotard.
So? Did you know that the lights in the sky appear to be circles? So?
You know, he did appear on Fight the Flat Earth channel. Now that, like, he acted this way, it was kind of weird because, like, everybody was talking but him. What's that saying where, like, it's better to be silent and perceive the fool than open your mouth and prove it?
Why would you use a word like perceived when you could have just used a word like thought? Are you a hoity-toity flat earther?
Big word.
You big word user, you.
You're just saying hoity-toity to seem smart.
Oh, busted.
It's very hoity-toity of you. You know, flat earthers are guilty of using big words or whatever, or being too technical. It's because we have to be, because they try to twist our words. They try to impart meanings and straw man the shit out of us. We have to be hyper specific and make very hyper specific statements so that they don't get misconstrued into meaning something else. Because we can't have honest conversations.
That reminds me of back in the day when used as a critique against flat earthers, a list of like 38 or 40 causes of what could cause something to disappear in the distance. And then they had on the other side essentially Earth curve. And they thought that was making an argument in their favor. It's like, look at all these stupid things flat earthers say that actually exist in reality that could cause things to disappear in the distance. So they disregard Earth curve. Oh my goodness, they're so dumb.
It's not good, they do. We can demonstrate every single one of them. It's not theoretical.
I mean, I still haven't heard it, but we really need to clip that. You can't measure curvature on the surface of Earth. That would just be hilarious to play back to Globers here anytime we're in the discussion.
I think the video I posted, Boxop said he timestamped it. So it should be right at the point where it says
So I guess he's throwing McToon and all that under the bus, who like to throw about these 1800s theodolite claims that they put out on their websites. Could maybe start some infighting. Ask McToon and that to respond to Flat Earth Dave's claim.
They just be like, well, he's not even a professor.
Yeah, they're going to abandon him. He's going to get thrown up the bus, isn't he?
He's going to be the next Neil deGrasse Tyson with how much buses he's being thrown under. He's going to be like a trampled Evel Knievel.
Hey, MC Toon said you can measure curvature with a theodolite. Professor Dave says, nuh-uh. Debunk it.
Globe Wars. Just make them fight each other. That's what I like to do. If I get two globies together disagreeing with each other, I'll start to pit them off against each other.
Hello. Well, if you guys have been paying attention to McToon's guest roster lately, it includes the likes of Dr. Danny Faulkner, a real accredited guy, who was, making a video attempting to correct what he believes is errors on Flat Earthers' interpretations of the sky. So, McToon being thrown in the mix is actually a very good tactical move. Maybe him and Professor Dave can do a little commentary on Danny Faulkner.
We can get Professor Phil involved too. We can make it fake professor versus fake professor.
Yeah, that is a good question.
So, in other words, the trifecta, why I mentioned these guys all together, is they all disagree on certain points, yet they all are in union against the flat Earth. But what Danny was attempting to do is to correct flat Earther misconceptions about the lights in the sky. Professing Professor Dave was attempting to say the only way to know the shape of the Earth is by the lights in the sky. Right? So all of them ignoring something, similar that McToon might say, which is, oh yeah, I could definitely measure Earth curve at the surface. So which is it? Do we know the Earth is a globe because of Earth's surface curvature measurements, or from retroengineering a model from divining the things that occur in the sky? Which is it? I'd like to know. How about you globers have a powwow together, a little kumbaya moment, and decide once and for all how we know. No, sorry, let me change that. How we already know, because that's how it's phrased. It's not that we know it's a globe because we've done this, this, and this, and then concluded it to be such. It's that we already know it's a globe. So why don't you guys come up with an official globe statement of how we know it's a globe, and then submit it for review. How about that?
Well, that's it. I bet they're not interested in correcting the contradictions that they all have themselves within their own side, As long as it's not agreeing with the flat Earth, which arguably Professor Dave is, then they don't really mind if they're completely inconsistent with how they're arguing their position. They will accept any answer that is not flat Earth, no matter how contradictory it is to their previously established arguments. Which just shows you it's not a genuine argument from evidence and reality. It's an emotional appeal.
Shouldn't any single globe evidence be sufficient in proving the globe?
It should.
Like, what I mean is they shouldn't really need more than one. And if one isn't sufficient, and they point to so
That's the
many.
funny thing. Yeah, that's the funny thing, because a load of them will literally say, it's not one thing, it's a whole collection of things. Like, they'll make the point that it's like a voluminous idea of very vague, tangential claims, rather than one solid argument or piece of evidence. But yeah, you're
It's
right.
less cohesive
It would
than
only
that.
take one.
It's less cohesive than that. For example, they don't have a unified model of the universe in the sense of gravitation or the mechanisms post the Big Bang or even prior to the Big Bang that lead to what we observe today. For example, they need to create hyperinflation to make the universe expand faster than it normally would have by the forces that they claim existed in the Big Bang in order to solve a problem which they claim is gravity, which is Newtonian mechanics, which Newton himself recognized doesn't work unless you have an infinite universe. You can't have an infinite universe because that creates paradoxes, which are easily debunked. For example, Olber's paradox. If you have an infinite universe, you have infinite light, which means it's going to be daylight 24 hours a day. It's not daylight 24 hours a day, therefore it's false. Now, Newton recognized this very quickly, that an infinite universe was a problem for his, let's just call it a theory, right? So what do you have to do? You have to create an expanding universe. And then you have problems with that because it doesn't match observations versus predictions. So now you have to invent dark matter. So even in their penumbra of a collection of things, they need Newtonian and Einsteinian to exist simultaneously without reconciling the problems with the two. So it's not just this pretty put a bow on it collection of things that all point to the same conclusion. No, many of them are contradicting each other. And you just focus on one being used in this instance, and then one over here being used in that instance, never the twain shall meet. Because if they do meet, you have a paradoxical explosion, a logical incoherence in your worldview. For example, nothing could go faster than the speed of light, but we need the universe to go faster than the speed of light. Otherwise, we have to throw out gravity in the way we believe it is. Oh, well, that sounds very honest. Why don't you just make up some math to change the measurement device, and then everything works fine? If something measures 12 inches and you need it to measure 13, you just write on a math 12 plus 1, and then you have dark measurements. Now it's a 13-inch piece of wood. Wow, good job.
Yeah, you're right. The collection of ideas is definitely not even consistent. In total, it's a shit show. But to Gospel's point, that is the funny thing. Like, they have this vague collection of ideas, which they maybe haven't thought about enough to recognize the contradictions inherent in them at that point. But they almost always make the point that there's no single piece of evidence that they would show that would prove their globe belief true, which in reality, it should be axiomatic in a measurement sense. You would only have to really present one verifiable argument, or one, even just like measurement of curvature, right? Go out and see it. You'll always get that geometric result that the globe model predicts. That would be more than sufficient. But obviously, they don't have that. But yeah, I like this this Professor Dave idea. We should follow up on this. Mr. Dave, I should say. It's been a long 10 minutes for that FTL guy. Just finding that curvature measurement wasn't as easy as he thought.
Hmm.
Did a Glober come in? I was on a work call for a bit.
Yeah, a guy came in earlier. FTL3, I think his name was. I checked him in. He was just fairly polite. I mean, he wasn't spiraling straight away, but we got to curvature and who measured the curvature, and he went into talking about the sun and how the sun moves and how it would move. It would take 12 hours to move around a globe, but not a flat Earth. Just these kind of illogical ideas of, well, what I imagine the flat Earth model to be, I would imagine that it would do something different than what it actually does right now. Therefore, I will say it doesn't work on the flat Earth, even when we observe a flat Earth, which he agreed to. And then Indio came in and started talking to him about the details of the sun's movement and time and date and all this stuff. And he just kind of, I think he realized at that point he was out of his depth. So he said, all right, I'll come back in 10 minutes. I'll tell you how they measured the curve. And that was about, I don't know, hour and a half ago. I'm beginning to think Professor Dave was right, and we can't measure the curve.
Yeah, maybe that was a Freudian slip there.
Oh, you used a big word. Don't you understand the scale of the Earth? It's so big that we couldn't measure it. So the only way to understand it is to look at the lights in the sky and reverse engineer a solution.
Right.
Duh. Freaking stupid
Man,
flat Earth for you.
if Dave Weiss spent any amount of time in this server, he would know to rebuttal that claim immediately and ask for, many different things like how did we acquire the distances, what were assumed in any of these, measurements, blah, 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 blah. Like you can at least take somebody down a road of inquiry to where the audience is starting to understand or realize that many things within these claims are assumed and not actually empirically measured. But instead, he just blankets it.
Let's talk about another assumption professing Professor Dave wanted to make, which is that after being accused of being a dick for being a dick by Mr. Weiss, his rebuttal was, no, Weiss, you're the biggest dick in the universe because you're accusing millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of people of being liars, right? So therefore, you're a scumbag. But is that what Dave Weiss is doing? No, he's not accusing everyone who believes in the globe or supports ideas that coincide with the globe Earth theory of being liars. He's just saying they're wrong. So there's an assumption on the table by professing Professor Dave that isn't even correct, and it's not even logical to assume that all these people would need to be lying or would lie about it. They're just presenting what they think from what they know and have been taught is the truth in their opinion.
Yeah, so that method, would that be technically considered gaslighting? Like Professor Dave was gaslighting Dave Weiss?
Yeah, it's also a straw man because he's saying that he's saying in effect that the position of his opponent is ridiculous. Therefore, it's easier to dismantle on my behalf.
Buenos dias, senores.
Buenos dias.
But again, it's just ridiculous because it's like a weak appeal to sociology as opposed to any empirical evidence. It's like, when are you going to start arguing like a professor, Professor Dave? Don't you deal in empirical evidence rather than getting mad about who you emotionally perceive to be lying about someone, even though it's an incorrect belief? It's like, again, this is a childish argument to be making the claim, oh, you're claiming everyone's lying, and appeal to incredulity and a straw man. It's like, you need to have something better than this, but you can't because you don't believe that Earth can be measured to be a ball. The ball that you're telling us that it's ridiculous for not believing and that it's bad to be suggesting that it's not correct, even though you've just said it can't be proven on Earth. I guess we have to be in a different reality to prove the globe.
Yeah, so that you think everybody's lying thing is like a newbie glober coming into this server. I mean, I had that conversation yesterday with somebody in VC check-in. I don't even know if they necessarily brought it up. I think I brought it up just to kind of quelch that from the beginning, saying, just because somebody like yourself was taught that the Earth's the globe, and if you happen to get a job as a teacher and you taught that information, I wouldn't consider you a liar for teaching the information that you were taught. You don't know any better. So us in this server, we as flat earthers don't think that everybody is necessarily lying. People have just been misinformed about the information, and it's perpetuated itself for a while. That's a very common, these leaps that globers make. Like the minute you say you don't think the moon is necessarily what we've been taught, oh, so it's fake? Oh, so the sun's fake? They just take these huge leaps. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so obviously just an argument from emotion. There's no logic or empirical basis to the argument. It's purely, I'm upset that you would say that people are lying. So I don't believe that people would lie about it. So that's my evidence. It's like, again, that's something that a 15-year-old would say. You're supposed to be the big globe defender because NASA and all that have left you guys hanging out to dry. They're not stepping in and debating flat earthers. No one in real academia is stepping up to debate flat earth. They're leaving it to the pseudo professors who aren't professors, who were fired from their universities to be their big globe defenders for some reason. I mean, what? It's the $1 trillion worldview all these governments are making so much money off of, but for some reason the big defenders of it aren't the likes of Neil deGrasse Tyson or the guys getting put on TV. They're these weird YouTube content creators who are arguing like 15-year-olds by saying, oh, my subjective understanding of sociology says you're wrong. But that alone should be making any discerning globe believer get worried. On top of the fact that they're saying things like, oh, you're just using big words. Like the globe side has some kind of intellectual insecurity about their intellectual level, when the majority of people going into this discussion totally blind would be thinking there's no way that the globe side would be using the argument that the flat earthers are assuming some kind of intellectual superiority. Surely that can't be possible because the flat earth is supposed to be dumb, retarded. They can't be even in a pseudo position of intellectual superiority, can they? But you hear this from globers all the time as well. Oh, big words. You're just trying to use science and complicated arguments.
Yeah, I feel like that happens a lot, especially with Witsit, right? He tends to formulate arguments and utilize words that may not be used often in conversation. So the person he's arguing with, since they can't comprehend what he's saying, they try to throw that on him, like, "Oh, you're just using big words because you don't understand." It's like a form of self-projection, basically.
Yeah, they definitely do it to Witsit. And that alone should be like a big red flag to the globe side, because they should be like, oh, I wasn't expecting that it would be the globe side that's complaining about the flat earth side being too intellectual. Surely it should be the other way around, because I thought I had the intellectual position, which is the globe. So the flat earther should be complaining at me, the globe believer, for being too intellectual. But this doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, it's almost like textbook Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah.
Professor Dave, professor at Dunning-Kruger University. Sorry, Dunning-Kruger Junior College.
Just going back to what you said about NASA leaving him out to dry and the official people not commenting, I think that works out in their favor a lot, because every time NASA comments, it's an official line that they have to stick to now, instead of it's something else that they have to defend that can be picked apart. And when NASA doesn't comment, they can say whatever they want. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You could speak to 10 different globers and give you 10 different reasons. As soon as NASA gives you an official reason, that's it now. They've got something to
Yeah,
defend.
no, it definitely works in their favor. And this is why they do it, right? They don't want to commit. They want to keep it vague. They don't want to restrict themselves any more than they already have, because they realize whenever one of their people have come out to make some kind of statement addressing the flat earth, it almost invariably backfires on them and creates a huge sense of ridicule. So a few years ago, Neil deGrasse Tyson might have been seen as some kind of credible guy who could give points for a globe. But because he tried to address it a handful of times, he's now become a joke, even to the globe side, right? The globies will throw him under the bus at the first mention of his name. We've got these random Discord guys coming on being like, Neil deGrasse don't know shit. I know better than Neil deGrasse Tyson. And that's because he came out and just tried to address the flat earth a handful of times. But in doing so, he's done the same kind of thing as Professor Dave here. He said, oh, you can't see curvature from 128,000 feet. That stuff is flat. You can't measure the Earth's curvature on Earth. That stuff is flat. So it's like anytime they do try to address it, it just comes back to bite them. So yeah, the NASA side, the officials, they don't want to be getting involved in the debate. But again, a discerning viewer would understand that if the truth was on their side, they would have nothing to fear from getting involved in the debate. They could come and shut it down, right? And if they were interested in educating, as they claim to be, that would be exactly what they would do or would attempt to do, right? So yeah, it works in their favor in the sense that they're not committing themselves to any more ridicule like has already happened. But for the discerning viewer who's like, well, I want to know if it's a globe or not, they should still be asking, right, but if you're telling the truth, you should be able to prove this. You should be able to debate this easily. You'll be able to come up with millions of proofs. If all of reality is what you say, there should be no part of reality that you can't point to and say, look, this proves it. But they know that's not the case. They know reality at every turn contradicts their claim. So they can't get involved. So that's telling.
That's another point. That's another point that Dave fell to. Structures. So there's a lot of claims in pop media that certain structures had to account for the curve of the Earth. For example, the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge at the end of one of the engineering episodes on the History Channel, it says, did you know that the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge had to account for an 1 5/8 differential in the curvature of the Earth over its span? And then you got Professor Dave on this debate saying that at the scales of construction, the curve of the Earth is negligible and wouldn't be needed to be accounted for. Simultaneously, we have guys going to court, right, attempting to prove that the Earth is curved, bringing a model based on these bridges and being denied by the judge because the judge basically recognizing that a model isn't proof of anything in reality. Right? So what is it? I mean, is it or is it not? Did the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge need to account for an 1 5/8 differential in the curvature of the Earth? for its towers, or did it not? I mean, which was? Well, anybody who knows anything about construction at that scale understands, with the materials being used, that an inch and 5/8 at those thresholds is impossible to execute in the real world. So at best, it's only in a model. And why would you even need it to be an inch and 5/8 differential? You're talking about a span, right, of suspension cables that hold up a bridge, where the bridge itself, through the course of the year, through thermal expansion, varies by 11 feet. Yet you're going to tell me that you're going to engineer an inch and a 5/8 in the towers? It's laughable. These claims where they point to and say, oh, of course there's a globe. They had to account for an inch and 5/8 at Verrazano Narrows bridge construction. Ha ha, you stupid. You're like, you're stupid. You don't even understand the claims that are coming out of your mouth. You just saw something in pop culture and are repeating it.
Yeah, and these guys should be the maddest of all, right? Some guy going into court trying to prove the globe. You should be like, why am I having to take this to court? Where the hell is the government? All the governments who telling me that this is a globe I'm living on. Why am I desperately wasting my money in court trying to prove this thing which is supposed to be true, and I'm receiving really no help from the government here?
Yeah. It's like I said earlier, you guys, being you Professor Daves, you Professor Phils, you Danny Faulkners, you McToons, all you guys need to get together at the International Globe Earth Proof Symposium and come to grips with the fact that you don't have a coherent statement. So do we need to take account for curvature in bridges? Yes or no? Can we use sticks? Yes or no? Can we measure the surface? Yes or no? Do we have to divine it from the things in the sky? Yes or no? Come up with an actual statement that can actually be scrutinized. Submit it for review. Thank you.
Globe Earth Proof Symposium. All lectures. The slide decks are blank for all lectures.
I was going to say that would be hilarious. I'd like to go to that symposium. It's a bunch of guys hanging around the buffet table. So when's the lecture starting today? I don't think they scheduled any lectures, did they? No, the workshops? No, I don't think so. I think it's just kind of a buffet.
No, man, it's gonna be like some of the old councils where Arian got slapped by the other guy. I'm speaking of I can't remember if it's a council in Nicaea or not, but there's some big decisions that needed to be made in Christianity in the past. They had some councils, and the one guy just slapped the crap out of the other guy in front of everybody. He's like, "You're wrong, Shemako." Yeah, it's like that's what the globe earthers are going to do to each other. You could prove Earth curve at the surface. No, it has to be done in the sky. Smack.
That's a great analogy. The Council of Nicaea is like, yeah, guys, we really need to get together and really make this religion more coherent, because there's a lot of difficult questions being asked of all of us, and we need to be on a unified front here. We've got Professor Dave over here telling us that we can't bloody measure Earth curve ever. We've got McToon over here telling us just break your theodolite out in the 1800s. Come on, guys, we need to get it together. Let's codify the globe.
In regards
I refuse to unify. I'm going to start my own sect of the globe earth religion. And if you want to come, you can come. If you don't, too bad for you.
Is that the Council of Trent? Or I could be wrong.
And they're like, oh,
well,
is
anyway.
NASA here? Why don't we just ask NASA? No, NASA didn't show up. They've not come. Oh. So I guess we'll just figure
council,
it out.
The Council for the Globe, I'm going to call the Council of IKEA. Because you just build it any way you want.
That's good.
There was a demonstration where they had a car. They shined a shop light on the floor, and had like a cardboard mountain, and they shined the light on the floor at like a 45-degree angle, and it created a shadow. The light was above the bottom of the car in position, but it shined a shadow from the cardboard cutout on the bottom of the car. The gap exists because the distance from the mountaintop to the clouds, I suppose. That's what I would. The shadow can only be cast on an object, so the distance from that object. But this was done as a demonstration before in the setup that I just described. That that kind of debunks the claim that posits that the sun would have to be below, physically, angularly below the position of the mountain in order to cast that shadow. That's what the claim is. That claim is actually pretty absurd, but this can be demonstrated with the light source being angularly above the mountain, above the clouds, but still casting a shadow on the bottom of the clouds.
Couldn't there be a lake on the other side of the mountain? So the sun's reflecting off the lake, therefore casting a shadow up.
It's not even necessary. There could be, but it's not necessary.
Well, it certainly can contribute, right? And when you see photographs like this, it's always snow-covered mountain peaks, right? And snow has a high reflective index. So take that for what it's worth.
Well, listen, it can happen on a flat Earth because the ground is reflective.
Shadow.
But it still looks fake to me, regardless. Whether it can be explained by flat Earth or not, it looks fake to me.
I've seen it before. I just wish I could find that video that I'm talking about. Nobody seems to.
I use TinEye to like source it. There's six websites that have it on it. 4 of them are on Twitter. One is on Imgur. One is on some poker forum. The one on Imgur that just says no caption, no nothing. Shadow of Mount Rainier on clouds at sunrise. So sunrise, I don't see how that's possible. Because you got to think, in the Goldberg's model, whatever the height of Mount Rainier is, the horizon's probably like 100 miles away, right? But it's not flat. It's mountainous. Right? Mount Rainier isn't just sticking up out of the ground. It's mountainous to the east of Mount Rainier. So I don't see how that's possible, that photograph. If it was the ocean on the other side at sunrise, then yeah, maybe. But I don't think this image is possible with its geography.
I've seen variations of this same.
But it's the gap that's like, you know, where the gap in the shadow in the light. That gap does not make sense.
The distance from the mountain to the clouds.
Yeah. So if you drew a line like from where the top of the mountain is to where the cloud starts, right, there's a gap of light.
Nobody has access to the video I'm thinking of, where the guy shines. He's in like a garage. He shines the light, little cardboard thing, and demonstrates a reflection casting a shadow on the underneath of the car, even though the light source is above the bottom of the car.
Yeah, it's definitely. Listen, it's definitely doable, especially at a shallow angle. The shallower the angle is to the surface, right? How many degrees it is above the surface, the more reflective that surface is. This is well-known shit. They have a name for it. It's called a critical angle. I mean, look at the contrast in that. Why is it so purple? Like, in this image it appeared on Imgur in 2016. I think someone faked that shit just for this, because they're not above that shit.
Like you just look up Shadow Mount Rainier, and this is what you get.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of them, but all of them are the shadows connected to the clouds. You never see that gap. I've never seen like any shadow of a mountain on the clouds with like a gap. Right, the shadow starts right at the peak of the mountain. There isn't like a gap and then the shadow starts. The only way that would be possible is if the fucking light source is like right underneath the mountain.
Well, that's the thing. That's the reflection. I don't think the light source is the thing that's making it cast the shadow. I think it's the reflection. So I see what you're talking about. The vast majority of the shadows seem to, be right there at the mountain, but there are a handful of exceptions. I posted 2 of them.
Shit. Yeah, but you see that the exceptions, how poorly defined they are.
That one has a little bit more of the peak definition.
And here's the thing. Those could be low cloud decks that are actually below the peak, but based on your perspective, it looks like they're above the peak. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's been demonstrated already.
Yeah, like Rainier is a very tall mountain to where it's in the clouds all the time. So you could have a low cloud deck that is closer to you, not all the way to the mountain, right? So based on your perspective, you could see a gap between the cloud deck and the mountain. But if a light source is coming, directly at that mountain, and the cloud deck that's behind it is just barely below the peak, you're going to get a shadow, period.
I actually, now I think about it, look at that image, and where's the brightest spot, and how high is that in the image?
The brightest spot in the most recent photo I posted?
No, in the one I posted.
Oh, in the one you posted, the brightest spot is on the left side of the mountain.
Yeah. So obviously that's got to be where the sun is, right?
Towards the left. It would, yeah.
Right to the left of the mountain. Not quite at the height of the peak, but right below the height of the peak.
Yeah, and the shadow seems, at least in that picture that you posted, India, that shadow seems to come towards the left as well, which is weird because you would think it would go the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, shadows go away from the light.
But if benefit of the doubt, if the sun is directly straight ahead from where this picture is being taken, meaning it's being covered by the mountain, and you just see, really bright clouds off to the left. Either way, as long as this sun this cloud deck could be below or right at the level of those peaks. It's not outside the realm of possibility
All
that
right,
this is taking place.
look at the
I
most
just
recent
think
one.
this image is fake. It looks fake to me. I don't know. I
Look at
can't
the
prove it, but dude, where the sun is, it just it doesn't look right. I don't know what it is. It don't look right to me.
in the
And
most
there's no
recent.
provenance. You know what I mean?
Look
Sorry,
at the.
gospel.
That's okay. Look at the reflection of the water on this one. That's slightly peculiar as well.
Could chemtrails cause this, maybe? Oh, weird phenomenon.
It very much appears to be a shadow, so I'm not sure if you're meaning something else, but
Yeah,
I
that's a weird shadow, right? Kind of like 3 stripes across the water.
yeah, I think that's peculiar. And what I mean by that is the shadow might not be, if you were from a different vantage point, let's say up in a plane above that, I think that you would actually see something quite different, possibly a straight line of shadow. And why, I don't know. But the reflection in the water is fascinating to me.
I mean, don't we see similar phenomenon, right, with crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays, especially when you see the crepuscular rays that go from all the way from the west to the east or the east to the west, right? You see them kind of diverging, and then they come over the top of you. They seem to be very uniform as they go over the top of you, and then they converge back on the opposite horizon, right? You can see this displayed in clouds fairly often.
It's another image of it permeating the clouds, explaining why it casts the shadow. So I think your first explanation has some applicability, even though it seems really hard to tell. There are plenty of examples that you can make that become more apparent.
Yeah, I mean, as long as that cloud deck or portions of that cloud deck, right, the bottom side of that cloud deck where it's getting the shadow is right about the same elevation as the peak, even though I don't know, it's hard to tell whether the cloud deck in the forward part of the image is or is not right at the level of the peak. Because if you've got sun rays that are coming right across the peak, and you have a cloud deck that may or may not be necessarily thick enough to obscure your image of the peak, but you have lower cloud deck as it gets closer to you, it's certainly possible.
Hello.
Howdy. It's one of the most poignant questions I've seen in a while.
What was that? Sorry?
The one in the voice text.
Oh.
Where is the Earth curve shadow?
Yeah. Still talking about the curve. I'm beyond the curve, bro. Beyond the curve. I talk about other things.
Oh yeah, so do we. It's just the purpose of this live stream.
I know it's funny. It's funny.
We're obligated to talk about it in this voice chat, but yeah, doesn't occupy a sizable proportion of my daily conversation either, apart from in this voice chat.
It's just funny. Hey, man.
Yep.
I got a question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
If you're standing on a sphere that's, let's just say 40,000 miles around, how high would you need to be off its surface before you'll start seeing curvature?
Yeah, I don't know about before you would start, because I don't know what the minimum arc.
Well, think of it as you're on the downtown New York, and you're standing on the sidewalk right in front of the Sears Tower. How far do you need to be back from the front doors of the tower to see the full tower? Or noticing, oh shit, it's a tower. Across the street, half a block, So something that's at least 40,000 miles around, you would need to be at least 8 to 1,000 miles off its surface until you start seeing, hey, wait a second, could this be spherical? I need to go higher.
Yeah.
The International Space Station is only at 240 miles.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't even see curvature.
They know that.
Right.
They know that.
It's just, simple laws of perspective, right?
Last time I had done the math, I think it was something along the lines of 11,000 miles in order to see 50%.
Right. I'm saying maybe a quarter of that, right? Like instead of 50%, let's half that again.
Yeah.
So at least 6,000 miles, right? We'll say 5.
Sure.
Right.
Far cry.
You know what I mean? Like, bro, I see curvature on an airplane and a mountaintop. Beauty thing about math is that it doesn't lie, but it tells tales. You know, math can be manipulated. You can go, you can get different results, different ways you attack it, right? But the outcome is always the clarity of it. You know, you can manipulate math, but you know you can't turn a 4 into an 8.
Well, you can't have values within math that don't comport to reality.
Right.
Otherwise, math could certainly lie, right?
Right.
The equations might not be lying, but the assumed values could be a lie.
Math can be a storyteller, exactly. But the thing that's beauty about it is that it debunks half the shit that they're talking about, is their own formulas.
Oh, I have a painted bunting in my backyard right now. Google painted bunting. This is only the second time I've seen this in my backyard. Sorry. It's just really cool.
Yeah, nice variation of color.
Yeah, blue, almost purplish head. 2 shades of green on his back, and he's got a red front like it's a cardinal.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know why bird watching is so popular.
Yeah, but that one is in particular. I haven't seen that bird before, I don't think. That's a lot of different colors on a single bird.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's on my feeder right now. I caught a glimpse of one briefly previously, and I thought maybe I just saw a cardinal that I assumed was a painted bunting, but this is confirmation that was definitely a painted bunting previously as well. Awesome. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the stream, but I'm kind of a bird watcher.
It's sick.
Hence the bird enthusiast role.
The black swan, bro. It's the black swan.
Man, I'm glad he's hanging out for a while. This is cool.
Whip out the camera, and it will fly away.
Hey, can you Google what the female version is? Is it almost greenish looking? Just like a pale green?
That's what it
Is
looks
it?
like. I'll double check.
Oh, so yeah, that's awesome.
You gotta record it or take a couple of pics if you're able.
That's right. The green, all green, is the female painted bunting.
Kind of like a faded yellowish khaki green.
Yep.
Wow. So the problem is I don't want to run inside to get my camera and miss.
Go buy a lottery ticket.
The observations.
There you go.
Go buy a lottery ticket, and we'll buy a fucking icebreaker.
I like that you're spending my money that I haven't already earned yet.
That's okay. I'll be the one out there freezing my ass off while you're on a beach.
I don't want to get up and scare them away.
Yeah. As soon as you go get the camera, they're gone.
I mean, luckily I have binoculars sitting right here at all times, so.
Yeah.
You don't have your phone in your hand?
Yeah, I have my phone, but the distance, with my phone.
Nikon P900.
Yeah. I mean, I have a Canon camera inside, and I did just charge batteries. I just don't want to scare them as I get up. All right, I'm going for it.
Slunk away.
I did. I did.
Wolf of Wall Street.
And I ironically just checked my camera batteries yesterday, and they were both dead, and I charged them. So
Yeah, I take
maybe.
Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe there is some synchronicity to that, right? As the synchronicity people say.
Yeah.
All right, hopefully they're still out here. They are. Shit, let me switch lenses.
Yeah, you should see.
Sorry, I'll go on mute so I'm not doing bird commentary.
All right. I don't have a problem. But, like, you should see if you can set up a feeding post, find out what they eat, throw it out in that area, and they might come around a lot.
Reclaimer. Welcome. Feel free to say hello.
Hello.
Hey, what brings you to the server?
I don't know. I'm seeking for Christians. Christian servers, but I don't know.
Okay, here I can send you some invites. There's one. Did you get it?
I don't see. I see. I see. Mm-hmm.
There's another one.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think maybe one more. That one. Out here. If I'm able to invite you to this one too. Yep, there we go. There's 3 decent ones. My opinion. But you joined a flat earth server. That's what this server is, I mean. How familiar are you with the topic of the nature of Earth?
About theory of evolution. I mean, sorry, I don't understand.
Earth. How they teach in schools that it's a ball. How familiar are you with that topic?
I don't understand. I can speak on only on Bible topics.
Okay. What's your native tongue, if you don't mind me asking? Language. What language?
Ukraine and Russian.
Oh, okay.
I learn English from the Bible, and I can speak about philosophical things. For example, I can speak about universe, about creation of the universe, theory of simulation, for example, matrix. Have you heard about theory of simulation? For example, Elon Musk believes in this theory, and I think he's right, because I think that our real life is not real life, because we always live within matrix, within big personal computer, like Elon Musk believes.
Are you a Ruski Pravoslavny?
No, I'm not denomination. I don't belong any denomination. I just believe in my heart. It's my faith. I think the universe is a living organism, and a lot of scientists believe that the universe is living organism. It's alive, and everything is a part of God.
All right. So you're basically a New Ager.
Maybe a lot of people say that it's New Age.
Yeah, you should look into learning a little bit more about the mystery schools of Babylon, the doctrines of demons, and other teachings of people who gave their allegiance to Lucifer. Manly P. Hall, Madame Blavatsky, and other historical figures who learned from the mystery school religions, because that's the sort of things that they believe. But anyway, this server is not about all of that. This server is about the flat Earth. So I sent you some invites to Christian servers, like you asked. If you'd like to talk about the nature of Earth, then you can do so. Otherwise, those other topics are best had elsewhere.
Okay. Actually, my thinking is like I believe that we live in information world. Like, what can I say about it? Because
I
we
can say
people are information
Zimlia
creatures.
Pluskaya.
Your Russian is good. Why do you think so? Because I think it's not so important to believe in physical things, because it's more important to believe in information things, because who we are.
Yeah,
We
there's an
are
issue with that. You're having a conversation with another human being. If we don't have a shared reality, then our communication is purposeless, meaningless. If we don't have a shared reality, having a conversation is pointless. So if there is a shared reality, then we can discuss that reality and make sure that no one is living in error about what that reality is.
Yeah, and what is virtual reality? Because in my believing is that virtual life is more real life than real life, because we are free within virtual world. We are ourselves. For example, here in the Discord, we are free because we are incognito, yeah, here, and we can speak what we want to speak. We can do what we want to do, and we can say the Discord is a part of world. Yeah.
So I hear what you're saying, but again, if we can't agree on what reality is, then our communication about it is pointless.
Pointless.
Yeah, we wouldn't be talking about the same thing. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. And what is your purpose? Like Creed. What is your purpose? Main purpose? Why? Maybe do you want to change the world to make the world better? What is your purpose?
No, that's not my purpose. But what my purpose is in life is another topic besides the topic of this server and this voice chat. In this voice chat, I say things like Zimlia Neshar.
Ah, that's interesting. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which for the English listeners, the Earth is not a globe.
Why do you believe that it is so important to believe in it?
There's no belief.
Maybe it
It's
doesn't.
demonstrable reality. That's why it's important, is because if there are individuals saying things about reality that are not true and can be demonstrated to be not true, that is important. This by no means is the only topic on which is being misconstrued and lied about. There are other topics, but again, those wouldn't be relevant to this server and this voice chat. This voice chat is just on the topic of Earth itself. So in questioning its importance, you're questioning the mere existence of this voice chat, which exists for the purpose of helping people learn why the Earth is not a ball, and to basically look at reality for what it is, not what you're being told it is. And if you are looking to Elon Musk as some type of saint, I wouldn't recommend that activity. And by saint, I'm using that term facetiously. If you're looking to him as some type of harbinger of truth, or knowledge or progression in life. That man is full of deception, and he is just as much as a puppet as very many other people in political places. He's just a popular figure, and he's not what you may think he is.
Mm, have you heard about James Madison? James Madison. He
The president?
He was, yeah, president and federalist. Yeah, federalist. He he founded a Constitution of USA. He was the father of Constitution of USA, and he said if men were angels, no government would be necessary. What do you think
Yeah.
about it?
I think that it can be fairly easily demonstrated that people are not, quote unquote, angels, either literally or figuratively.
Yeah, in my understanding, he meant that angels are more perfect than people, and we can say a government is established by non-angels, like non-angels established government to protect non-angels from other non-angels.
Reclaimer. Did you know that we can see too far for Earth to be a globe? Did you know that gas pressure requires a container in order for the gas pressure to exist? Do you know that it's never been demonstrated for Earth to be moving, and there's no way to demonstrate that be the case because Earth is motionless and still? Do you know that?
No, I know nothing about it. I didn't hear about it. Yeah, I heard that some people believe in it, but
No, this
I
isn't
know
about
nothing about it.
belief. This is what can be demonstrated in reality, Reclaimer. Again, gas pressure can't exist next to non-gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, I think our real life is illusion. Like, I don't know what is real or not, because I think it's not real.
This is
Real
why I
world is not.
prefaced the entire conversation by helping understand.
Did he really just go to the super solipsis psychological refuge?
Yes.
Nothing's real because
Yes.
it's not a globe, so nothing's real.
Yes. That's where he started, and I tried to say, if we don't have an agreed upon reality, then communication itself is pointless. If everybody's reality only exists in their own head, then there's no purpose ever in communicating with anyone, ever. Right? For instance, if your entire reality, Reclaimer, exists only inside of your own brain, then you should never go to the grocery store. You should never pay your bills. You should never receive food or goods or services from anyone ever. Your interaction with society, humanity, reality should only happen within your own brain. There'd be no point in interacting with any other thing. Otherwise, to do so would invalidate your claim that reality only exists within your own head. Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay, well, think about it.
I understand.
It's really important. Because I have a feeling you're wearing clothes right now. I have a feeling you ate food within the last 48 hours. I have a feeling you drank water within the last 48 hours or some other liquid to nourish your body. Right? I have a feeling you're breathing. Right? All of these things deny the belief that existence and reality is only a figment of your imagination, because if that were so, you wouldn't be participating in reality. You would have no need to. And you wouldn't be here talking to anybody else either. Go ahead, Andy.
Can I ask this dude a question?
Of course.
Do you think flat earthers are denying obvious reality or something? Do you think we're denying what's obvious out there in the world, and that we're actually just like making shit up in our head like a delusion?
He muted himself. For the record, he came in here with the... Okay, go ahead, Reclaimer.
Yeah. Is it a question for me? Sorry.
Yes, he was
it's a
asking
question
you.
for you because people play this pretend game like somehow thinking the Earth is flat is like denying reality, an obvious reality. So I'm going to ask you a question. When have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball? Where can I go where it's obviously a ball? And where can I go to observe this? From where?
From mass media. It's information I received. I mean, if we people are information creatures. Yeah, TV set and
so from a
books.
TV set. So that's an experience. So when you look at a TV set, you're experiencing a TV set. You're not experiencing reality.
Yeah, I agree because we depend from information we receive. If I received any information from TV, I think about it because I cannot think about something without information I received.
Okay. So what about the information that you receive with your senses?
I received the information about around Earth, like.
Listen. Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. When you go out into the world, when you leave your house, you go to the ocean, get on top of a mountain, whatever. What information are you receiving from the world that's telling you that the Earth is a ball?
I got this information in the school. At school, yeah, because.
Yeah, well, that's fine. The school can tell you anything. I'm talking about your personal experience. What you've experienced.
My personal experience is that the Earth is flat, yeah, because I don't see the ball of Earth, yeah.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Okay, so that's where we start, right? We start with what we actually experience. Okay,
yeah.
So people in school and on TV, they say, "Oh, that experience, that's wrong. That's an illusion." Right? So don't you think they have to prove that?
I cannot prove it, yeah. By my own experience.
People listen, it's real simple. If you look at something and you go, "Oh man, that looks like a house," and someone comes up to you and go, "That's not a house, that's a tree." Like, oh, okay. And they say, "Oh, it just looks like a house, but it's actually a tree because you're too small or some other reason," right? They're like, "Okay, now prove it's a tree." So they can go up to it and like pick a leaf off of it or bring you to it and somehow prove to you it's a tree. So shouldn't they have to do that too? Like they're saying, "Oh, you look out and you see that the world is flat, but it's actually a ball." Okay, they need to prove that. So what have they done to prove that? They just say it. They don't offer any proof of that fact. They show us pictures that we can't test, we can't replicate, can't verify, right? They might as well show us pictures of Bigfoot or a unicorn or Superman. Things we can't test, things we can't verify. So there has to be the idea that there's a globe is a belief, right? It's a belief based upon trust in the words of other people. that will, when asked, provide no evidence. If you want to live your life that way, that's fine with me. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, yeah, I'm agree because I think the physical world is outward world, like outer world. It's outside. It's outside, and what is inside is matter. I mean, only inner world matters because
Okay.
inner world
So
is information world in my understanding. Because and if I have information about something, I can think about it. But if I don't have any information about something, I cannot think about it. Because we people are information creatures. I mean, take a look at an infant. An infant is like a robot. He cannot do something. He can do nothing because he can only eat and drink and sleep. He's like a robot, yeah. But when a child is taught, he can think about something and he can do anything else. He can speak, for example, yeah, and he can think about something.
Well, I'm glad
Because
you
we
brought that up.
received any information, yeah.
The globe Earth is an idea in your head, and it only exists in this inner world. It does not exist in the outer world. It is something you can think about, right? You can draw a picture of it, but I can draw pictures of things that don't exist all day long, right? I can draw trolls and dragons and goblins. I can draw pictures of these things, but they don't exist. I can think about them in my mind, but they don't exist. The globe Earth is the same thing. We can think about it. We can draw pictures of what our idea is, but when you go out into the real world, it's not there.
Yeah, because a picture is information too. It's visual information. I mean, and I mean, and if I will installate this information into my mind, I can think about it.
You mean
because I got this information.
Are you talking about a photograph or just a picture? Because there's paintings, right? You can paint something, that's a picture, but it's not a photograph.
Yeah, I
all
mean,
photographs not all photographs represent reality, right? I can take photographs of things, and if I use a certain type of lens, something that's square will look like it's an oval, right? You can use a fisheye lens and make lines, things that are straight, curve. So photographs. So let me give you an example. If I look at say a table, if I take a picture from one direction, it'll look like a square. If I take a picture from another direction, it'll look like a diamond. And I could take a picture from another direction and it'll look like a trapezoid. Right? So images taking a photograph, because it's the 3D world projected onto a 2D plane, they only partially represent the real world. Right? So images alone do not determine things. So when we build a house, right, what do we use? We don't just look at the pieces of wood and say, oh, that looks like it's 2 meters. That looks like it's 3 meters. Oh, that's good enough. I'll just nail it all together and then we make a house. No, because of how we see things, we need a tape measure, right? And we need to measure the lengths of the pieces to know that they're all the same. Because we can't just look at it and know. Right? So in reality, we can go out and we can measure the Earth. And the measurements of the Earth turns out that the Earth is flat and it's not curving anywhere. Okay? Now, you might think, oh, this Earth is too big to measure it. Well, that is wrong. Because say in 25 miles, or 41 kilometers, you use meters, right? So 41 kilometers. How much curve of the Earth do you think is in 41 kilometers?
I don't know.
It's like 127 meters. Yeah. See, the curve is exponential. So the further away you go from a point, the more it curves and the faster it curves. People think, oh, the Earth is too big. There's no way you should be able to see it. You can't measure it. It's too large. That's not correct. They tell us the Earth is, I think in kilometers, the radius is like 6,376 kilometers, something like that. I know. See, I'm American, so I use miles, and I use imperial. But from memory, I think it's like 6,376 kilometers. That seems big, but when you're talking about a ball, it's supposed to curve in every direction. It curves very quickly, very quickly. So we have images taken from 425 kilometers, 600 kilometers. Right? Do you know how much drop is in 600 kilometers? It's something like 47,000 feet, which is like, I don't know what that is in kilometers. It's probably fucking, who knows, 20 kilometers? I don't know. So there's plenty of pictures of this, pictures that are taken of things that are way too far away to be able to see. They say the Earth is curving. There has to be a curve, right? You can't have a ball with a flat surface on it. It can't be a flat ball. It has to be curving everywhere. It can't be just curving some places. It has to be curving everywhere, especially over water. And because the Earth is 72% water, whenever you go to water, there should be curvature, measurable curvature to any body of water. But there isn't. That's the point. There isn't in the real world. There might be in your mind, but when you go out into the real world and you take a tape measure and you try to measure this, you take a laser, take mirrors, take infrared, take radio waves, microwaves, any of that. No, there's no curvature. And that is why we're here. Because they in check, it's not. And what are we supposed to do? Go, oh, the TV says it's a ball, so forget it. Forget my measurement. Forget the measurements I did. Forget my observations. The TV said something else, so it's like I don't count. No, that's not how it works. Science is supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. Any scientific claim, any scientific experiment should be testable and repeatable by anybody. That's what differentiates science from everything else. Is because science is repeatable. So anybody should be able to say, oh, here's the experiment. Here's what they did. Anybody should just go down the list. Oh, they used this, 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 and this. They did this, this, and this. I'm going to go do it myself. Boom, get the same result. Science. Boom, no problem. But they don't even say what they did. So we have to say, okay, but they say it's this big, so there should be this much. Let's go test that. Boom, it's not there. And this is over and over and over again. It's not like one person did it one time and got a weird result. It's every time. Every time someone tries to measure curvature, they fail.
Yeah,
what are we supposed to do, right? But think about it. Just think about it. What are we supposed to do? The TV says it's a ball. We go out and the world says it's not a ball. So we're supposed to go, oh, TV. We'll just believe the TV and forget like our own test. No, that's not right. That's not what you do.
What can you say about the universe? Is the Earth is a part of the universe? What do you think about
the universe?
Yeah, what is it in your understanding?
I don't know. So the idea of outer space, right? This universe, this vast universe where things are light years apart.
right? This idea. Where did this idea come from? Who invented it?
From scientists, yeah.
Nope.
Oh, no, not really.
Arthur C. Clarke?
No, further back. Way further back.
Wasn't it the priest or something?
It was
Epicureans in 325 BC invented outer space, aliens, and all that shit. In 325 BC, 600 years before steel was ever made, before the number 0 was even a thing, before clocks existed, like a long time ago, they came up with this idea.
the mystery school religions of Babylon. Technically, it goes back even further.
And it's so ingrained into people because they've grown up with it, right? This idea that there's this giant void, and in this void are little bits of matter. It only took them 2,000 years to prove what they already believed, right?
Yeah, because the old theory about creation of the universe says that the universe had beginning, and it's beginning from Big Bang. But recently I read about new quantum theory about creation of the universe, and it says that the universe had no beginning and has no end. It's modern quantum theory.
Yeah.
And,
so if science has a creation story, what makes it different from a religion?
yeah, they cannot prove it. Yeah, they cannot prove it.
So the Bible has a creation story, right? So the Bible has a creation story. So
in my understanding, the Bible is like children's stories about big things, because it's about inner things. It's about mind. Yeah, we can say the Bible is a book about mind. I mean, because what is my mind? My mind is information thing, because my brain is physical thing. I believe that there are two kinds of things in the universe: information things and physical things, and these are two parallel worlds, we can say, and we live within these two parallel worlds. I mean, I need to use this figurative language to explain my point of view, because we cannot explain such things like hope, faith, because these are figures of speech to speak about big things. What is inside, what is about. And my brain is physical things, physical thing. My brain is physical, but my mind is information thing, because when I receive any kind of information, this information produces my thoughts, and my thoughts are information things. I mean, they are not physical, they are not material things. And I can say by my mind I live within information world, but my physical body I live within material world. That because I cannot prove Bible stories, because these are stories about information things. I mean, because it's like every children's story has any truth within it, and we can say any children's story is not a right story, because it wasn't. But in my understanding, was it or wasn't, it doesn't matter, because only the meaning of every children's story matters. Do you understand what I mean?
What does this have to do with flat Earth?
We should understand what is my benefit because of this believing. What what can I have
I didn't really
to
see
Why
live?
are you here? Why are you here?
Mm.
It's kind of like I pointed out at the very beginning. If you're denying physical reality as something that we can determine, then the conversation is a moot point.
Do you mean your benefit is to understand that this is the truth, yeah, and this understanding makes you happy, yeah, because you have the truth. It's the question about truth, yeah, because do you agree? Because the truth is our food, like information food to eat. Because if we eat any information, because we people are information creatures, we depend from receiving any kind of information to live within information world.
Yes,
And
reclaimer.
Mhm.
Truth is important.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's our food for my mind. Yeah, my mind
Yeah.
needs to eat this food
Uh-huh.
to feed on it. Yeah, to feed on it. Yeah, my physical body needs to eat any physical food, but my mind needs to eat information food. And if I receive any truth, my mind is happy and he is filled with knowledge. Knowledge is my light of life, and my knowledge makes me can make me happy. Yeah, would you agree?
Please
What
say
knowledge do you have of the sphericity of the Earth?
Actually,
would you say that knowledge needs to be supported by evidence, preferably empirical, in order to claim that it's a knowledge as opposed to a belief? Otherwise, your claimed thirst and need for knowledge may not be as fulfilling as you think if what you are interpreting as knowledge is actually nothing but belief. Then you're imparting a false knowledge, and you're feeding your soul with a false knowledge, not an actual knowing.
yeah, that because I am here, because every one of us wants to know the truth, because no one wants to be
Do you
deceived.
want the
Yeah.
truth?
I want
Do you want?
to. I'm seeking for the truth. Yeah, every day because
Doesn't seem like it.
Emily Ashar.
I don't know if it is the truth. It's good. I mean, if this is a right knowledge, it's good because
Do you want to
it's
know why
truth.
it's truth?
Yeah, and I was questioning you. Why do you think that it is important for you? Because I want to understand you. I want to understand your
Okay.
mind. Yeah.
Zimli
Yeah.
Ashar or Zimli Oplaskaya?
Hmm?
Reclaimer.
The reason why it's important is for several different reasons. Firstly, it's if the model the globe is wrong, then that means they are lying, and it's good proof that they are lying about stuff. Yeah, and also it gives more meaning to life because flat Earth is usually geocentric, and a heliocentric model is has different things in the center of it, and we are kind of specks of dust according to their model. So that's a couple of reasons. Maybe some more educated on this topic could say some better, have some better arguments. I'm not that. I don't have that good evidence. Or
Okay, I got it. Yeah. So sorry for my English. I will listen to, yeah, I will listen to this channel, yeah, to understand it better. Yeah.
you do as you wish, obviously.
No need to apologize for your English. We have many people from all across the world that come in here and speak with various accents. So no need to apologize for your English. Your English is very good.
Your English is better than my Russian, that's for sure.
Mhm. Yeah, I think about this crazy world in the current time, because I don't know what the hell is going on right now in the world, like wars and a lot of bad things like viruses, COVID-19, and another big things. I'm distressed because of it. How can we fight with it, and what can we do? I think about it. What can we do?
Maybe the problems of these situations that you're talking about stem from people's false beliefs.
Ooh.
Going back to what we were speaking about before. A false knowledge can certainly lead to poor outcomes.
And it affects your behavior and the decisions you make, what you do with your life. If you're believing one thing and making decisions based on that thing, and you find out later on that all your decisions were based on a lie, wouldn't you have wanted to know that?
I think the life is not fair, and I know that a lot of people think the same thing. Because they think that life is not fair. Yeah, because
Reclaimer, it was a simple question. Wouldn't you have wanted to know that?
I smell something bad. I must be
I don't
smelling
know.
shit.
Hold on, FTL. You're kind of bumping in here. Reclaimer, what's the scariest animal where you live? Like an animal that could threaten your life close to where you live?
A human.
Painted bunting.
Reclaimer?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Are you asking about scary animals? Yeah.
An
I'm
animal
afraid.
that could threaten your life near where you live. Something?
Probably some sort of snake, spider, or bear.
Wolf.
Dogs.
Wolf.
Dogs?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just go with that example, I guess. But let's say you
Angry
found
dogs.
out, huh?
Angry dogs. Yeah, I mean angry dogs.
Let's say that you found out that those dogs that you're thinking of don't exist, and there's proof for it. Wouldn't that be good knowledge? It's a hypothetical. Obviously, dogs can mess, a person up pretty bad, and there's plenty of evidence for it. But it's just meant to I just can't go where I want to go, unfortunately. But maybe if you could look up Antoine Béchamp or Robert Koch, you might learn something.
So was Hitler part of the flat Earth conspiracy?
It can be. You can take a minute, I guess.
Not sure why you even got VC verified. Are you okay there, FTL?
Yeah, I'm just a bit tired, but I'm fine.
Okay, you're asking very strange questions. Very much off topic.
Well, it's a very strange topic.
When you say flat Earth conspiracy, who are you implying conspired to create a flat Earth or the idea of a flat Earth?
Yeah, that's a general consensus around it's NASA, I think.
So NASA is a group that conspired to create the idea of a flat Earth? Is that what you're implying with a flat Earth conspiracy?
I don't know who created it, but apparently NASA, according to you, NASA, or you guys, I don't know, not like one represents whole, but NASA's faking images, shit like that. Not clear.
So that would be kind of the antithetical side of what I'm saying, right? It would be the opposite. That would be considered a globe Earth conspiracy, right? People coming together to conspire to perpetuate a globe Earth.
Oh, yeah, but it's just the name.
Wow.
Well, there is a valid segue, which is after the Nazis were defeated, quote unquote, many of their top scientists were co-opted into the United States projects. So we got a bunch of their rocket scientists and military guys to come over and basically be on our team now. And a lot of those guys were formational members of some of the things we have today, like NASA and other rocket agencies.
Also, Hitler has a resemblance to Walt Disney. That's an interesting theory. And also other connections.
Oh.
But that's unrelated to space, I guess. No, or
Yeah, we also had socio-cultural changes that occurred based on principles that the Nazis employed. One of which is, indoctrinational education. Right? Lo and behold, we had the quote unquote moon missions happen in a similar time period when all these transitions were happening. And then we have all our kids going to kindergarten being told that the Earth's a globe, and we know it because we have pictures from space.
Yeah, that started, I guess, in the late 1800s after the orphan trains and stuff, I guess.
What?
But I mean, kids are taught the scientific method first, or not first, but they are taught the scientific method.
Just say
the history.
Kids aren't taught the scientific method as their first thing they learn in education system.
I learned it in 5th grade.
Oh, okay. That's first. What's first? First grade or 5th grade?
Well, it's the scientific method. You learn what. You just learn what could be true. What is listed as true.
Sure. But what proposition were you already told by then, which is already known to be true?
Well, you can't just because you can learn about math, but it doesn't mean the fucking the entire math.
Okay, listen. Listen, friend, in kindergarten and first grade, they teach you that where you live is a globe. Okay, it's standard curriculum. Standard to present
you don't
that as the
understand it
truth
fully
of your
until like
place
fifth
in the
grade.
quote-unquote universe.
Maybe like the somewhere else.
Yeah, your parents drop you off at school where you're supposed to learn about things, and that school tells you before you have the mental capabilities to discern for yourself, because they don't teach you the scientific method until many grades later. They tell you that where you live is already known to be a globe. They present it as if it's a post hoc verified fact, without question. In
It
fact,
sort of is.
many of those places actually present the idea that people used to think it was flat. Then we realized that it was a globe by, traveling around it or seeing it from space, blah, blah, blah. All before you have the ability to scrutinize it. This idea that they put children through a formational education system, teach them how to think, teach them the proper rational methods of scrutiny, teach them the scientific method, and then much, much later they, come to the conclusion on their own that the Earth is a globe based on the evidence presented as false. They're told that it's a fact, a scientifically verified fact, when they are in their formative years.
It is.
What is?
A fact.
What's a fact?
It's not flat.
Oh, cool. So why don't you tell us the scientifically verified methodology upon which that conclusion was arrived?
NASA pictures.
Bingo! We have a winner. Thank you for proving my point. Okay, pictures are not scientifically validated evidence. And by the way, it's not even a scientific proposition.
All right, NASA research.
NASA research. What kind of research?
Gravity. There's no zero gravity.
What?
Research.
Gravity? Irrelevant. All formational thoughts of gravity work just fine if the Earth is flat, so I can toss it out. You got anything else?
Well, there's zero gravity in
there's what?
Space station.
Irrelevant. I just told you gravity's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. I could toss it out. So do you got anything else?
It is relevant. You can't have a disc in it.
You're wrong. You're wrong. I can provide a paper for you which will demonstrate mathematically that the field lines of perpendicular gravity to the horizontal planar surface work just fine if the Earth is a horizontal planar surface, depending on the substrate.
Wait a minute. Half of these people don't even believe in gravity. You do?
No, this paper is by a professor who believes in gravity.
You implied disc.
Again, my friend, gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So move on to something that would conclusively prove it one way or the other, please. If you talk about gravity again, you're just wasting my time, wasting your time, and wasting the audience's time.
Can you repeat that? I left for a minute.
Yeah, stop talking about gravity. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and move on to something that can conclusively prove a logical contingency of a necessity, which is surface curvature of the Earth itself. That's the argument proper. If you have no evidence to that, then please stop wasting my time.
Magnetic field. Where's the magnets? The bottom of the disc or something?
What? Can magnets be of various shapes and sizes? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, they can.
Can a magnet be of various shapes and sizes? Yes or no?
Well, yes, and they have to be in the center.
Okay, so irrelevant. Again, irrelevant. So please,
they have to be in the center, though. They have to be in the center.
Sorry, my friend. Provide to me something that focuses on the logical contingency of a necessity of the claim that the Earth is a globe, which is sphericity itself.
I think I already won the argument. I think we're finished here.
You said pictures, which is irrelevant. You said gravity, which is irrelevant, and you said what was the other thing you said? Oh, magnetic fields, which is also irrelevant.
Gee, I was muted. I was like, did you hear what he just said? He said, I think I won the argument, so I think we're done here.
Did he say win or lost?
Yeah.
He said, I think I won the argument, so we're done here, and then he left.
Yeah, so just again demonstrating the only claim that he has is faith in the quote-unquote pictures from space. That's it. He believes that the pictures from space accurately represent the world he stands on, without any way to tangibly verify it for himself. So you, sir, have a faith, which, by the way, if you want to be honest and say, yes, I have a lot of faith, good for it. Go for you, man. Go for it. Without faith, it is impossible to please NASA. For those that believe it is a globe must first believe that it is, and that it will please those who search for it. NASA, verse 12, chapter 32.
Yeah, that was the same kid that was supposed to be go look for proof of curvature, and he came back with nothing.
Well, I mean, he did say pictures from space. If the picture was tangibly verifiable and reliable, then yes, it would be conclusive. The problem is it's none of those things I just mentioned.
Well, you can paint a picture. He probably should have tried to find a photograph, not a picture or image.
Now, to be fair to the average normie, saying that a picture isn't sufficient, isn't going to fly for them. Like you said, you have to parse it out that, if it's just an image or a picture, it's not necessarily a photograph taken with a single instance from a single point of observation in full frame, right? Those would be different things.
Yep.
But yes, it is irrational to most people when they hear that a photo has been taken of the Earth in totality, from one face. Obviously, you can't take a photo of a 3D image in totality. Sorry, a 3D object in totality. To them, that's conclusive and sufficient. And for the average person, rationally, that does make sense. So when you say I don't believe in the quote unquote photos from space, that immediately makes them suspect. Being told that a lot of these things claim to be photos aren't even. Sorry, a lot of things they believe are photos are not even claimed to be photos.
Right, that's the problem. They're equating photograph to image and picture as if they're 100% synonymous, which they aren't necessarily. "25 minutes after the hour, I posted a photograph of a photograph on a camera."
Mm-hmm.
I've heard it said, and I've heard it asked for many, many times for a citation or a reference to any scientific establishment or publication that accepts photographs as sole evidence, conclusive evidence, or any of that type of evidence whatsoever.
Right, so I provided photographs at 25 minutes after the hour, but these were photographs that I uploaded after giving a first-hand account of what was taking place, right? So I have first-hand knowledge. I was communicating that this rare bird was in my backyard to gospel, and then I provided pictures as evidence. Now, just the pictures themselves may not be conclusive evidence that this bird was in my backyard, but I think everything as a whole could probably be conclusive evidence, especially with a digital camera that has geotagging, time, date, and location.
Yeah, and how do you? I guess it's how hard is it to put a picture from somewhere else onto your Canon? Not very hard.
Yeah, like I could find a way to get a very clear picture of a picture, kind of like what I did with my cell phone, taking a picture of that camera, right? So I could take a picture of a painting. And if that painting was photorealistic enough, somebody could be fooled into thinking that that painting is a reality that I was taking a picture of. So yeah, there's many ways to manipulate things.
Really pretty birds, by the way. That was neat. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no problem. I get super excited about that. Still kind of reeling. So excited that when I was getting out there, I was not paying attention to my manual settings and took about 35 pictures that were underexposed and then about 10 that were overexposed. Just trying to dial it in.
Yeah, it's weird that, like, in the metaphor of boxing, that they can be laying on the floor unconscious and make the claim that they just won the argument. But this happens quite a lot. Denial.
It's like claiming that you didn't lose a boxing match because it was a technical knockout. Not a knockout. It was a technical knockout.
Yes. Yeah.
Did the solipsist leave the room as well?
He left, yes.
Yeah, I think that's one of the worst mind viruses that we have going around these days is the nothing matters, nothing's real, could be a simulation. There is no objective truth. I just see it becoming so prevalent, like so quickly. Or maybe I'm just noticing it more now than I had in the past. I'm not sure. You know, the moral relativist types.
Checkout girl asked me, what flavor griller items did you get? And so I told her, round. They're definitely round.
Did you say round is a flavor?
Yep.
But yeah, Napon, I agree. I try to hammer home on whether or not somebody's being a whatever solipsism before I continue, because if they're set um, in concrete on that ideology, then it's like I said to that guy, it's pointless to communicate. Um, then Indio came in and engaged him in a different way, and I don't know. No, I thought it was funny. He complimented me on my Russian. I was like, well, this is not. I know as much Russian as I know Japanese. Not very much.
Well, you know more about those two languages than I do. I can't speak a lick of either of those two.
Yeah, I was really fascinated by the Cyrillic alphabet. So that was really the main thing, and I think that it's a really neat sounding language to me. I really like the Nordic languages as well, but Russian's pretty special.
Yeah, I enjoy the sounds, the tones of the Russian language, even though I can understand a lick of it, right? But it's very interesting to hear.
is this even possible? How do you buy something? This happens all too often. I'll finish my sentence, I suppose.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you buy something? Well,
yeah. How do
very
you
expensive.
buy something for triple digit fundage and ignore that purchase for like 2 months? So let's say it's a really expensive birthday cake, and they're like, all right, you ordered the birthday cake. Here's what we're going to make it look like, and we'll make it once you approve what it's going to look like. The birthday cake, probably a bad example, but like people buy these things. I do this customer service and everything. People buy these things that they need, and then we, some of the time we'll send them what's referred to as a proof, and wait for their approval. Yeah. And sometimes just a quite unusual amount of time proceeds without them even paying any attention to their purchase at all. That's just kind of weird to me. And we've had people come like 3 months later and be like, where's my thing? I paid like $500 for this. Where is it? It's like, yeah, we've been waiting. We sent you messages. We called, left voicemails. Weird.
Yeah, people don't pay attention.
Yeah. That has been my determination.
Hey, you might get a call from that kid later. He's waiting on his Earth curve proof to come in the mail.
The FL, faster than light travel guy, FLT. Or FTL, whatever. I obviously messed it up. What was his name? Was it FLT or FTL 3? No, it was FTL 3, faster than light. I thought, what does FTL stand for? And his screen name was FTL 3. Faster than light 3. I don't know. I'm just taking a guess here.
F this life.
Ooh. Yeah. The FML website I used to think was pretty funny. I don't even know if that thing exists anymore. I haven't looked at that website in probably 20 years.
Back in the days where the internet was you just having to pretty much know a website, a web address, keying it in, and going directly to it.
Yes.
The rotten.com days.
Yeah. Or RMP. I don't want to actually say what that one is. But if you know the acronym, if you know, you know.
Yeah. I think the funniest thing he said was the scientific method, where he says you learn that first, yet he's like 15 or 20 and has no clue about it.
Yeah.
The first thing I ever learned was the scientific method in 5th grade.
So what is the scientific method? Like pictures and scientists and stuff? Right.
Yeah. He read himself with every word he said was just like digging a bigger hole. Every single word.
He reminded me of a handful of different addicts I've known. He seemed like probably a substance abuser, but I'm not saying that because he said stupid stuff. I'm referring to his rapid speech and loose connections. The way he spoke.
When you think about it, we're educating kids, right? And we have classes called science. And most of the time you're learning very basic, simple experiments when you're learning the scientific method. And then you have some broader things that are encompassed within science class that may not fall into the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
And then as you progress further into adulthood, you tend to associate anything that anybody claims to be science with going through the scientific method.
As an assumption.
Correct.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's almost like a taught scientific illiteracy. And then on the backside of that, being able to convince people to believe in science, which science has absolutely nothing to do with belief.
Now, in regards to my homeschooled children, the scientific method really was one of the very first things that I taught them, as well as certain logical proofs, law of non-contradiction stuff, law of causality. Science can't be performed on things merely by observation. Just simple truthisms.
Yeah, the law of non-contradiction is a great one to help avoid cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm.
Which seems to be more common than common sense these days.
Well, speaking of solipsism, the law of non-contradiction is the newest popular thing to deny, thanks to the influx of the mystery school religion teaching of quantum. Like the guy yesterday, the quantum horizon guy.
Did you like my analogy there?
Bruh. Super good. So accurate. You just said what I was thinking.
I've already prepared the dumbed down version. Washboard Earth.
Yeah, that was a new one for me yesterday. The idea of some type of quantum superposition horizon. That dude's mental gymnastics were like, I don't know. Who's a good gymnast we could point to that's won a gold medal?
Hey, as stupid as you want at this very moment, okay, this is actually a rational conclusion of a bunch of assertions from globe Earth zealots, which happen to include PhD level physicists, etc. Right? For stupid ideas like infinite universes, probabilistic universes, which means they just, happen, everywhere spontaneously. They come in and out of existence. You mix that with some form of subjectivism, with a little bit of sim theory, which has become popular nowadays. And you end up with the Earth, as you experience it, is a subjective render. Right? Just like in a video game online, Everyone's playing within the same game world, but they all have rendered instances of that world that are specific to their point of observations in the world. So your friend in Florida and your friend in California, they're playing in the same game, but their machine is rendering the local instance of the game for them. And while the overarching game world may loop back in on itself, the part that's rendered locally is rendered in a flat matrix with flat math. So if you take all of these ideas together, you synthesize them, you end up with a probabilistic Earth that is simultaneously a globe and flat, and just one of many infinite versions of this same thing, which you just happen to be a subjective observer that can sentiently experience it in the moment. Now, you're going to see a lot more of this coming out over the coming years. And like I've already just mentioned, it has been coming out over prior years that people are leaning towards this way of thinking about the universe.
Yeah, and I think it's going to get to a point where our technological advances within virtual reality become so advanced and people spend so much time within them that there will be a blurring between reality and this simulated world.
Yes, now think about it this way. The Globers already present models and simulations as evidence of the world we live in. Now we're going to have subsets of simulations that we create, right, that mimic the world we live in, which are going to be used as evidence back up the hierarchy of the world we live in. So, for example, look at this video game. It functions like this. Therefore, the Earth we live in functions like this. So,
right. Like
just like Professor Dave said, real quick, just like Professor Dave said, the only way to know about the Earth is to look up into the sky. These people are going to say the only way to know about the Earth is to look down into these simulations.
Yep, they're going to be so convinced that the virtual reality, which is a simulation of actual reality, that they will be sitting in their home in Florida going virtually through the city of Los Angeles that is claimed to be a rendering in real time of what is actually happening in Los Angeles, thinking that every aspect of that simulation is going to be reality, which opens up the ability to implant or remove certain things within these virtual worlds that may exist or may not exist in reality. And people will be convinced, no, this wasn't there because I went there virtually and it wasn't there, right? Something along those lines. I may not be articulating that correctly.
Yeah, eventually we'll have real world court cases where people will be on trial for murder for accidentally unplugging your virtual girlfriend.
While the murder of unborn and afterborn babies will still be happening under the definition of what is perceived to be legal.
It's a wonderful world.
Yeah, what was that guy actually singing about?
What a wonderful world. He was actually singing about the creation when you think about the song, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Weird. I just found a weird website. CaliforniaFreemason.org. I was just like, how many of these
Oh
guys?
man, I could use one of those. If there's any Masons willing to work pro bono, I mean, I got a lot of buildings that need some Mason work.
Yeah. I tell you what, supposedly like Count Basie and Nat King Cole, and I don't know. What does this say about Armstrong?
Yeah, I have some Count Basie.
This is also clear that non-Masons who frequently interacted with his brothers, such as Louis Armstrong. Yeah, apparently Louis Armstrong was too. Supposedly. Duke Ellington.
What about Dizzy Gillespie?
I'll post this article because it's unusual. I never really ran across that or had any mind to look it up. Let's see, Dizzy Gillespie. Wished to become a Freemason but lacked the official signature on the marriage contract. Therefore, overage or attendant refused to accede to the request. Maybe he eventually became one. I mean, I guess you could always go to like findagrave.com.
You know, he might actually qualify as proof of a transitional form that we evolved from frogs.
What, them cheeks?
Yeah. That is crazy, though.
Yeah.
It's not just his cheeks, though. It's his whole neck, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, you need to look that up. That's an experience you need to have before you die.
No. I'll just oh, man.
What did you say, AI? What experience do we need to have?
Watching Dizzy Gillespie play his trumpet.
Ah.
He like his cheeks and his whole throat just like swell up like air bag, make his little blasting force on his trumpet. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, his cheeks are crazy. So I have some Louis Armstrong, I just don't know if I have that song. It's called Wonderful World, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Louis Armstrong does have a song called Struttin' with Some Barbecue.
All right.
Oh, man.
Let me see. I think I only have Dizzy Gillespie on like compilation records. Let's see. Don't think I have an actual Dizzy Gillespie record.
Like for real though, do normal humans have airways in the back of their neck? I mean, for real.
I guess the question is how much a person can force or mutilate isn't the best word, but it's the only word that's coming to mind. Modify their body over time, right? Like they talk about the archers, the Tartarian archers or whatever, the West Asian archers of old, and they started training them at like the age of 5, 6, and 7 years old. And by the time they were adults, one arm was freakishly longer and larger than the other. You familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Nope.
same people that put rings around their neck to make their neck elongated, stuff like that.
And they don't actually stretch their neck, they're actually pushing their collarbones down, not extending their neck at all. They're crushing their collarbone into their body. I read a whole thing about the neck extension thing. It's an illusion. Arm miss. See if I can find the article. Here. Here it is. Copy image. Yep, there. There we go. So it's in reference to the English longbow. So maybe it's not even West Asian. Maybe this is just the longbowmen of old. Some of the longbows, I guess, used to have a pull weight of 180 pounds.
Shh. If you talk too loud about this subject, you're going to summon QE.
Why?
No, he shoots both. He's
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah,
yeah.
I heard about that. Whoa. What is this book called? How weird. There's a reference to this. What? I don't know what year this book is from. Just post.
mean to me? Why must you be mean to me?
If sound could be vibrant, that was pretty vibrant. What in the world?
That's the only Dizzy Gillespie I have.
Okay.
Sarah Vaughan, Dizzy Gillespie, and the All Stars.
Were you here last night, Napalm?
Yeah.
Gotcha. The topic that came up led me to read and look into the Justinian deception.
Ah, yes.
Which led me to look up the sovereign citizen movement.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation encompassed within that title. Sure.
So they might not be related. One thing doesn't necessarily lead to another.
Not necessarily, because the claim of sovereign citizen, first of all, is a contradiction in terms, just on its face, right? And
yeah.
There's a lot of charlatans when it comes to that topic, right?
Yeah. Like do this to your birth certificate, wipe your blood and say a demonic prayer, like that kind of stuff.
Not demonic prayer, but yeah, there is where I find at least a lot of apprehension for myself in fully trusting some information is when it gets into the accepted for value type ideas. I mean, the logic somewhat follows. I don't know. There's just a lot of muddied waters when it comes to the topic, but I think there is some overarching principles that probably have a lot of truth to them. I mean, there's people who have done some research. One in particular in Canada that was quite a while ago was a gentleman by the name of Robert Menard, who was fighting against the state, who removed, I think, their children from them, like CPS or something like that. The state came in and removed their children. So he did a whole lot, like a whole bunch of investigation into the law, right? And I think his premise in starting that was what gives the state the right or the ability or the claim over his children. What gives the state a higher claim to the right of his children than himself?
Yeah.
So there is a lot of, at least in my opinion, there's a lot of truth to the idea that the birth certificate is a bond document, and it is quite literally bonding us. Not only a bond in the sense of the colloquial sense of the term, but a bond is in bondage as well.
All I would want to see is evidence that somebody that had a child off the registry was actually impervious, because having worked in the field of childcare, I actually encountered children that previously did not have birth certificates that were born off of the SSN in America, but didn't have social security numbers, didn't have birth certificates, but they still became wards of the state.
Yeah, and a lot of that can be the parents' inability to properly navigate their legal affairs when trying to argue in court the
Well, in this instance, the kids were being
legal
abused.
authority.
So
Right. So, my wife worked in child welfare through a sheriff's department for over a decade. And it was standard practice, standard operating procedure that you must obtain the birth certificate. When you remove children from a home, that birth certificate has to be obtained within, I want to say 72 hours. I think there's always a 3-day right of rescission type thing in legal cases, but the birth certificate had to be obtained. It was a requirement.
Yeah, so I don't know what they're doing in the cases when the children don't have it.
Right. I mean, like I said, it could be the inability of the parents to fight a proper case legally against the kidnapping. But then there's also, if there is obvious instances of abuse, typically, even if the parents may be correct that the state does not have a proper legal claim to their children, that a judge is going to side with the state on removing the children based on their personal belief that it is their responsibility to protect the children. So,
and like back in the day, like, I don't know, a couple thousand years ago, it wasn't usually, it was the community somehow, some way that stepped in, not the state. I don't know if that was always blood relatives necessarily. I mean, I'm sure it was most of the time, but can't help but think that there were probably even non-familial people that would step in and be like, this isn't okay. I can't allow this on basis of moral.
when you're talking about like CPS and abuse or neglect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Neglect is obviously a different thing than abuse, but I would say that the justification for these situations is typically that, yes, a crime has been committed because there has been harm, loss, or injury to another individual. That individual is underage and thus does not have the ability to represent or protect themselves. In walks the community to step up and protect, and then try to determine some sort of justice based on the crime that was committed. But when we're not talking about, I just gave that example of children being removed because that's what kind of spurred the gentleman, Robert Menard, to really get into looking into the nitty gritty of what law is, right? And where the state's legal standing comes from and how they have the ability to exert their authority over individuals. And it seems to stem from the birth certificate itself. Similarly to being like, you are considered a good of the state, right? When you're born, your mother informs on you and signs you over to the ward of the state for their possession, and the mother receives back a certificate of manifest in the same way that when a ship comes into port, pulls up to the dock and offloads its goods, there's a certificate of manifest, and those goods are documented, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I
then
see the
become
connection.
possession. And I know you're into the etymology, and I know you don't necessarily like when words, maybe two different words, sound the same but have two totally different meanings. But when you think about a lot of what takes place when it comes to this whole process of childbirth and the birth certificate and all that stuff, I mean, when a ship is sitting at port, it's considered to be in its berth.
Yeah.
Comes through a canal. The products are transported on water to a dock. A lot of this stuff is eerily coincidental.
I hear that. I take issue when somebody's like manifest, which really means a man that I'm feasting upon, because the man I feast, manifest.
Right.
Those are the sorts of arguments that I poo-poo without reservation. And I mock that because I think it deserves mockery. But when you draw connections, like you just did, the 3 or 4 words that,
Like
it is a good question. It's like, could this be coincidence, or was it intentional? And it's a good question.
Yeah, the things I find interesting, especially with like the birth certificate itself, is that the signatory, right, the mother's signature is typically, maybe not always, but is typically under the section of informant, which is an interesting, not necessarily title, but I guess you could say title given to the person signing. Let me see if my birth certificate expressly says informant.
So registers of birth as early as the 1500s, but actual uniformly accepted birth certificates not until the 1930s.
Yeah, it's a fairly new thing. It's not like
took
it's been
30
around forever.
years from Congress making it a thing to it actually being uniform. So, yeah, that is, it's unusual.
And previously, births were just recorded in the family Bible, and that was that.
Mm-hmm.
So on my birth certificate, it lists my mother and father, but the only signature would be my mother as a relation to the child. And it says, I certify that the personal information provided on this certificate is correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. Signature of parent or other informant.
See, and I don't have, I think I've seen my birth certificate, but I have a different document referred to as a certification of birth that doesn't have my parents' name on it and doesn't have anybody's signature except for the state registrar of vital records.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I have is not my actual birth certificate. It is a copy of a certificate of live birth.
Okay.
It's a certified copy of an original document.
Is an official document issued by the Vital Record Service. Yep. I've used this document to get a passport in the past, driver's licenses. It's one of those documents I keep. And you know what? Up to this point, none of these documents have ever caused me any known harm. And I emphasize the word known.
Known, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I've done all sorts of things in my day and moved to all sorts of places. And none of these documents have impeded me in any known way.
No, it wouldn't necessarily impede you, right? I think kind of what Hank was saying is what this does, right? If this is correct, right? That this documentation and your mother signing over possession of you to the state, and then there's no proper claim within a reasonable amount of time that you are a living individual, you're not lost at sea, right? That you are a living human being, then you technically this fictitious entity is what you operate under in the legal world, not you as a human being. And I refrain from saying person because that has connotations that can be applied to fictional entities.
What about man or woman versus human being? Isn't a human being like a monster? Like an animal?
Yeah, did I use human being? I don't know if I used human being.
You're kind of coming in not too well.
Yeah, Jim's ear garbled as all get out. Yeah, I would say the proper way, at least in my opinion, to refer to yourself, the living soul, the flesh and blood, would be...
Is it better now?
Yeah, you're better now. I would say the proper term would be to use man or woman.
Since gospel is here, what What do you think about human being, Gospel?
Well, I did put the word human there, and I was just reading through it, trying to get Homan. So it seems to indicate that it might be from Lithuanian. I don't know. That's really weird.
That's an issue.
I've heard it stated that, right, so you have man within that word, and gospel, bear with me, I know you don't like the breaking up of terms, right? But you have man within that word, right? So man, which we inherently know what that means, and then you have hue in front of it, which could denote some sort of coloration, right? We have a term color of law. Hue man could be man under the color of, right? So it could have a similar connotation to that.
Well, it comes
And
from the
being
word humane.
humane, okay, where does humane come from?
Yeah, good question.
The things that I've heard people explaining it, they say it describes like an animal. It's like it's describing an animal, like a they say animal, monster.
So you know how they use the word humankind?
Yeah.
So humane, awkwardly enough, that's kind of like the Sahara Desert, in that humane means kind, and kind means kind, but kind also means type. So the kind type.
Kind type.
So humankind is supposed to imply the type of creature that is kind.
So that kind of means nothing to me.
well, what it's supposed to mean, and apparently humanus is the original Latin, but what it's supposed to mean is that humans, or these people, people, man and woman, are different than all the other creatures in that they are humane or kind. They operate differently than all other creatures, and that's what it's supposed to mean. The issue that I see with this whole language thing is Zoom, Zoom. The word Zoom has meaning. To zoom by or whatever. But if a quote unquote magician is trying to craft a spell, okay, and he uses the word Zoom to accomplish his spell, it is my stance that the word Zoom is only a tool and not inherently evil all by itself. And it seems to me that people treat the words like they are inherently evil in some way, as opposed to these words are perverted by sophists and magicians and therefore being used as tools. That's how I see it. Controversial?
No, I say that's a good way of looking at it, right? Like the words in and of themselves may not have a evil meaning, but can be used for evil in specific ways. They aren't inherently evil themselves, but can be used as tools for evil.
And here, how, like, just like with the flat Earth argument, right? The moon might not be a ball, and like a flat earther may spend like an hour trying to explain how the moon isn't a ball or isn't even physical, right? And I would argue, well, that's all besides the point. You're getting lost in the weeds. If we're actually wanting to help people understand how evil people do evil things, such as word magic, wouldn't it be better to expose how they do word magic than to scapegoat the words. I don't know.
Yes.
That's how I
Yeah.
see it. But
Yes, because you're getting to the root of the problem.
yeah, and that's why I get frustrated, and I'm not always articulate in the moment, because I'm still working these things out and trying to I'm trying to understand the whole big picture, and then also try to explain it in the moment. I'm not always immediate.
Yeah, kind of like the conversation last night regarding all capital letters, right?
Yeah.
Inherently, all capital letters are not inherently evil in and of themselves, but can be used based on a certain society's way of reading and applying the styles of grammar that you may not be aware of. So you may not be aware of how it's being presented to you and how it's being interpreted by the person who's presenting it to you.
Precisely. Yeah, I think I understand the whole subject way better, and yeah, that helps.
Yeah, but be on your toes when navigating that whole entire subject, because there is a lot of charlatans.
Oh yeah.
Whether
I know
whether
that's
whether intentional or unintentional, they are there.
that's why I immediately bring up the blood over intent thing, because it's a form of well, it's some people are okay with doing, demon magic stuff. I'm not personally, and I want to call it what it is so that people aren't deceived. But yeah, I guess not all people are interested in making a pact through the art of blood magic. Maybe not everybody wants to do that in order to be what they perceive to be a sovereign citizen, but it seems to go that way quite often. Well, how do I free myself? I have a birth certificate. I have all these things have been done. How do I free my? Well, the way that you free yourself is by cutting yourself and putting blood on this document and writing a note, and then in doing an incantation. And people are like, yes, anything. I'll do anything to be free from this. And I'm like, yo, I'm free. I
Yeah,
don't care. I don't care what document exists with what people believe about me and what they say about me. They could take my life. I'm already free. You may not be free, but I know that I am free. Well, but but well, I'm free. Even if they take my life, I'm already free. I have been set free for more than 20 years. So, but that's me. Not everybody has that position.
would you say freedom is a state of mind, an intangible place?
I would agree with the intangible thing. I would probably tend to disagree with the state of mind thing. I I believe that freedom is imparted.
Like a state of being?
State of being, yes. Yeah. But that, again, personal belief based on the Bible. So
Well, if you're more interested in the subject, you would probably maybe agree or disagree, but get some good information from, I think the gentleman's name, or at least he goes by Marcus, and YouTube channel, or it may be found under something called Reclaiming Your Securities by Marcus.
I'll look it up. My securities, Marcus.
He comes from a biblical standpoint, and I'd be curious your input on his interpretations or equivocations between some of these legal conversations and biblical passages or biblical concepts.
Dude is prolific with his. It looks like he's only been on there for a year. It looked like he's making videos a lot right now, like every week. Every week for the past year almost.
Maybe I'm. Is his name Marcus? Reclaiming Your Securities might. Is it Marcus?
Yeah, it seemed to be that. Yeah, one of the videos. Well, that's a different guy. So, reclaiming your securities or whatever has a video on his channel called "The Trick" by Marcus Servant King.
Yes, Servant King. Yes, that is.
So maybe he reposted. Oh yeah, he said a presentation by Marcus Servant King entitled "The Trick." With permission, visit Marcus, and he gives the website.
Yeah, maybe Servant King was the title of the series that he went through.
I'm gonna just LOL at what I just saw on his website. You see what I posted?
Is that from Marcus's website?
Yes. servantking.info. So the word enlightened, which makes me think Luciferian, and then 33, and it's like, bro, do you know nothing about these things that you wouldn't seek to possibly say things in a different way?
Certainly.
Oh well. No, I'll look at his stuff though. I mean, I looked into David Icke and all the blood over intent people just to see how many people were connected to that demonic practice, and yeah, he had a lot of people all over the world. Like I saw videos in all kinds of different languages. People on YouTube usually would break down, get rid of the video because people were like cutting themselves on the video and then doing their thing. And
yeah, oh yeah, that was creepy shit when that was going on, and it was associated with Flat Earth too.
Unfortunately, yeah.
They were we should go to the north as opposed to south people, right? Some sort of portal in the north. Some crap like that. I can't remember. It's been years. I may be equating two different things that aren't the same, but yeah, I'd be curious your thoughts on the Servant King lectures for sure. So I understand many uses of the term enlightened or enlightenment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like every time this word is used, it means this. I'm not going there. It's when I start to see patterns or whatever.
Yeah, I'm wondering if so is there any biblical references to that term?
That's a really good question. I definitely think that the tree of knowledge of good and evil may be referred to in that way, but I'm gonna have to do a quick little word. The word definitely shows up. Enlighten my eyes, or I will sleep the sleep of death. Enlightening my eyes, enlighten in order that you may know the hope. Enlighten him who taught. Enlightened those who have experienced the good things. Yeah, it's a word that shows up in both the old and the new. Huh. And I think it seems to be getting used not in a transcendental way, but more of a able to see kind of way.
So, just a quick thumbing through of a concordance I have here. Enlightenment seems to have only one appearance. Is that Esther 4:14? Oh, maybe I'll have to find a different interpretation. I'm pretty sure that's Esther. EST, what other abbreviation would that be?
I don't know. It doesn't appear to be that verse in any of the translations I'm seeing. But conceptually,
can you think of another abbreviation or another book that EST would be abbreviation for?
No, EST would be Esther.
I like what you found about human. Can you do the same thing with person?
Yeah.
Fictitious entities can be persons as well, just as fictitious entities can be considered individuals.
Yeah, I thought it came from persona, which, interestingly enough, connotates a false face, a mask, not necessarily who you are. (1970s) is when person started replacing man to allegedly avoid sexism. In person, meaning by bodily presence, comes from 1560s. Which is interesting. But persona. I was going to pull up my Latin. I have a Latin dictionary here too, or Latin lexicon. This one can be pretty helpful on these kinds of topics. Persona. Okay. Can I expand this? No. All right. There we go. An assumed character, a part or a character. A house.
So I'll read some passages here from Job real quick that references enlightenment. He looketh upon men, and if they say, I have sinned, and perverted that which was right, and it profited me not, he will deliver his soul from going into the pit, and his life shall see the light. Lo, all of these things worketh God oftentimes with man, to bring back his soul from the pit, to be enlightened with the light of the living.
Mm-hmm. The man cannot serve two masters, so for those that serve. Yeah, and notice how not quite literal, but close to literal interpretation of the word enlightened. It has to do with perspective, vision, not vision in your eye, but in your mind's eye, which to me strikes a different meaning than the transcendence narrative. They cannot be affected by. Is this propaganda? I guess that's a valid question. I would say historical reference.
What are you guys talking about?
All sorts of things. It's all the Globers run away, and we just get off on all sorts of tangents.
We're having an enlightened conversation.
The next step to the person between so human or humane, this human can act as a person, like performing or acting, like doing a labor for a corporation. You're taking the persona of let's say a judge or even a mechanic, utilizing that persona to do a job or perform. But you're not that persona when you're home with your wife. You're not the judge at the house with the children, right?
Doesn't this harken back to like theater, right? The persona, the mask, the character that's being presented. It's not necessarily the person or the.
It's not necessarily the soul inside the body, the flesh.
Yeah, it's not the man or the man's soul. It's the man putting on a persona, right, over his true self and acting as if he's something else.
Yeah, and person also implies, even in our modern colloquial understanding, not the body, but what kind of person is he? When people say, "What kind of person is he?" Oh, he's a good person. They're talking about character.
Well, actually, I think for the person to perform the whatever it's gonna perform, the persona, it needs the body to do that, right? You need to, if you're gonna speak or do a labor or do a job or act as a whatever persona, you need the body, the body. But that's the performing.
Not
You're using
necessarily.
the hat.
Because if you're like just doing, if you're just speaking, you don't have to necessarily be in person. You know what I'm saying? You could just be, like we're talking now. We could be putting on a persona. Persona is a character, like it's a pretend, or it actually is who you are. But it's character, really, is what it is.
Yeah, but you serve a function. Like if I put a hat as a judge and I'm doing a job, I'm not actually like, well, let's say I wasn't born a judge and my soul is not a judge, but I'm acting as a judge. So I need to perform, and you need the body to perform.
Your body is acting in the character of the judge, right? Just like a character in a play is putting on a persona, even though it's maybe not their true character, their true soul, or their true being.
Well, would it be? So, are you connecting it with an actual human being? Because an artificial intelligence could take on a persona, right? So, are you saying that it has to be, in order for you to have the persona, you have to be alive or a human? Because you could program an AI to do such certain same things,
No, corporations have personas,
to have a persona.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, to have a persona. Yeah, I could see that. Like
Because
the
when you think of,
artificial can have a persona, you think the artificial?
yeah, think of it from like the perspective of a corporation having a persona, meaning in like an image, right? That's given to us via marketing and things like that. So when you think of something like Apple as a company, you think of kind of their persona and how they are presenting themselves to the world through marketing and things like that.
Yeah, and that's the company, the persona of the company. But that's not the guy that go to the bathroom and take a bath and take a shit. That's not
Well,
persona of the company.
Is that persona or image?
Well, persona would be similar to an image, right?
Image, reputation, character. There's a lot of words with similar meaning, but not necessarily identical meaning.
So one man can have multiple personas.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But so even think of it this way, like if a corporation is sued, can a physical body that is that persona be present within the courtroom?
No.
Right, because
what is a quorum?
Because Apple can be considered a person for legal purposes, tax purposes, things like this, right? And if we're trying to equate person as man or woman, I think we're making a big mistake in doing that.
What about a quorum?
Can you define quorum again so I can be completely sure what you're saying? Quorum?
That would be a body in the sense of the term, like the body of a church, right? So the congregation as a whole would be considered the body.
A fixed number of members of any constituted body whose presence at a particular meeting is necessary to transact business.
Funny they use constituted body, right? And we tend to associate body with flesh and blood, which isn't necessarily the case. Think of the body of Christ.
For sure, constitute, to enter into the formation of as a necessary part, which is where we get our word probably constituent, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Did I do body already? All these words.
Yeah, what none of these terms can really account for is the soul of a man or woman, right?
Well, why would it need
that
to?
makes us who we are, right?
What authority does mankind, human beings, whatever you want to call us, what authority or capability do we have to enact any action on someone's soul? Any action whatsoever.
We don't have that authority.
I would agree. Maybe other people would have different perspectives and beliefs, but
God, yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the catch-22 because you'd have to believe in such things, right?
But so why is it even necessary to invoke the concept of soul when it comes to legal and or earthly matters? What relevance does it have?
It would remove you, right, from the alleged authority of the legal system.
Well, your body and your soul, I would argue, are separate things. So just because they don't have authority, over your soul doesn't mean that they don't have the capability of enacting some type of action against your body.
But who has first claim to your body?
That's a probably the relevant question. Yeah.
Because if you don't have first claim to your body, if you can't consider your body your property, right, and that you have ultimate control of the constitution of that body, then yeah, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There have been other times when other people's bodies were under a higher authority.
If you're referring to slavery, right, I would say just...
No, I wasn't even going there.
Okay.
I was thinking, gosh, just Abraham and Isaac. I was thinking of,
sure,
and things like that.
That's a higher level, right?
Yeah. What about Abraham and Isaac though? Exactly.
Well, Isaac didn't have autonomy. This goes back to autonomy, a law unto oneself, and though we talk about free will and ability to choose, right, agency or whatever, it doesn't appear to be rational to claim autonomy. I mean, a lot of people do, and they live their life as though that's the case, but I don't know. It's a deep topic. Are there any Globers?
Is this connected to flat Earth?
Legalities only work on a flat Earth.
Here, I'll post the this autonomy. The autonomy thing is a really, it kind of goes hand in hand with the concept of sovereignty, and it rubs me the wrong way.
Even to speak a word and to, let's say, give a definition to something.
But it depends on whether or not you see, because I think literally. So it depends on whether or not you're referring to the word in a colloquial sense versus a literal sense, where I tend to lean towards a hyper literal interpretation for words, which gets me in trouble, so to speak. Colloquially speaking, gets me in trouble.
Can you call it hyper
I don't know, whatever.
Isn't it just literally?
Look at him, this guy that claims to be all literal, using words in a not literal way. Doesn't actually get me in trouble, Mr. Kimball from Green Acres. So yeah, it depends on whether or not, when you use sovereignty, when you use agency, when you use autonomy, what do you mean by that? You mean ultimately? You mean in whole totality? Or do you just mean in practical, in the practical sense of the word? Or in practice, you have autonomy. In practice, you have sovereignty, but not in the totality of reality. Do you have true sovereignty or true autonomy? I mean, is that really what's going on? Oftentimes, I'm just
I would say
mistaking what people mean.
Yeah, going down those lines, you could say that you could have physical autonomy, meaning within the physical paradigm in which we live, and as far as the metaphysical is concerned, you probably don't have the autonomy you think you do, right? Meaning there is some higher authority. But within the physical, any claims to a higher authority over you is, in my opinion, illegitimate, right? Because we were all created equal.
Well, how are we created equal? We look different.
Well, doesn't a father has certain authority over, maybe some of the family, the children? There's something there. There's a structure to authority.
But how are we created equal?
Do you feel that your looks have any bearing
What
on?
did I do? What have I done?
Yeah,
To
you've
ruin
done
the
it.
conversation with my confusion.
Well, I was just going to ask the gentleman, do you feel that just because you don't look equally the same as somebody else, that you don't have equality under
Oh no, I can't hear
law
anybody.
or within
I see
justice?
I
people
don't
lighting
believe
up.
in law.
I figure you were like a deafened or something. Gospel.
I'm
Can you
just
hear
a
me now?
voluntarist.
Yeah, let's figure out gospel. He's having issues. Did he? I'm gonna disconnect him. Can you hear me, gospel?
He's not here.
Okay, good. Because he was kind of like over speaking. I think he wasn't hearing what we were saying, or some of us. So okay, continue, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just a voluntarist. I don't believe in law. I mean,
I think voluntarism is actually a good thing.
Right. Do you not believe in justice, right? Meaning if somebody harms you, that you have a legitimate
that's the
claim for...
non-aggression principle. Yes,
Sure,
that's
yeah. Yep.
And I apply that to humans and animals. But I won't, if somebody like does something like kill someone, but it's not, doesn't affect me. I'm not gonna kill him unless he tries to kill me. Then I probably be killing him. That's my philosophy at the moment. Maybe it
Right.
will change.
Right. You don't have this eye for an eye type mentality, but you do feel that some sort of justified restitution for the crime that's been committed, right? The harm, loss. Dude, who is hot micing? Jesus. So, but you do feel that there is some sort of justice that should be provided to those who have been or have suffered harm, loss, or injury from another, right?
In a way, yes. But I also think I also believe in karma, but like things are how do I say it? Like supposed to be how it is, but also I also do kind of believe in the other thing as well, like justice and stuff. But life, if you believe life is like once thing, like you only live once, then life isn't fair. But I think life continues after death. So I think it's why do you talk about that? I don't know. Just
We just had a previous conversation about a whole bunch of different stuff, but I was just going to ask you, like, say I steal $100 from you, would you say it's fair to seek that $100 in restitution back from me and really nothing more? And
I'll
if
probably
you don't, and
I'll probably
if you don't receive that $100 back, right? Like you try to seek justice and justice is not found, that justice may be echoed within the metaphysical world through the form of karma. Is that kind of what you think?
Yeah, I think that, and and what I would do about it is I'd first maybe ask to get it back, and if it doesn't, I might assault him or something, because it's not the right thing to steal. Maybe,
Right. But then
yeah.
you would be going against your non-aggression principle that you claimed previously,
No,
right?
that's it's fully in line with the non-aggression principle. If somebody steals from you, and they don't want to give it back, then it's I kind of have the right to steal it if I understood non-aggression principle correctly. You can't like aggress upon somebody who hasn't done shit to you. That's the point of it, as far as I know.
Right, but I don't think that the non-aggression principle would state that if somebody aggresses against you in the form of stealing money, that
But
you.
why would you steal money? What's the fucking?
Let me just finish my sentence first before you start over talking me, bro. So, if somebody steals money from you, right, and that's loss. That's been, you've had a loss. You have the right, certainly, to try to obtain that back. What I don't think the non-aggression principle would be in line with is you then taking aggressive physical action to receive property that was taken from you. I don't know if that's necessarily justified under the non-aggression principle, but you can certainly counter physical aggression with physical aggression.
In real life, in practice, I'd probably steal it back, but that's not stealing. I'd probably take it back forcefully if he wouldn't give it to me back.
Am I here? Am I back?
You're back. You're back. Welcome back.
Okay. Man, I was having some crazy issues with my headset.
Me too, actually.
While I was here, I think I heard threats of violence. Make sure to not make any threats of violence to any person, literally or figuratively.
I'm not. I'm talking if somebody did something immoral to me, I would maybe use that as an option to get it back.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, I also had headset issues after I updated Firefox to 99.
So, these are details that I don't know if they're necessarily fully fleshed out within the non-aggression principle, as far as if somebody steals property from you, does that then give you the right to cause physical harm to that individual because they stole property from you? I don't know if that's necessarily a justified action. Now, if in the act of stealing property from you, you tell somebody not to, or you stand between that property and that individual, and they come at you in an aggressive manner, certainly you have the right to defend yourself. But after the act has already taken place, I don't know if the non-aggression principle would give you justification to inflict physical harm on somebody who has caused you loss.
Oh yeah, if they have given it back, then I don't need to. I'm not gonna harm them. I don't think it supports that. But actually, I have to be honest. I have actually not read the entire non-aggression principle. It's quite a long document or something. I'm just more listening to Austrian economists and other people who talk about that, like Dollar Vigilante and a bunch of others on Odyssey and stuff. If maybe the non-aggression principle doesn't agree with what I say, but this is my view at least.
It has been.
I was just going to say, from the Austrian school perspective, certainly you can read a lot of Rothbard, Mises, things like that if you want more insight into the Austrian side, but that's mainly economics. And then you had mentioned voluntarism previously. There's something similar called agorism. If you want to read up on that, you can read Samuel Edward Conklin III.
That's a way to get to anarcho-capitalism or proper anarchy. So agorism is trade, as far as I understand it. You perform trade without middleman, and that's a good thing, I think. Yes.
Yeah, you can, if you want a good understanding of that. They're pretty small, easy to read books. There's an Agorist Primer by Samuel Edward Conklin III, and another one would be A New Libertarian Manifesto by Samuel Edward Conklin III. Two good books to pick up on agorism.
I don't really think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't feel like it's necessary to read that. I don't know, but I feel like I don't need to read them. But do you have any good reason to read it? Because I know you don't need a state for anything and stuff. But yeah.
Well, I would say if you want to have a better, more well-founded reasoning behind things, or have the ability to direct people to these concepts, certainly reading up on people who have put forth the concepts, some of which are pioneers within these concepts, would probably be a good idea, good foundational basis. I understand that you don't necessarily need to read all of this stuff to understand the principles, because to me it's pretty common sense, at least for me, but I've held that belief pretty much my whole entire life. Not everybody has. So, yeah.
I've always kind of wanted something like it, but I've not had that belief all my life. I had to like find it on the internet, and like it made obvious sense to me when I read a little bit about it, and then I watched a bunch of videos about it too. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've held these very simple concepts, I guess you could say, from what I can remember my whole entire life. Like, I've held these concepts, right? But certainly reading other people's opinions about it and good foundational documents has helped to further my understanding of these general concepts that I've already held, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I believe it's quite helpful if I could if I would read a bit more about this. Yeah, maybe when I have time. Usually, I'm a little bit lazy when it comes to reading. I like more to do stuff and also watch videos. But yeah, I probably should read a little bit too.
Yeah, I would certainly suggest also Anatomy of the State's a good book to read as well, just that I can think of offhand.
Yeah, I also heard of one called The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose.
Larkin Rose. Yeah, that's a really good one as well. There's also, I think it's called The Iron Web, which is more of a fictional depiction of similar concepts.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, Larkin's really good. He's very good at articulating the simplicity that's held within the philosophy of anarchism.
Yeah. You also listen to Dollar Vigilante, I mean Jeff Berwick, as his name is, and people connected to him?
I mean, I'm familiar with him. I certainly don't listen to him on a regular basis. And I try not to judge a book by its cover too much or whatever. But to me, Jeff Berwick is somebody that's caught up way too much within the material aspect of this world, and I don't necessarily look to him as a good
not at all
beacon.
If you go to dollarvigilante.tv, you can find plenty of spiritual resources that he has.
No, I understand that. I'm pretty well versed in Jeff Berwick. I think I started watching Jeff Berwick probably 15 years ago.
Oh, okay. The thing is, he has changed a lot, at least from what I heard here. I'm watching every single video of the newer ones. He has like changed due to like stopping with cocaine and having sex all the time.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I'm not trying to tell you not to. Just for me personally,
it's made me rich as well, because he promoted a pirate chain thing, and I invested in it when it was quite low, and I got 10x gains on it. It's not what's important about it, but I got rich from him, so that's an honest thing about that. And it also very good cryptocurrencies as well. Pirate Chain and Monero, they are really very good.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I mean, I still peek in every now and again with him. My contention with him is that I generally don't follow the news. I don't care too much for a lot of that stuff, and a lot of what he's doing is providing information on current events that I don't necessarily care to take in. So that's kind of why I've shied away from him.
He is saying the same, starting to saying this saying the same. So he's now saying if you want like all of the news, you should go to Max Egan. He says he does a little bit about the news, but he does a little less, I think. But still mostly about the news, as you say, though.
Yeah, and like I previously stated, I at least from my opinion, I'm not a huge fan of his monetary motivations within his life. Is all I'm trying to say there.
That's cool. That's totally cool. He's also helped with some what's it called? Some I don't know. He's helped learn some kids, like homeless kids and stuff, learn to build homes. It is like donated to a certain charity about that. I know donating to charities doesn't mean much in today because Bill Gates and stuff, but and the organization seems to be transparent. Anyways, I totally understand your point of view.
Yeah, and I'm not. I mean, it is what it is. Some people are boastful about their philanthropic endeavors. To me, that's something done in private, and it's not done for personal edification. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
You can. There's no problem in saying that. He doesn't really boast about it. He rarely talks about it. I would want him to talk more about it because I feel many people think he's like a greedy capitalist or something. He is a capitalist, obviously, but like he says he doesn't like invest in Pfizer stocks, even though he probably knows that he's probably would gain a lot of it, lot from it, so if he only cared about money, he would probably invest in that part. But a financial system that doesn't control us is better. It's very important. That's his point of view, and that's my point of view. But you don't have to agree. That's totally fine. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I've followed him, or have known of him for quite a long time. Especially, like I said, I don't know, probably 15. Shit, it could be 20 plus years now.
Wow.
Because the anarchist community is fairly small as far as people that are put themselves out there online and such. So
yeah, he I didn't know he had he was posting stuff 20 years ago. I know he started dollarvigilante.com at around 2010, I think, when Bitcoin came out. I don't really know the exact dates or years, but I think it was around there. So he was probably doing something else before. I know he was doing something at the stock market before, but that was before he was an anarchist, I think. Anyways, we can talk about flat Earth, I think, if you don't have more to say on this topic, I guess.
Yeah, no, I can't remember the exact timeline or how long it's been. I was just trying to mentally equate where I was taking in his information. When he used to be in a different villa that was overlooking the water and doing his presentations and smoking cigarettes. And I was just trying to put myself in the mind state of like, where was I personally living at that point in time? Did I live in this house before I moved to this one? So yeah, I could be off on the years, but it's 10, 15 years, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I've got
He
a
also
question.
mentioned several times that the best currency we can have is love. He has said. He hasn't mentioned it a lot lately, but it's a cool idea. But a good step forward is using private currencies also, though. Yeah, because like
Wait for them.
what?
Sorry.
Like use love is what he means by that. I think is instead of like having to use money, you like do stuff for people and they would like thank you back and stuff. But I don't think with the current mindset of how things work, I don't think it's like that effective right now. Maybe in the future, maybe at the local level first with the love concept. I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm talking bullshit. I don't know.
No, you're not necessarily on the wrong track at all whatsoever. I'm of the opinion that it first starts with education and a change of mindset, and we have a long way to go with that before we have the ability to comprehend and put into action some of the things that would be necessary for a more free society, I guess you could say.
All right, what's your question, Elijah? Elijah, what is your question?
You guys have any good diet tips or something? Sorry, I don't have anything regarding flat Earth right now.
Not medical or health advice, but shy away from sugar and processed foods. There you go.
Yeah, I already know that and already do that. I've done that for a long time. But do you have any extra, like avoiding lectins or anything else?
No, I mean, I think everybody's body's different, and everybody's body it reacts to certain things differently. Me, myself, personally, I'm not vegetarian, but pescatarian for the most part. I do eat some game meat, right? I eat venison and elk and things like that have been harvested by friends of mine. But as
Dude,
far
that's
as
almost exactly the way I do it. I don't buy any meat anymore, not even fish. I only eat eggs. I'm technically I'm a vegetarian for the most part, but sometimes my stepfather he shoots wild deer, and he sometimes has too much of it, so he gives it to me. So that's very nice, and it's very good meat. It's a lot better to make tacos of that than meat that you buy on the grocery store. So yes,
that's a good thing. Game meat's very, especially when it comes to like deer, what we would call venison. Very lean meat. Yeah.
Well, I don't really care about the lean part. I actually love eating fat. Fat is very healthy, except for certain types of fat, like trans fats. Saturated fat is actually very healthy. Like your skin is mostly saturated fat, and it's only a problem with saturated fats and some other fats if you like eat carbs at the same time with it. Then you can get some problems with like the glucose reacting with the fat or something, I think. But yeah, I do keto and also vegetarian now for the most part. I also, as I said, eat some deer when I get it for free without asking. So yeah. Yeah, I don't like supporting killing of animals. I'm that type of guy, I guess. But I don't have anything
Have you
really
considered?
against people doing it
Have you
as long as
can?
I'm not supporting it.
Have you considered the uprooting and killing of plants?
No. Like, I don't think it makes makes that much sense. Like, they don't have a nervous system. Plants, they can react to stimuli, but they don't have a nervous system. I don't believe they have the same type of soul as us. I believe animals.
What does the type matter when it's like really just about respecting life? Because honestly, we don't know. Just like we don't know really about
Okay.
animals, we just know that
Okay.
they.
Actually, good point.
But it's not to be so deep. I was just asking if you'd ever thought about it, you know, because that's
Yeah,
something that
I've
I
thought
thought
about
about.
it.
But there's also another option, like fruit and nuts, like the thing that the plants bear for us to eat. I thought that maybe that might be probably the most moral, the best moral possibility. But I
Oh,
don't know.
actually, have you heard of breatharianism? That's maybe the most, because then you only live on air and
Yeah, but
sunlight.
you're stealing somebody else's air. You know, you're selfishly existing. So therefore,
You just
I
have to
mean,
kill yourself.
you can play all sorts of silly games when you're just trying to make up rules for
But
reality.
yeah, all right. I don't. Okay, so I don't necessarily know if what I heard from Eric Dubay is necessarily correct, but he mentioned some people who hadn't eaten for several years and was
Yeah.
like a breatharian and stuff. Even
I don't know if
for you
that's true
Christian.
because if it is, that's almost as that's probably right there side by side with flat Earth. If you find out that you don't have to actually eat, that's crazy. Now, that's crazy as hell. I don't believe that's true though.
But you could watch a video by Eric Dubay. I know people don't have some problems with him, but I think it's a good video. It's called "The Biology of Belief." There he goes into like what your belief that can actually change reality for you. Apparently,
Is that Bruce Lipton? Biology of
be-
Belief? Is that
because
Bruce Lipton?
allegedly what
Big
it's
Baden?
Yeah, I posted a
sorry.
relevant video about Eric Dubay in the chat. Cough, cough.
All right.
I did have a question though that was related to heliocentrism.
Yes, please.
Wasn't finished though, but okay.
Why is space black or dark?
Is this in reference to Olber's paradox or just in general?
I'm a regular person. I don't even know what you just said. Why
Okay,
is space
so check
dark?
this out. I think that the typical answer would be the light has nothing to reflect off of. That's why you can't see it.
Very good. That being the case, what happens when you take as much air as possible out of a vacuum chamber so that there's less matter there than in the room? Would there be a difference in luminosity?
You'd have to have an object within the box to reflect
But
the light.
you can and do, but looking through a vacuum chamber, you still see through to the other side.
But it should be dimmer, like a dim, like a dim.
Well,
that's a fucking call. Hold on, be right back.
all right.
Well, I would say that air and matter is not a necessary antecedent for light, but visible light, but not necessarily light in all spectrums. And the propagation of light is not dependent on the medium of air. It would have more of an etheric nature to it.
Could I finish about what the
Not really. I don't want to hear any more about Eric Dubay.
No, it wasn't that. It was like they like monitored one guy for over a year and he didn't eat anything. That was the thing. Okay, so it was about Eric Dubay. That was something he said, but he quoted a study, I guess. but I haven't checked it myself. But you can though. So
yes, there was a man, a German man, who had water and coffee
not that.
only for
No, I'm not talking about specifically that guy. Another guy. I'm talking about an Indian man who claims to have not have eaten for over 70 years, and they have monitored him over some periods. The longest being, I think, about over 400 days. That was what he said in the video, and I think he quoted a study about that. I think you can find it. You probably can find it, as far as I know. I don't really know, but you can check yourself, obviously.
The biology of belief. So that's pretty much. I haven't looked at the video, but just the title is a blatant ripoff of the work of Dr. Bruce Lipton. Eric Dubay is pretty good at plagiarizing.
Why is everybody ripping off everybody?
Yeah,
Eric
Eric Dubay is a good ripoff artist.
Okay, so yesterday it was Ivar Annan, I was told, was ripping off Eric Dubay. Now it's Eric Dubay ripping off some other guy. But is it like blatantly? Is the title like exactly the same and stuff?
Oh yeah, it's the title of a book authored by Dr.
Maybe he's trying to like reference it. Maybe that's what he's trying to do, not like rip it off, because I think most people in this community don't like agree with the intellectual property and stuff, and maybe it's not to like deceive you into thinking that he is come up with the subject, but like to reference the book or whatever you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean that could be people's laziness, right? With assuming that most of Dubay's early works regarding flat Earth are blatant ripoffs of like people like Samuel Rowbotham, but Dubay does reference Rowbotham. So
yeah, I remember hearing that name a lot when he's talking. So I don't think he's like trying to rip him off, at least because I hear him reference him, and other people also hear him reference. But
yeah, I mean it's true, but most people I hear instead of referring you to Rowbotham refer you to Dubay. So
all right, I'd say it's like a good thing, like to produce videos about this, because then more people are likely to come across it. Even though some other people might have written it about before, but people like me who don't like to read that much, but like prefer to watch videos. This is an awesome thing, in my opinion. So yeah, the only thing that would be bad is like claiming that it's you who have come up with the idea, and even though you didn't and have watched somebody or read someone else, that would be bad.
Right,
Do you claim Eric Dubay does that?
no, I'm not claiming that. I just say that he definitely takes other people's ideas, right? He doesn't necessarily not reference them. And I would say it's the fault of the people taking in the information and equating it to the ideas of Eric Dubay, when really it's just, there's nothing new under the sun.
Then you don't have. Then it's not Eric Dubay's fault. You would agree, right?
Yeah, because Dubay did reference Rowbotham with a lot of his early works, for sure.
Yeah. Also, I think a newer ones. I'm not sure. I watch every new video he posts. I believe I've heard him mentioning Rowbotham and some others in some newer ones too. Anyways, yeah. You don't really have to mention anyone. Really, it's not immoral to like say something that someone else already has said. It's kind of a new idea, that with the intellectual property rights and stuff.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree completely. I just I stopped paying my attention to Eric Dubay when he came out with such stupidities as Europe for Europeans and things like that. So yeah.
Yeah. What did you say?
He had a. Yep.
No, just asking. Sorry. I mean, I didn't like hear what you said about the Europe thing.
Basically trying to insinuate some type of superiority and or of specific races and things like that. So yeah, that's where I turned off my
Were
attention
you
to.
talking about Europa, the last battle?
No, this was early on. He put out a video, Europe for
Yeah, but
Europe.
if you look into so I don't agree with totally agree with Eric Dubay on this, but I believe it's necessary to look at history with a little bit nuance and not like but like he was he brought up some important points about the Second World War and stuff, but yeah, you can probably say more about it, I guess.
Yeah, no, these are topics I just tend to not touch because I see no real relevance or any real productive conversations being had, or that
It's
can come
very relevant actually,
these
because
things.
we learn from history. If we don't
Right.
know what happened in history, we might repeat it. Is my
I
view.
don't disagree, but I don't think it's a topic that is
I think
easily
actually that the
discussed.
same kind of thing is happening right now with Putin and Russia and stuff. I don't believe Putin is a good guy, you're saying, and I don't believe Hitler was a good guy either. But yeah, I think the whole situation is kind of a bit fucked up, you know. Like both sides are kind of bad, but like the one side has kind of a little bit more uh, ground to stand. I mean, it. I don't know. I am bad at expressing myself in English sometimes. But
Yeah, for me personally, I feel that I don't gain much from paying my attention to a lot of these things, if that makes sense. Just me personally.
all right. Yeah, because we don't really have control of the world situation, I guess. But I think it's important to maybe be neutral, I guess, when it comes to like political stuff. But that's what they don't want us to have, in my opinion. They want us to pick sides and stuff, and that's not cool, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Anyway,
when it comes to world events, I feel like I don't have enough truthful information to formulate or a clear picture of what's actually taking
yeah,
place. I just try to.
that's a very very small thing, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't really have that either. I listen to people who do, and I think do, and they say basically be neutral about it. You know, both sides are basically uh, Klaus Schwab and stuff. You can actually sum up the whole situation with two pictures, like Klaus Schwab, on World Economic Forum with Putin as well as Zelensky. So yeah, it's they're all in the club, I think. Anyways, yeah, we can talk about flat Earth instead. I guess. I just like to talk about other things too sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, no, we drift off into other things. You came into the room when we were on other things as well, so no big deal, man.
Cool.
Do we have any newcomers to the room? Do we have any? Looks like we have Z. I am stray used. How's it going, Z? I am.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Just testing voice instead of using talk.
You may have some push to talk that you're using. It's kind of cutting you off a little bit at the end of your statements.
Yeah, I'm using voice activation.
Okay. So, what brings you to the server? Are you new here?
Oh no, I've been around for a while.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't recognize the name, so.
Am I still cutting up?
I can't
Yeah.
hear. The volume is very low.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to push to talk. Okay, thanks.
So ZIM, what are your feelings on the topic of the server? I don't know if you're trying to talk, if you're still messing with your push to talk, but not hearing anything.
What about now?
Yep, you're good.
So, what was your question?
So, what are your thoughts on the topic of the server, right?
Well, I'm not sure I know exactly what the topic of the server is.
Well, it's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. 24/7 just means all day, every day. Flat Earth is in reference to the motionless plane that we live on. Do you have any thoughts or opinions, feelings, dare I say, about the lack of curvature and the lack of movement of the Earth in which we reside?
Yeah, I definitely know we do not live on a globe.
Mike's so low.
Yeah, I have to. I have to like lower everyone else's volume. Go screaming in my ear right now.
Sorry.
No, that's not you. I mean, Gospel Bear. You weren't screaming, but I have had lowered everyone else except CM and you.
Yeah. Anyway, if there's a way that you can turn yourself up, that might be helpful. But what if anybody didn't hear what he said that he knows we don't live on a globe. So it's just if you're planning on having more of a conversation, you need to find a way to turn yourself up.
Go to input volume, ZM stray used. Go into settings and voice and video, and like turn input volume to max or something, I guess. Or maybe in your settings on your Mac, Windows or Linux or BSD or whatever you're using, or phone, I guess.
It's on max. The thing is, I'm on a desktop and a very old school microphone. So.
All right. Could you move the microphone closer to your mouth if you can?
Could you hear what I just said before?
Yeah, I think so. Just it's very low.
Yep, just 80% lower than normal.
Yeah.
Anyway, Deathrex, have you ever said hello here? If you have, if I've asked you that question before, I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Just listening in, I guess.
This seems to be a popular trend. The just listening in thing I've been hearing a lot recently.
Okay.
That's cool. I understand. I when I first came into the server, I just listened in for quite a bit. Get a feel for it. understand the conversation, the demeanor of the room. Yeah.
I guess I was full party. I just jumped right in. Didn't even put my
It's so difficult to find.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, where do you find the true information from the false? It's always difficult.
Mm.
You know, I started out listening to or watching the Everanon with videos, and then I talked to someone, and they said this guy's scammer or something, and I really liked his videos. And then someone said he was like someone called Elijah, and then he debunked that idea, and now I'm super confused. So I don't know if anyone has some views on that.
I didn't hear the first person you were referring to.
Everanon.
Could you say that again?
Everanon.
Oh, Ivar Annan. Okay, I've watched him a lot too. It's awesome, entertaining content, in my opinion. Well, I've heard a lot of critique about him. What I personally know, I don't have like the evidence right in front of me, but what I personally researched about a certain drama with FPV Angel, I think he's the FPV Angel guy is wrong in that stuff. I don't remember all of the parts of the stuff, and yeah, I'd suggest looking that up, and if you're confused about that part. But there's some other controversy I've heard too, so but that I haven't looked into. So yeah.
Yeah, because one of the claims was that he took money for his content, whereas he stated that he never does, something like that.
Yeah, I've seen both stuff myself. I don't know, but I don't believe he does. But that's not a good evidence at all. But yeah, I'd like to see proof of it. You know, I think it maybe it has to do with FPV stuff, because he seems to I mean, not call him out. I mean, say that he. What is the word for it? I don't remember. It's an English word for it. But at least he says things about him that may or may not be true. Very often, and he's been called out on hypocrisy and stuff. Yeah, because I've read all the comments. Yeah, a lot of the comments that he's done, and also listened to people who has gone over the drama and stuff. I'm not really into drama. I'm just trying to find authentic people. Then that's why I check the drama to like figure out who's the real people and who's like being paid or something.
Yeah, I got a good feeling about him personally, but like you say, it's not really proof.
Yeah, that's not really proof, but yeah, I even if he is doing some financial stuff that may or may not be good, I'm still gonna watch him, I think. So
yeah, same. Yeah, he went through something in the sky, high up, called ether. I don't know if other people are going through that stuff. It's a quite detailed, and
oh, you mean like free energy and stuff?
It's like a layer top of the sky before the water, where it's like ether area. It's like a special material, a special atmosphere material or something.
That would be kind of a bastardization of the term ether, at least as it's been commonly used in the past by many of the pioneers of electrical engineering.
Oh, right. Yeah. Like Tesla, right?
Yeah, like Tesla, James Clerk.
Even earlier, I think ether is a Greek or even older concept, I think.
Yes.
But my maybe used another name for it. I don't know. Maybe I haven't watched the part that you're talking about. Is it perhaps the fourth part of second season of Lost History of Flat Earth. Where do you watch that part?
Yeah, I think I don't remember which part. I watched the whole thing on BitChute in
Are you talking
total.
about the first season?
Probably, yeah. Because I saw the last one. He said
Part
he was
7.
going to reveal some big secret, and there's going to be more releases
he
coming
already
out.
has uploaded at least 3 of them on YouTube.
Cool.
His name is Ivar in one name with 5 letters. There he has all the season 2 parts. I have seen actually before he uploaded the 3rd part, I saw on Odyssey there's a channel there who re-uploads a lot of stuff called Janusz Kowalski, and he already uploaded 2 videos that were that Eric, Ivar Annan hadn't uploaded yet, and that was part 3 and 4 of the second season. The 4th part has yet to come. Actually, I haven't watched them because they were in. They have some Polish text over them. I thought I would just wait until Ivar would upload them. So, but yeah, you can find those parts too as well. I think on Odyssey.
Not YouTube, right? I mean, something's up with
I don't
YouTube the
know
past
how
years.
they how he got hold of the videos, because I haven't seen Ivar Annan uploading them. Maybe it was like removed, or it was I don't know.
Yeah, I should definitely check that out.
Are you talking about the YouTube channel or the Odyssey channel that re-uploads?
The Odyssey channel.
All right, I'm gonna send it to you right as I find it.
Isn't all their content a bit speculative and?
Yeah, it is. It is, but it's very entertaining too. And I think he has some kind of like evidences for his stuff. Not like hard proof, I guess, but things that match up and stuff. It's very similar to Godgiv Lamster. If you have watched him, if you like Ivar Annan, you would love Godgiv Lamster. It's a little bit iffy in the start, in the first videos that he makes, but he has a very interesting theory, his own kind of completely different moon map. Actually, it's not at all as this moon map that Ivar Annan has, but it's actually, in my opinion, a little bit more interesting actually. And he continues to upload too. I can send you that too if you're interested.
Definitely.
I'm searching for the name of the channel. It didn't come up. Maybe I remembering it wrong. I guess I can check my follow feed. Usually uploads almost every day, I think.
Yeah.
You're probably repeating yourself, Deathrex, but I couldn't remember and I didn't hear because I was on the phone. Have you stated your stance of your understanding of what Earth is, specifically the surface of Earth and its features?
Finding the solidity has always been difficult for me. But for where I stand, I have spent a lot of time on the Quran and new analysis of the language of the Quran.
What?
So
hold on. The Earth, the surface of the Earth, its features.
Yes. And
okay. So my question's about the Earth, not about a book.
Right. So I was just about to explain, and then.
Yes, I cut you off because you were going down a different road. I want you on the road of.
This is just it. No. I am on that road.
Yes.
It's just that in order to explain my solidity, which is It's a little bit limited, but it has a basis in a book.
Okay, but I'm not talking about books. I'm talking about Earth. The reality of Earth.
Yes.
The
and
land.
In that book,
No, not book. Not book. Earth.
Okay.
Do you think that it's curved? Do you think that there's some type of curvature somewhere?
I mean, if he's watching
Mind,
Evo,
I'm not talking to you.
Based on
I'm
the
not
videos I've seen,
talking to
no,
you.
I don't see any curvature. Sorry, what?
I wasn't talking to Mind. I was talking to you. So I didn't want him to break into the conversation.
Yeah, chill out.
Yeah, you just repeat. I didn't hear it.
Okay. So you mentioned videos, but I'm still talking about Earth. You know, you look out your window, you go outside, the thing that you live on. Stomp, stomp, swim, swim, Earth.
Yeah, I guess.
Curvature? Any curvature?
No, I haven't seen no curvature.
Okay. Gotcha. Because you're talking about books, you're talking about videos, and I just was asking you about the Earth, and you were like talking about everything except the Earth.
Okay.
I find that weird.
Yeah. Okay. No. I'm just trying to explain why my solidity is difficult to me, because I don't want to conclude before I have enough evidence, and that goes for any area.
Are you under the assumption that the only evidence you could get is somewhere besides the Earth itself?
No, of course not. If you send up a rocket, you'll hit something. If there's a dome, right? They will hit something. Just put a video camera on it, and you can see what happens.
Yeah, I'm not making those sorts of claims because I don't know where the containment is. I just know that there is containment. So I'm not making. Hold on. I'm not making assumptions about whether or not a rocket could reach that containment.
Yeah, you're saying, but there is a containment somewhere.
Yeah, there must be, because we have gas pressure. There must be.
I mean, the place we live on is solid in the fact that it's designed for us to live on, and that's just too much systematic design for it to be just a random thing that happened. So you see movies about asteroids hitting the Earth, and all that randomity atheist stuff, right there. I mean,
okay, but I would encourage you to look to the Earth for proof of what the Earth is. Direct evidence, not indirect evidence. Direct is better than indirect.
Yeah, getting a camera and checking the curvature, checking the stars and see what really is. What does it look like when you have a proper lens to look with, to observe with, and I mean, just with my naked eye, what I can see on the sky every night, I go out just to look at the sky, and the stars, just with my eye, looks like they're moving, like rotating, like these little glimpses. That's observable. It's always been like that. And I saw someone that was filming the stars, and it looked just the same as when I look at it, just more detailed, like how to explain it. Looks like changing frequencies, maybe, like how things appear. Either that or a rotation.
I see something rotating, therefore a globe. Is that your point?
I'm not saying it's a globe. I'm not not my point.
Okay, because I hear that a lot. It's rotating there for a globe.
No. No, I know you guys want to have a stance coming out of me, but it's a very young process for me.
The air gets thinner as you go up. Therefore, vacuum of space.
Yeah, vacuum is a
Do you see the problem with that?
good point. Yeah. And then there's the moon landing. And where's the vehicles? If you can look at the moon, there should be like stuff there. Americans, they put everything. They just leave it and then they go. The usual stuff, right?
What?
Yeah, I think it means telescope, that you can see it in a telescope. If I'm
No,
I don't see that rover they left there.
Hey, friends, this is the beauty of the claim. It's unfalsifiable because if you wanted to get a telescope and look at the things on the moon from Earth to validate them, you would need a telescope 35 meters wide at the lens to see the biggest thing they left there. So that doesn't exist in reality. So there's no way you're looking up there to verify anything that they've done.
Yeah. They have never gone there, right? Because you can't leave Earth.
Perhaps.
You all believe that, right?
I don't necessarily believe that you maybe be able to travel. I guess what you define Earth, if you define Earth like as this area that we know of, but if you like, maybe there's some land outside, if you call that something else, I think you can go there. Maybe there's something above the firmament or below the ground. Maybe it's an upside down world or something. Maybe it's another layer under with other people. I don't know. Maybe there's other dimensions that exist with this dimension that we possibly with some kind of technology or whatever, we can go to those dimensions or experience those. Maybe we have bodies that live there, but this is like we only experience it in 3 dimensions. There's a lot of things that we could believe. What's important with the server and what flat earthers are is like more disproving the globe and proving the flatness of or the levelness of the earth. As far as I know, you could correct me if I'm wrong. Not necessarily the models or what we believe. It's more what we know.
Yeah. No, it's a lot of people have opinions. I get that.
Yes, I have a lot of them. By the way, Deathrex, I sent you the links in the chat beside the stream. I think I pinged you twice. If you go to there, you can find them. I think it's the God Give Lamster guy. I think you like him if you watch a lot of his content. If you watch like the 10 first episodes. I know it's a lot, but if you have watched Ivoranin, you probably can go through Good Give Lamster too if you have time and stuff. He's very entertaining. The more you watch, in my opinion, like the later videos are like really mind blowing. So yeah, do as you please.
Where did you put the links?
I put them in. You are in a voice chat right now, and the chat right above it, I put in right there. And I've sent you the part 4 of Ivoranon that I found on YouTube. I have not watched it myself actually, but because I'm waiting for Aivor to upload them without the Polish subtitles and stuff. And I also posted God Give Lamster in the first video that's relevant for this.
Are you from Skåne, dude?
No, I'm not. I'm from Norway, the western part of Norway. So it's not in Sweden.
Oh, it sounded like it. Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of almost the same. The way we speak, not really, but a little bit.
Cool.
It's kind of the general area of the Scandinavia.
So you said you wanted it in Polish subtitles or not in Polish subtitles?
Okay, so the part 4 of this second season of Lost History of Flat Earth, the video that I posted has Polish subtitles, and I'm just me personally, I just like to watch them in full quality and stuff without any extra stuff over it. So I'm waiting for
okay.
AEWA to upload it. Then I just download it with a modified version of YouTube DL and have it on my hard drive and watch it from there. That's how I do it. I don't like to watch videos on YouTube. I just like to download them and then watch them because it's buffering issues and some stuff sometimes.
Yeah, it's also beneficial to download videos that you're really interested in that are about a controversial topic because they tend to disappear.
Yeah,
for various reasons.
Yes, one that frustrated me. I tried to download them before they all got deleted. It was something related to Lost History. I have it on on another hard drive, some other place. Don't worry, they're all fine. But it had like almost 100 parts, but like only the first like 47 or something around that I got downloaded. The other ones were deleted from YouTube. Tried to find them on the internet. I haven't gone through all of them too actually though, so I'm first gonna watch all of them and then maybe I'm going to search a little bit more to find the other ones. It's about the Anatoly Fomenko and his works and stuff related to that if you're familiar with him and stuff.
All right. Blakey, would you like to say hello, Blakey?
Yeah, man. Yeah, no problem.
Welcome. What brings you to the server?
Like I said, how is everybody doing? I just came across DLive because I was kind of getting tired of YouTube. I don't think it tells the truth or covers it up. So I just came across just to check this out. Can you guys hear me properly?
Yeah, hear you pretty good.
Yeah.
Have you tried?
Huh?
Have you tried Odyssey? You can stream there too, actually, and it's there's like virtually no censorship when it comes to live streams. They can maybe do it with live streams, but videos they can't censor and stuff. So check that out if you.
Yeah. If you guys send me the link, I will subscribe and follow because I find this stuff interesting. If you want to know how I came across the conclusion that this Earth is flat, it was just simple. I do graphics every now and then, and I wanted to put a globe in a PowerPoint presentation. And the trick was make a circle and then get a layout of all the countries and drag them behind the circle as a mask. And then it gives a spinning effect.
Yep.
And then from that, my eyes open and I'm like, hold up there 1 minute. Nobody has been to space. Nobody has been any of these places, but they're defending it. They're telling us what's happening out there. And then like I saw a couple of the pictures you post about how what they show of the universe is fake, which is true because we can't go that far out. So how they're getting pictures of that far out. So that kind of opened my eyes, and of course other videos that I come across that show that the earth is flat. Unfortunately, I can't tell people like, all right, go read this book or go read that. That's just me, coming across certain things and then just storing them for myself. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's it. I'm just here just to check out Glad to meet you guys and learn some more.
Very nice. That's kind of what I do too. I'm not really good at explaining it to other people, and yeah.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the server, Blakey.
All right, man. Respect.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Yeah.
Well, welcome, brother. Enjoy.
Thanks.
Yeah. Blake, you know what my favorite pictures were of deep space? Is the pictures of the thing taking the pictures. Holy moly. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's the thing that get to me too. Like, who is in that craft? How they manage to get that? Take a picture of the satellite. Yeah, but yeah,
No, what
trust
they
me, I
did.
get that.
No, what they did is they put on Fiverr. You know Fiverr, where you contract people, especially graphic artists. They put on Fiverr for an alien to fly by and take a photo of it.
That is true. But I see you guys post something too. Like, I don't discuss this with my people because they just can't grasp it. They can't see it no matter what you tell them or show them. I was like, come on. Nobody has been there. As a matter of fact, is there anybody been to the deepest part of the ocean yet? Anybody know of that?
Yeah, the Mariana Trench. I don't know how deep they've been in that thing. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. I don't think they have been really far underneath the earth. I don't think they have been, but yet still they come out and they're telling everybody that, yeah, this is the deepest part. This is what's down there, but half of them haven't been there. So these are little things that I put together. It's like, you can't go that deep in the water. How the hell you go that far out in space? So, yeah. I'm not buying none of this stuff. Yeah, to me, I believe that this whole thing is flat. But still, nobody can define gravity.
Got it. How long you been in this subject, looking into this?
Dude, it's been like on and off from 2004. 2004. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. But it's like on and off, you know. So yeah, I always have that belief in it. You remember like the Truman Show?
Yeah.
That's how I see all of this. So it's like, is their duty to control us to think the way that we do? Huh?
You mean the Truman delusion? They have an actual Wikipedia article about it.
Yeah. It's like, this is how they want us to think. So, you know, they keep the lie going. They keep the story going. Keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, man. So I'm going to sit back and work and listen to you guys, man. This is great. I like this.
Good stuff.
Blakey, you Jamaican?
You mean where I'm from?
Yeah.
No, man, I'm from my mother, man.
You're from where?
I'm from my mother. I'm joking. I am Jamaican. I'm Jamaican.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, you too? Or you pick up on this?
Yeah. I have friends that are Jamaican.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm Jamaican. Where's everybody from, by the way?
Where are my friends from?
No, like everybody in this room. Where's everybody from?
Oh, I'm from the U.S. Originally from the Midwest. Live in Florida.
States.
Oh, yeah, I'm in Florida, Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, okay. I'm up in Tampa Bay.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I live in Norway and come from there.
Norway. Okay, cool.
Norge.
Where?
Yeah. And Norway. He just said it in Norwegian.
Oh, okay. Cool. So I guess everybody's here too. That's nice.
I'm in North Dakota.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll enjoy the server, man. We got people from all across the world, man.
Yeah.
Even Icelanders, if you can imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
I
use
bet you,
internet a lot. I've heard they're like I think the nation that uses the internet the most compared to its size of population.
is where Iceland.
Sorry, what do you say?
No, you're saying that Iceland use the internet the most based on their population.
Yeah, compared to the amount of people there, yes.
Okay, makes sense. Sound logical. Yeah.
There's 300,000 people in Iceland.
Yeah, I would blame Bitcoin for that statistic being what it is.
That makes sense.
There,
So I was going to ask, how would they possibly a qualitative metric to decide what's actually being used? Like, is it gigs? Is it ping activity? Is it duration of connection?
No, what I was as far as I know and what I remember, it was like per person, who many was using it per like some time, I guess. I think it was based on like I don't know. You can probably search it up or something. I think it like accounted like a Bitcoin like a mining rig or something as like one user, I guess. I would suspect. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either because there's articles discussing Iceland's use overtaking the entire energy consumption for all 340,000 people. Bitcoin mining is now using more energy than all of the homes in Iceland combined.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb that people don't use Bitcoin SV. It's so much better when it comes to energy and stuff. But yeah, and you also have private coins and stuff too.
Yeah, cool. So what's the tangible product that mining for Bitcoin produces?
Well, it's like keeping the network alive, as far as I know. I'm not a security expert. I'm just listening to people who have a good track record and stuff. They've actually made me a little rich too.
Usually when you mine, but usually when you mine for something, you're producing a tangible item that can be utilized. So you've increased productivity of something that can actually be functional. Right. So, for example, you go in and you bring out gold, and then the gold is used for all kinds of electronics, right? To manufacture.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay. So I'm not an expert.
What's being produced in Bitcoin mining?
An intangible reward.
I'm not the best person to ask that, but you could read the
Well, yeah, but I'm obviously leading you down a road. Okay,
yeah.
You might say, well, the Bitcoins for the end user, they get paid. So the tangible product is being paid for producing being paid. Do you see how that's redundant and tautological?
Well, it makes the stuff run if there wasn't any proof of work or proof of stake. As far as I know, you couldn't make it possible with a decentralized public ledger. You'd but you can like make it more energy efficient or like incentivize
you're missing
different
the point.
types of
You're
work.
just talking about there's no work being done. That's the point. So what are they actually working on?
The work being done is making the network like function, and if the network doesn't function, we have to use for example gold, or we like to have to trust a central party. But with
what network though? What network?
Like I mean the whole. I mean for the cryptocurrency or the blockchain.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it's redundant and tautological, right? So there's no tangible product being produced. I would submit to you there is one being produced, and that is whatever the algorithms
Okay,
are
I just
crunching.
want a question.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. He was in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, so all these computers systems are working on something. Okay, and they're not working on producing cryptocurrency. Whatever they're doing is working on something else. And the people who are working on it are being paid in cryptocurrency. Now, whatever it is they're working on with all of these network computers, not sure, but I'm pretty sure it has to do with the AI singularity that they're working towards.
Well, have you? Okay, I'm just one question. Have you like read the source code of these things and know how they function? I'm not trying to be having to mean. Be rude. I just like to know if you have read them, also, and understand cryptocurrency and the Byzantine general problem and.
No, I understand. I understand money.
Yeah, but how
You
does
follow?
the AI singularity have anything to do with this?
Because they're creating networked computers that are crunching the same algorithms. Okay, you need
But
vast resources to do
how
that.
does that equal that? How does that correlate to that, or how you say it? Yeah.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. I know of a fact that money doesn't come out of thin air. Now, currency can come out of thin air, but money doesn't. Okay, it's an old saying: when something's free, you are the product.
Well. The thing is, the reason why it has a value is because people value it, or like it would have no value if people didn't care. If absolutely no people didn't care about it, it would go to zero. The same is with gold and fiat currency. It's only based on what we think it's worth, nothing more. So some people could some simulationists can actually say like the gold also is like kind of like not physical and stuff and not real, but that's a different thing. But
Yeah, but you see, the problem is that gold is real, and it has real qualities that physically can be used for things.
Yeah, but you can use cryptocurrency for things too, to like not having to
Really?
trust the third
So
party and also send over the
I can
internet.
take cryptocurrency and wrap a conductive wire with it so it won't corrode. That's what I can do.
No, not saying that. You would have to like if you wanted to transact a physical thing, you would have to. As far as I know, you would have to like do it
Right.
properly, But
So
it's
cryptocurrency.
if
The
you
point I'm
like
making
live
is
in.
that cryptocurrency has no tangible benefit in the real world whatsoever.
But you were interrupting though, but it's I forgot forgot what I was saying. It does kind of very useful if you're going to like do something. If you live in one part of the world and some other people live in another part of the world, and you are transacting that way. For example, with a service or something, and you don't have to meet physically to
Yeah,
get a
absolutely.
service
So
done.
it's a currency exchange, right?
Yeah, it's currencies. It's the
Right.
cryptocurrencies are.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now we're going to talk about the difference between money and currency, okay?
Right.
Currency is fiat. It's created out of nothing. So, once all the cryptocurrency is quote unquote mined, you're going to have a fixed amount. You can then assign any arbitrary value you want to it.
Well,
So what tangible benefit does it have then?
okay. First of all, the two problems with what you said. The first
No.
is not all cryptocurrencies have a fixed amount. You have, for example, Monero. It has it can inflate infinitely technically if you wait long enough. but not all are like that as well. You have Bitcoin, which is fixed, But when it's all mined, it's like it halves every, I think, 4 years or something. The amount of reward extra you get from the mining. That's not the important thing when you mine. Actually, it's the transaction fees, especially with Bitcoin. For your if you want your transaction to be recorded and be and that it like if becomes a transaction, it has to become in the next block so that it will be recorded and everyone else accepts that block in the rest of the blockchain, so that like the so I lost myself. My
Yeah, so
train
you're
of thought.
basically just describing a system of counterfeit protection against a value of a certain amount of currency, which again is arbitrary. The same thing with printed currency. At any given time, you can just print more. And then what does it do to the previous supply? It destroys its value.
That's completely true, and that's why you have different kinds of cryptocurrencies. Like Bitcoin, it has a fixed amount in the end, like it's around
perfect.
21
All right, so
million.
stop right there.
Yeah.
So you have some fixed amounts, some variable amounts, but they all still remain currencies and can be arbitrarily changed in real world value at any time for any reason.
Yes, sure. And that happens to other assets as well. It's not just cryptocurrencies, also real world stuff that's happened to. Have you heard of the, I think, called Silver Squeeze? That was like the price like went up or down. I don't remember, but it was like the price changed drastically, like arbitrarily, you could say. I think
I'm sorry, I interrupted this time. You go ahead.
I forgot. You can go. Sorry.
All right. Has a loaf of bread made of 80% red wheat and 20% white wheat ever been worth more than another loaf of the same quantity and ratio? Like, could you imagine a time when a loaf of bread of that 80-20 ratio, a 2-pound loaf of bread, could you imagine a time when that loaf of bread would be worth 10 loaves of bread?
Well, in a famine, I guess it could be, and that's not
hold on.
at all.
You would pay 10 loaves of bread for a single loaf of bread?
No, that doesn't make any sense. No.
That's my point.
Okay, but what?
And again, AI is using these words. Words are important. Tangible. I'm putting the definition to help everybody follow along. Capable of being touched. Fiat.
Okay.
Authoritative sanction. Like these words have meaning. You got to think about it before you answer some of these questions, because you're going off on tangents that aren't relevant to the question that he's asking. But again, I can't imagine a time where I would pay 10 loaves of bread for one of the same loaf of bread.
But that's not how cryptocurrency works. One
I
Bitcoin.
know.
Actually, what I was saying was actually technically untrue, actually, because Bitcoin has become like non-fungible over the years because of a blacklisting of certain wallets and I think tainted coins and such. But that's another discussion. Actually, private currencies fix that because nobody knows who own that amount and how much and so on. Yeah.
How desperate would you have to be for a loaf of bread to give somebody a dozen eggs 30 dozen eggs for one loaf of bread. Could you imagine such an inflation?
Well, if you have, well, it could be if you like had way too many eggs and you had like no bread at all and you was desperate for bread. Not saying that's realistic at all, but it's technically a hypothetical possibility, or what you would call it.
It could happen, but it's profoundly absurd.
Yeah,
Gospel,
but what's the point with this?
Yeah,
Go
I was
ahead,
going to
Nick.
say, can you
but if
draw?
I have the farm with the
Napalm was
eggs,
talking first, Sasha.
Yeah, I was
okay.
just going to say, can you draw a direct parallel in the analogy you're trying to give?
So this is hearkening back to what AI was talking about in regards to currency and money. You know, with the arbitrary value, it comes. You know, we have so many different examples when a certain denomination of a bill could have bought you a tank of gas, and then during a certain period of inflation, that same bill, you would need 10,000 of that same bill to do the same thing. I can't think of a time when certain physical, tangible things of perceived value, or maybe it's fair to say actual value. Maybe an egg doesn't have actual value to everyone because hypothetically you can be
Are you
allergic.
talking about intrinsic value?
Yeah. I guess
Nothing
so.
has intrinsic value. It's only based on opinions.
Nothing
Even though
has
it's
intrinsic
necessary
value.
for food, it's based on opinion and what you need in the moment and stuff.
Water doesn't have intrinsic value.
No, it
Clean
doesn't.
water.
No, it depends on what situation you are in. If you are like in the desert, you'd pay a lot for water, and if you're thirsty, you know.
If you're floating on the ocean, you would too.
Yeah, I guess
The problem is
if you could distill it, you would.
the problem is you said pay, right? So what does it mean to pay a lot for some water?
With certain other asset, I guess. Another thing with some arbitrary value, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I wanted to, because of that jump. I have the farm of the eggs and the flowers and everything, and you come online to buy my food, but I don't accept your currency because my product has value. You can eat my product, and you can survive if you eat my product. If you give me your currency on internet, I
you
petrol for my eggs. If you give me petrol, I don't even don't need money. I need petrol. If you give me
Yeah,
petrol, I will give
that's
you.
that's totally fine, and that's your opinion. But other people
No, that's
might
not my
and do
opinion.
accept.
This is like, let's decide like this. Everybody who's producing doesn't want to take any kind of currency, you know. And you go on internet and you have 1,000, 1 million bitcoins. What you will buy with your bitcoins?
So
Well, if you were actually smart, if someone was actually offering you thousands of Bitcoin, you would definitely, almost definitely accept that, because if you look at the
Why?
price, because you can transfer them into or like transact them into fiat or cash. I mean, some other assets, physical assets, very easily, because a lot of people accept 1,000 Bitcoin for like I think it's now about 50. That would be $50 million, I think. You definitely accept that. If you were smart, you would accept that.
Okay. Do you know anybody who has a lot of bitcoins and who bought the farm with the pigs or whatever?
Well, I know. I don't know everybody's. I don't know people's transaction, what they do, but I know Dollar Vigilante. He has bought, I guess, a certain bank. I think he probably paid the workers in Pirate Chain or something. But it has happened several times. I probably
Do you
guarantee
know
you.
anybody who bought the house?
Yeah, sure. It's in Latin America, a lot of stuff like that happens. You have ECI development. You think you can
In
buy
Latin America, why we don't have that in USA? Because in more capitalistic
because of
country, there is.
regulation. Because of regulation, the US would probably fuck with you and stuff.
Yeah, people have bought homes with Bitcoin for sure.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I just want to bring this back to kind of trying to figure out what we're having a conversation about. AI, were you bringing up this point of contention because you're of the opinion that most people that operate with cryptocurrency are thinking that they're removing themselves from the downfalls of our current fiat system?
Sure, that's one consequence, but the main thing to draw attention to is where the value of this money, quote unquote, because it's not money, let's be clear. There's a reason why currency is called currency and not. No, you can't disagree. It's fundamental in the definition.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go on.
Tangible.
There's a
Okay, tangible.
reason.
But you can have
Listen.
different definitions.
Listen. When somebody says I'm
Let
going to go
AI
on,
finish his
that's
point.
not your cue to talk. Okay. There's a difference between currency and money, fundamentally and definitionally. That's why currency is called currency and money is called money. Currency is not money by definition. There's explicit reasons why, which I'm not going to go into right now. But the point is.
All right, just a question. Do you
Let him finish
consider
his
a
point,
local
dude. Let him
currency?
finish his point. Let him finish his point, please.
Yeah, so for example, whether you want to call it currency or money, disregard at this time. So for example, I get paid, I bill the customer, right? He paid me $2,000. Why did he pay me $2,000? Well, because I redid his bedroom. Okay, let's say. So I walk away with $2,000 and he has a fixed bedroom. Follow me?
Yeah.
So there's a benefit that's been left that I was paid for. So what I'm trying to focus on is what benefit is left in the creation of the cryptocurrency.
Well, like arbitrary inflation based on some political figures wanting to print more for certain projects and stuff. Your money might get, or currency, I guess, might get inflated so that you have less value.
So I don't think you're answering that necessarily directly, mind sobriety, but I'll take a stab at that AI. So in your example that you provided, right? You provided a service to somebody. You gave them something that they wanted, right, in a remodeled bedroom or bathroom, whatever you said, and they paid you in turn in currency, right? So that transaction in and of itself did not create the currency in which you received. That currency was created in another way through the Federal Reserve and all that, right? So I think you may be incorrect in asking this question and saying what is being created of value with the mining of the cryptocurrency, because you're really kind of equating a service and getting paid to a mining operation to create the currency, or a inflationary operation of the Federal Reserve to the creation of the money. I think that's kind of a false
Yeah, well,
equation.
you're onto something. No, you're onto it, which is when the Federal Reserve just prints more money, it's just adding more units of currency. It's not actually increasing any money because currency doesn't equal money.
Correct.
Right? It's just making differential value equations.
Yeah, there is.
It does lead to inflation because now the value of the amount of the thing has to equalize with the actual production in reality. So, for example, if everyone is a millionaire, right? If everyone's a millionaire, all of a sudden no one's a millionaire because a million becomes zero, essentially.
Correct. And
so when you have tons of people making cryptocurrencies that's not related to anything tangible in the real world, all as you're doing is inflating the system.
Okay,
in
I
the
have
same
one
manner,
question.
in the same manner that the Federal Reserve does.
Okay,
However,
what?
there is something being done in this process, and that's what the question is: what's being done? Because typically, unlike the Federal Reserve, which just prints it arbitrarily and says, "I want more money, therefore print," you actually have to go through a process in these cryptocurrencies to quote unquote mine for them. So, what work is actually being done in that process? What benefit is actually being given to the other party in exchange where you get cryptocurrency? And who is or what is that other party that's getting the benefit?
Right.
Well, the
So it's my
miner,
understanding that the
you have the
mining
miner.
process. So it's my understanding that the mining process, right, in order to mine the cryptocurrency, the computer power that's being used is being used to confirm transactions in that cryptocurrency, right? So there is a function there, but I understand what you're saying. What I think is currently going on is we're seeing old legacy fiat systems, right? So say like US dollars being funneled into crypto, which is just another fiat system, which in my opinion is way more controlled, regulated, and not regulated, but there's way more insight into the day-to-day transactions that people do. Meaning, if I came to your house or in your example that you gave, right? If cash was given within that transaction, the only parties that are privy to that transaction taking place would be yourself and the individuals that paid you. Whereas with cryptocurrency, the transaction is definitely marked, labeled, and available for viewing by all parties involved. So if there ever becomes anything that's instituted as far as a tax on a transaction or anything like that, there is no way to transact once everything is on digital currency that is outside the purview of the public. I understand that there's private coins and things like
Yeah,
that
you got to
for the time
interject.
being, right? For the time being. Because at any point in time, most of what these transactions are taking place on, as far as convenience is concerned, would be your cell phone. And at any point in time, there is the ability for cell phone manufacturers or like the software that's on your phone to not allow for certain transactions to take place or for certain apps to be supported.
Can I interject for a moment? Yeah, so you said private cryptos, yeah, and you talked about government currency and stuff. Yeah, they are talking about CBDCs and stuff and trying to make you think Bitcoin is the same as blockchain and stuff. But it's not. Like, it's different with decentralized and centralized. Also,
you say that, right? But everything is cataloged on a ledger. Now, if I gave you cash, if you came to my house today and I gave you cash, you told nobody that you came here, I told nobody that I paid you, who would know that that transaction took place?
yeah, nobody. Yeah, and you brought up a good point there, and also you talked about cell phones. Okay, firstly, I don't use any cell phones because they are spyware as fuck, and my computer, I have done as much as I can to make sure that the hardware manufacturers who made this computer or the parts of this computer, because I've built it myself, have no like backdoors and stuff, because I have Linux installed, and secondly, I've made sure to not buy an Intel processor because it's a pain to remove that what's it called, the Intel ME chip, which is embedded in the main chip, which can like connect to the internet and do a lot of malicious stuff. I use an AMD CPU. It has a PSP embedded in it. It's a processor, but it's only for decrypting stuff, and you can also kind of hack that thing as well, and it shouldn't be that hard. And my GPU is also a little bit more. It's a Radeon one. It's not fully open source and stuff, but I haven't heard of any like backdoors it has and stuff. If it has, I can actually disable it, but it will not be good for gaming though. But yeah, you can like avoid stuff like this if you like research it and stuff. I would like to be proven wrong though. I'm looking into all kind of stuff like computers being actually having sort of like a weird kind of soul and like a consciousness and stuff. I don't necessarily believe it, but it's an interesting theory I've read on, I think, IFOS or something. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know where you're going with that, but I was just trying to make the point that, in my opinion, cryptocurrency does not solve the issues of fiat currency, right? If anything, it just makes it nearly impossible to get outside the purview of, let's say, governmental entities or anything like that wants to try to get their fingers in every transaction that you do.
Well,
in my opinion,
yeah.
It does not solve the problem. It actually exacerbates the problem with adding another layer to it.
Except for private and anonymous cryptocurrencies like Monero, Parachain, Dero, and Equilibria, and a lot of others. They solve this problem actually. There's like the
I'm familiar with these coins. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, and the government has even issued a bounty for like finding a way to like crack Monero in a way so that they can see the transactions and stuff, but they still haven't. It's like I think it's years ago they put up a bounty and still haven't cracked it.
Yeah.
And I don't think they will ever, because the people behind it are like geniuses and stuff, as far as I know.
Well, that's fine. That's fine, but you still need to be able to transfer it electronically over distance in order for it to function, correct?
Yeah, but actually, no, you don't have to do it digitally. There's actually, you can, I know of people, I know actually Dollar Vigilante and his team, they have actually set up ham radio mesh networks of Bitcoin actually,
that's
so that you
cool.
don't actually need internet to make it function. Because yeah, if you couldn't do that, you have, as far as I know, you are relying on your ISP to function, and then your ISP, they have like monopolies.
Oh, yeah. So that sounds like a niche market, right?
You can also do it
Or a black
via your
market, or
mind.
even a gray market.
Yeah, you can also like carry around a calculator or something. You don't, but like it's very hard and difficult because like it's a lot of data and stuff. But you technically could like do Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency within your mind and like communicating with others and giving the information you need to make it function. So that's
Really?
actually technically possible.
So we just make up. So yeah. So I'll just make up money in my mind, and I'll pay you with that. It's kind of like how the Globers come up with dark energy.
It's a mathematical problem. It's a mathematical problem that Bitcoin has solved, and
go.
it's most efficient with digital computers.
What's the problem? What's the problem? What's the math
Isn't
problem?
in general's problem. You can look into it. It's has to do with
all right.
To do with trust.
Pause.
Yeah.
Ezion, I see your VC verified. Welcome, Ezion.
Thank you.
How new to the server are you?
Well, this is the thing. I used to troll a lot. I don't anymore. So I'd say I've gone a month without trolling and taking it seriously. So
okay,
I'd put it as a month, but I've been there a lot longer.
Okay, so you came to the server. You thought that Flat Earth was goofy, or something along those lines. So you figured you'd be goofy. Did you know? Did you know that it's good to ask questions to learn things?
Yeah, and I started taking it a bit more seriously after like people could put up an argument.
Okay. So one of the good questions to ask would be why do you guys say that the Earth is flat?
More stuff to do with
What's that?
The curvature. Things to do with the horizon, the curvature.
Can you? I don't know if you're able to raise. I put you to 200%. I'm still having a little bit difficulty hearing you.
Yeah, I'll quickly get my mic.
Oh, okay.
Okay, hello?
Yeah, good.
Okay, nice.
So I'm saying that when somebody shows up to a place where they're like, I think this, these people think that, the normal question hopefully would be, why do you guys think that? That's all I'm saying. So like, have you found out all of the evidences for why the Earth is not a globe?
Well, obviously I'm like still learning and stuff like that, but
yeah.
Stuff to do with the horizon, boats disappearing past it. Like the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so let's start with the first thing. If you were to describe or define the word horizon, how would you define that?
The point where you can't see past.
Okay. That's actually what I thought you might say. That is what I thought you might say. I'm going to put a little definition. That's not a very accurate way of defining that word, and I think that might be where you're getting stuck.
Oh, okay.
So the horizon is best described as the division between where the sky appears to meet the ground or the surface, because it could be water, not just ground.
Okay.
Right. So instead of assuming that it's a stopping point or an edge of some sort, you can just go, it's the place that appears to be where the sky meets the surface.
Oh, okay.
And you understand that depending on where you are in your perspective and the optics that you use, that changes. Do you know that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, because you can't always see the same things with your eyeballs as you can with a pair of binoculars or some type of zooming technology, right?
Yeah.
Same as you can see more if you're higher up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody want to take over? I'm not trying to dominate the conversation. Would somebody like to lead here? I'm glad you're here to participate in the conversation and at least think through these things. The main goal that folks have here is to help people learn how to think for themselves, not just take things for granted. Use their own senses, determine things, scrutinize stories. So if somebody says a thing about reality and you look and see for yourself and you don't see that is true over and over and over and over again, you start to go, oh, okay, I think that this person's story is not true.
Yeah.
And one of those ways with this would be we see too far. We see too far for the claim that there's a curve blocking us from being able to see. When we keep seeing past this alleged curve, we go, okay, well, there's no curve there because we keep seeing way beyond that alleged curve.
Yeah.
Any questions popping up in your mind?
I don't think so. Not for now, at least. Might have one later, but
okay.
Not for now.
Gotcha. Well, I cut right in the middle of a conversation that was off topic to say hello and see what your stance was and stuff.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. See, there's a handful of other people that have popped in and out. Callum is here as well. Yeah, if anybody else wants to discuss the salient points, that would be so beautiful, because I am multitasking, and the more involved I am in the conversation, the less capable I am in sounding rational, because I'm trying to do my work over here too. So.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Trying to tap out of a conversation, and all these people in the VC right now are ignoring it. I'll just stop talking. Wasn't referring to you. I'm not referring to you. I'm referring to people that are more familiar with the talking points and could actually help walk somebody through.
Sorry, I'm multitasking as well.
It's tough. It's a hard life.
Yeah.
You could do half of the work together to act as one person, I guess.
I don't think we're in the same field.
Not at all.
All right.
So, who is the gentleman you were speaking with?
Ezion?
Ezion? Welcome to the server.
Thank you.
So did you have any general questions that
not for now, I don't think.
Not for now.
I may think of one later, though. No.
But you understand that we're here not because we believe that the earth is flat, right?
Oh yeah.
It's an understanding and a knowledge. Most of the people here have put the globe to the test themselves personally and have found that the claims, or at least the claimed radius value, is nowhere to be seen.
Oh, okay.
Do you find that interesting?
Yeah, probably. Like, people just acknowledge it as a fact these days that it's a globe. So.
Right, it's assumed a fact, right? Yeah. It's assumed a fact, but then we go out. The best thing about the globe is that we're given the dimensions of it, right? We're given the radius value, the claimed dimensions of the globe. So we're given a value that we can actually test against. And when we go out and try to test this claim, we find that it's not necessarily accurate.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, when you were in school, and you may still be in school, but when you think back to science class and when you were taught the heliocentric system and you were taught about the globe, did you ever go out and do any experiments not experiments, but any tests or anything in the real world to verify the claims of like the radius value?
I mean, not really. Like, I think we did something about it a few months ago, but we never actually measured curvature or did anything around that.
Right, you're just kind of given the value, right? Like, we know it's this.
Yeah.
Do you remember what story they gave you as to why we allegedly know it is 3,959 mile radius?
Not really. I think they just kind of just put the measurements on board, said like that as that.
Right, so it was just kind of stated as if, right? Like as if it's factual information.
Yeah, basically.
Right, with no real evidence for the claim.
No.
Yeah, that's kind of what most of us realized, right? We kind of we thought back and we're like, you know what? We never really put any of these claims to the test. We were just given these values and said that they've been proven, but we were never given a solid answer or explanation as to how, when, where, or by whom these values were confirmed. So we went out and we said, okay, maybe we'll try to put some of this to the test and see if we can find these globe values within reality. Because we know, right? You know, you don't experience the world as a globe. Unless you do, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but is there anything in your daily life that leads you to believe that you're on a ball that's spinning?
Not really. Sometimes I find it hard to believe.
Right, because it goes against your senses, right? Everything that you see, feel, touch, and experience, none of that would ever lead you to believe that you're moving on a spinning ball, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that's kind of the basic understanding, is that we're not moving, we're stationary, and everything appears to be flat. So any claim to the contrary, right? Because this is how we experience the world on a daily basis every single day of our life. So any claim to the contrary would need pretty extraordinary evidence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we went out and we looked for the claims of this extraordinary evidence, and we found that, it's nothing but poppycock. I've done it personally myself over large bodies of water. I live in a state that has a whole bunch of water. I live in a portion of the state that has a very large bay. And I've got known distances that I can make observations to. And based on pretty simple geometry, we could figure out whether or not my observations match what the claimed radius value should be. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. Because if we lived on a globe, the globe would necessitate a geometric horizon, meaning there is a physical edge to the earth that you would see things start to become obscured by in the distance. And since we're given the radius value, we can figure out that distance based on observer height as to where we should see things starting to disappear. Are you familiar with this?
Not too familiar.
Right. So the very simple, easy to remember curvature rate is 8 inches per mile squared. What that doesn't take into account is observer height. Lucky for you, there is what is called earth curve calculators. There's many of them online. These are not made by flat earthers. These are made by globe proponents, right? Because it's just a geometry problem, nothing more, nothing less. And when you punch in the values, you should get hidden heights, right? Meaning the distance to the horizon, and then how much Earth drop should be, how much an object should be obscured by the Earth based on the distance.
Okay.
I'm not looking, but I'm pretty sure people are probably going to drop either links to the Earth curve calculators or give you the dimensions from the calculations, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Really, all we did is we put that to the test, because the only claim that they have is that they have plenty of claims that they can't back up. But the one we're concerned about is the surface of the Earth. If we want to know whether the Earth is a ball or not, where would we go to figure that out other than the surface of the Earth?
Space.
I guess you could say that, right? But the problem is
atmosphere.
Nobody's ever gotten up high enough to take a picture of the whole entire Earth. That's the problem. You'd have to get up really high.
Are you gonna ask about NASA?
I might as well. But I've researched some reasons why the moon landing and stuff like that was fake.
So,
cool.
Are you under the impression that some of the images that NASA provides you of a whole Earth are actual photographs?
Not. I mean,
it's okay if you are. I mean, I thought they were for a long time.
I don't think they're completely. I think some of them are, but
none of them are.
Fake.
Yeah. None of them are. I think there is an actual claim that one of these images is an actual photograph, and I think it's from the 60s or 70s. It might have been Apollo 17 or something like that. I can't recall.
Maybe Apollo 11? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the exact one, but one of them is claimed to be an actual photograph. But even then, like, we had a conversation earlier on about photographs and images and stuff like that. And even then, if they claim that that is an actual photograph, let me ask you a question. If I painted a picture and I took painted with my hand, paint, brush, right? And I painted a picture. And then I took out my camera and I snapped a photograph of that painting. Could I then give you that photograph and say, hey, this is an actual photograph?
Probably.
Yeah, I could. I could claim that that's an actual photograph. Now, the subject matter that's being photographed, you could interpret that as being the Earth from a distance when it's actually a painting, right? So you could have the claim that it is an actual photograph. They may have an actual photograph, but the subject matter may not be the real Earth, right? Because anything since then are composite images. So there's a guy named Robert Simon, and he's a graphic artist, data visualizer for NASA. Are you familiar with when you get an iPhone, you typically get a background picture on it?
Oh, yeah.
Right? And most iterations of the iPhone, if not all, have had some sort of Earth picture on them, right?
Yeah.
So the very first iPhone, the background image was NASA's Blue Marble 2.0. So this image that was on the very first iPhone, most people believed was a photograph of the Earth from space. Problem is, somebody actually created that image in Photoshop, admittedly, and he's been interviewed admitting so.
Oh, okay. I'm just looking up the image now. Oh.
Yeah, so his name's Robert Simon, NASA. I'm sure somebody's probably putting it in the chat. Do you find that kind of maybe deceptive?
Yeah, a bit.
A bit, right?
Well, not a bit, but it is quite weird.
Quite deceptive, right? Quite weird that in 2022, we really don't have any actual photographs of the Earth from space.
And yet they claim to have a super good telescope called the Hubble. They also have the James Webb telescope. And they could use the amazing zooming capabilities of it to zoom on the Earth or any other satellite that has a camera. They have many cameras, they claim, so on these satellites. They don't have any real pictures except close-up ones with probably what we call satelloons, so they look like satellites, but they have helium or helium balloons attached to them to make them float over the Earth.
Oh, okay.
I'd like somebody else to elaborate on it because I'm not an expert on it. here.
What was the question that you wanted elaboration on?
Like set loons and explain that to him. I'm not an expert on it,
Yeah, I mean, generally our main focus here is the surface of the Earth, right? And there is a lot of people who make claims that there is satellites in space, right?
Yeah.
Right. So do you have any firsthand knowledge or empirical evidence that these satellites are at the distances in which they are claimed to be, or that the medium in which they are in is the actual medium that's claimed, right? The vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do?
Well, I don't have any first-hand knowledge, obviously, but I don't think anyone does.
No, and from what we can tell, NASA sends up a lot of balloons with things that look like satellites all the time, and this technology is pretty advanced. I mean, we've been doing these balloon operations. The United States has been doing it all the way back to the mid 1800s, right? Using balloons for observational purposes within the Civil War. So these concepts have been around for a very long time, and it's gotten to the point where the technology is really, really good to where these balloons can stay up in the air for months at a time, if not longer.
I got so excited to unmute myself to respond to the thing you said earlier that I inadvertently disconnected from the VC. It's funny.
Oh, did you want to respond? I'm sorry.
No, I thought I heard somebody say something about how far away satellites are above us. And there was a suggestion that nobody knows. But I'm almost certain somebody has the job of doing the math, to keep them there and to work with them. And surely that person knows. Like, it's not being kept a secret from them.
Right. So what is the math?
Pi r squared, something or other. Who the hell knows? Math is hard.
So surely somebody knows. Is that kind of your rebuttal to the argument? I mean, obviously, people know that balloons are up there. Yeah. People know balloons are up there. Yeah.
Somebody's doing the math on this stuff, and those people know, like, the math all works out. Are we those people? Well, not necessarily, but potentially some of us work with those people on a day-to-day basis. Some of us walk down hallways and literally see the math on whiteboards as we walk by. Now, we don't understand it, but man, it sure looks impressive.
Are you a troll?
No, he's just trying to say somebody smarter than us has figured it out, right? So there's no possible way that, the math might work out, but in reality, these satellites could easily be on balloons and used for communication because it's been used like that for hundreds of years. So
let me give you just a taste of my background, because when he said, "Are you a troll?" I realized that I'm saying something that might sound trollish, but I actually do have a little bit of knowledge about the specific area. It might be a bit of a long story. Were you guys heading off on something else?
Bro, I love stories, man.
Okay,
I would love to know your background.
Maybe when I said long story, I was overselling it a bit. But
I hope it is. I hope it's long.
I work for a software company that makes mapping software.
Cool.
Yeah, and we are, without doxing myself, if you were to look up who's the leader in mapping software, you'd find out who I work for. Please don't.